I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to the third day of budget presentations from divisions and agencies. Hopefully it'll be our last day before the holidays. We have a lot in front of us, but we've been very diligent over the last couple of days and got through many divisions. So we're looking forward to having a good discussion with a number of boards and agencies today, along with we'll be doing cluster C from City of Toronto divisions. So I'm going to just do a quick rundown of what to expect during the day. We have this morning Toronto Police Services, Toronto Police Services Board, Parking Tag Enforcement, Public Health, Public Library. We have internal services, and we have other city programs. I'm looking at timing-wise. Oh, by the way, we also have, there are confidential attachments to a number of the items. If we need to go into private for confidential questions, we'll probably do that after lunch. So again, Board of Health may be actually coming up with us, but instead of going into camera when they're here, if there's questions, just let me know or just make it aware, and then maybe we'll try to bundle them all together after lunch, and we'll see if that works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but that's what I'm hoping we could do. Chances are we'll be getting through police services, Toronto Public Health, and library this morning. If we can get through all of those, that would be great, but let's just see where things go. And at the end of the day, I've put in requests, or I've asked councillors to on briefing note requests that have come in. I want to thank Councillor Layton for all the work he did organizing many of them. If there are any briefing note requests on today's presentation, try to get them in as quickly as possible. Depending on where we end up today, we also have the accountability offices at the very end of the day. Again, in years past, there's a lot of work that needs, not work, but it gets very hectic doing the briefing note requests at the very end of the day. So I'm trying to get it all organized where there could be either a package or we'd be able to do them fairly quickly. So please get your briefing note requests into me or the clerk so we can get that done at the end of the day. Other than that, are there any questions at all? Okay, then why don't we be, Councillor Carroll. We have a revised list that was put out. We can get you a copy, yes. Yeah, we'll get you a copy. Yeah, we had them out. Okay, why don't we begin with the Toronto Police Service, who will be doing a presentation, after which we'll have questions from councillors. And welcome and good morning.
Good morning. I'm the Vice Chair of the Toronto Police Services Board, and I thank you for the opportunity to present to you on the budget of Toronto Police Services for 2017, which has been developed in a dynamic period of transformation and organizational change. I would like to begin by providing some information about the legislative context in which we operate, and then briefly outline the budget process that we use to arrive at the figures we are presenting today. Section 39 of the Police Services Act requires that the board shall submit operating and capital estimates to the Municipal Council that show the amounts needed to maintain police service and to pay the board's operating expenses. The role of the City Council is to establish an overall budget for the board upon reviewing these estimates. The Toronto Police Services Board Budget Subcommittee, which was originally established in June 2004, meets during annual budget preparations similar to other departments to review preliminary Toronto Police Service operating and capital budgets and to establish a process and timelines for submission of budgets to the City. The Chair and other board members, representatives of the City of Toronto and representatives of the Toronto Police Service participate on the budget subcommittee. For the 2017 budget process, the budget subcommittee undertook a detailed examination to review the operating budgets and to establish comprehensive cost savings strategies. As part of this review, we closely examined our centralized accounts. The meetings afforded the board a deeper understanding of the service's budget and various challenges faced in establishing it. Through the meetings, the subcommittee raised a number of detailed questions in a number of areas. As you know, in recent years, one of the board's main priorities has been to identify ways to better deliver sustainable police services to the people of Toronto. In December of 2016, the Transformational Task Force was formed at the direction of the board with a mandate to develop and recommend to the Toronto Police Services Board a modernized police service for the City of Toronto that is innovative, sustainable, and affordable. The model will place communities at its core, will be intelligence-led, and optimize the use of resources and technology while embracing partnerships as a means of enhancing capability and capacity. The task force consists of 17 members, 7 from internal members of the force and 7 external members. It took a while, and in February of 2016, the Transformational Task Force began work on a plan to modernize the Toronto Police Service with the approach that we cannot meet new and growing policing needs with an old policing model and an objective of a modern, effective police services that makes the best use of existing resources while leveraging technology and data. In June of this year, the Transformational Task Force, TTF, released its interim report entitled The Way Forward, Modernizing Community Safety in Toronto. The report goes far beyond any other review of the Toronto Police Service and was based on the insights and dedication of service members and civic leaders, as well as initial conversations with stakeholders. Its 24 recommendations touch on every aspect of the service, including a community-centered service delivery model that refocuses effort on core policing by ensuring service members will be where the public needs them the most. Recommendations also called for new investments in people and technology, the reconfiguration of divisions across the city, and a stronger approach to the management of public funds with budget savings and reductions over the next 3 years. In this report, the task force identified $100 million in reductions and savings to the service's operating budget over the next 3 years. This figure includes $60 million over the next 3 years, beginning in 2017 as a result of carefully managed moratorium on hiring and promotions between the ranks of officers and civilians. This moratorium will allow the service to ensure that it has the right type and number of members for the new service delivery model and the leanest possible management structure. The proposed reduction also includes $30 million in identified savings through alternative service delivery or shared services over the next 3 years that we must confirm, plus a commitment to a further $10 million at the minimum over the same period. Additionally, the buildings and land to be returned to the city have potential value of up to $72 million. As part of this commitment to community input, the task force held a series of consultation meetings for the public over the summer months and into September. The task force has been working diligently and tirelessly, covering every area of this service in detail. A final report will be presented to the board in January, which will provide even greater opportunities for sustained savings and will present a modern vision for policing in the city. Once the final report is released, the board will be looking to council to support the difficult decisions that need to be made to ensure that the proposed transformation is a success. On October 20th, 2016, the board approved the Toronto Services 2017 net operating budget request for $1.0066 billion, which is a $2 million or 0.2% increase over the 2016 approved budget. The budget request has been developed with a focus on achieving as many reductions as possible while still maintaining adequate and effective policing. It is a budget that we present to you today for approval. We believe that it represents actually a demonstration that the board is very much cognizant of the fiscal reality of Toronto today. At the same time, it is incumbent upon the board to establish a budget that ensures that the city is provided with adequate and effective policing services. Such policing services must be in keeping with the priorities identified by the board and the service in the business plan. I believe that the budget that we're presenting to you accomplishes this significant objective. At this time, I would like to introduce our Services Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Tony Venezuela, who will speak to the services budget.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Councillor Lee. With me today, assisting with the presentation, is Sandra Calafreddi, our Director of Finance and Business Management. Good morning, everybody. We're going to take you through this as quickly as possible. But we want to make sure that you do have the information before you that it will allow you to make informed decisions. We're going to be presenting our operating budget, our capital budget, and the parking enforcement unit budget. And Sandy Murray is here from the board office to present the board budget. Our mission, quite simply, is community safety. And we are committed to doing that with the various stakeholders and communities in this great city. Our objectives, our purpose are driven by the Police Services Act and include, in addition to law enforcement, crime prevention, providing assistance to victims of crimes, public order maintenance, and emergency response. Our organization is rather flat. You can see the Chief of Police reports directly to the board. We have 4 command officers, and below those are directors and staff superintendent in various areas of service, the biggest one being Community Safety Command. The biggest part of our budget is salaries and benefits, and so I'm going to take some time to just walk you through our uniform and civilian deployment strategy. And you can see from the slide that's up there now, in 2017, we're going to be at an average deployment of 5,072 bodies, not positions. This is actually actual officers on the street, and that's based on the number of people that we expect will leave in 2017 and the moratorium that's in place, because we're not going to be replacing those people in 17 or 18. And as you can see, that number reduces to 4,912 in 2018 on average, which is 536 below, or 10% below our approved establishment of 5,448. And then in 2019, there's an average deployment of 4,767, and the goal, as articulated by the task force, is a deployment or an approved establishment of 4,750. But what you'll see in 2019 is that because we keep losing people and uniform officers at a rate of about 160 a year, we actually have to start hiring in 2019 with an April class so that we can actually maintain that 4,750. So by the end of 2019, we'll be at 4,751, which is about 700 officers, actual bodies, below our approved establishment, or 12.5%. And so if you look at where we were and where we are, in 2010, we were at 5,615, and so the bars are the actual officers. The dark line is our approved establishment. And so you could see we went from a high of 5,615 in 2010, and we're going to be down to 4,767 by 2019. During that period of time, we'll have gone down about 848 officers. When you take the impact of civilianization, because we did civilianize some of our positions, you're looking at a decrease of about 700 bodies on the street from 2010 to 2019. Our civilian establishment is a little different than most civilians, sort of city divisions. We do have, we have court officers, we have bookers, we have station duty operators, and we have communication operators, our 911 call take and dispatch. And so they represent about 43% of our civilian establishment, which is at 2230. That number went up because of civilianization. It went up about 150 positions. So you'll see there's a lot of infrastructure positions in the middle, which make up about half of our civilian strength. And then you've got what we call finance, HR, the back office type activities and professional services that make up about 10% of our civilian establishment. So you can see the civilian establishment, our gapping has actually increased quite significantly since 2004. And in 2000, and it's not up on the screen, in 2016, we're going to be at about 1,920 actual bodies, civilian bodies, as compared to an established strength of 2230. That's 14% below our approved civilian strength. So there's certainly, that is going to cause some problems in terms of sustainability because we are gapping much higher than other city divisions or agencies. In terms of our vacancy analysis, again, that kind of tells you the picture. We actually had a hiring freeze in 2013. We increased our hiring in 2015 to kind of catch up on that hiring freeze. And then another hiring freeze was instituted in 2016 in anticipation of the Transformational Task Force and the need to go down about 180 civilian positions over the next 3 years. When you look at our major crime indicators, and these are indicators that police services right across the, I guess, North America and the world use to try to gauge where we're at with crime and quality of life, you can see that crime had actually gone down about 25% from 2006 to 2015. Over the last couple of years, and especially in 2016, we've seen an increase in crime. With homicides now showing there at 57, we're actually up to 68 now as of yesterday. So that has increased, and you'll see almost every indicator is up except for sexual assault. What's more telling, though, is the shootings. We've had a 45% increase in shooting events and 37% more victims of shooting events since 2015. So we're certainly keeping our eye on that and have instituted a number of programs to try to mitigate that problem. Service performance, and this is just response time. On average, we get to a call, priority call, in about 11.5 minutes, and that's been pretty stable. You see the bar right at the far right. We're in the 11.5 minute range right across, and that varies depending on the type of service. So a holdup would obviously gather more attention than, let's say, a fraud in progress. In terms of our operating budget variance, we're projecting an almost $9 million variance to the end of the year. Probably half of that is a result of taking liabilities into income. That was about, I guess, almost $5 million. The other savings are as a result of the hiring freeze that we've instituted both on civilian and uniform positions. In terms of key issues, obviously we're dealing with significant declines in staffing both on the uniform and civilian side, and you can see how much we're down since 2010 on both sides. We're dealing with a changing, a growing, and a much more complex city. Crime is changing. We're now dealing with cyber and national security threats, terrorism, and certainly we have to do work to try to mitigate those risks. We're dealing with reduced funding from the province because of our numbers in terms of uniform hiring going down. We're dealing with cost escalation like other city divisions in terms of collective agreement obligations that we have to meet, anticipated increase in vendor contracts, and then we also have transformational related costs. In order to transform, there's investments that have to be made. I'll talk about a little bit about that later, but certainly we can't do it unless we make those investments. And so we're transitioning from an existing to a new service model, and the challenge is really transitioning and keeping the lights on at the same time. Keeping the levels of service both internally and external in terms of what we provide to the public so that they don't see that change as we actually change the way we do business. You'll see that emergency calls have come down. That's the chart on the left. But the amount of time that we spend on calls, because of a number of different inquests, because of different procedures that we've had to develop, has actually gone down. As an example, when we have a domestic assault now, it requires that 2 officers attend that assault. That is time that now it requires, instead of 1 officer, 2. So certainly the amount of time that we spend on a call has gone up. The Vice Chair talked about this, but basically our goals under the Transformational Task Force are to be where the public needs us the most, to focus on the complex and ever-changing needs of the city, and to embrace partnerships to create safe communities. We can't do this, we can't keep the city safe unless we engage key stakeholders and the communities in the delivery of those services. And the principles are simple. Focus on safe communities and neighborhoods, move from primary to priority response, and that means that we may not be able to get to all calls and require other organizations to deal with those calls, to improve our access to services so that we don't have to respond to calls. People can come to us, people can do reporting online. To make sure that those changes aren't one time, that they're sustainable and they're relatively affordable based on our model. And the most important is to change culture, to change the norms and the practices and the behavior of both our civilian and uniform officers. It's only through that culture change that we're actually going to transform. So very quickly, because the Chair went over this, we began work in February of 2016 on the transformation. The interim report came out in June of 16. Consultations occurred between June and today. A final report will be going to our board on January 26th. It will be presented at that time and will allow for deputations at the February board meeting. That report is really the path forward in terms of how we now start to implement a number of the recommendations that were in the interim report. What the board will be getting on a quarterly basis is a progress report against those recommendations so that they can as in their oversight role, can see what sort of progress we are or we are not making and some of the challenges and issues that perhaps we're facing. So we're focusing on modernization, focusing on making sure that our officers, whether they're in a car, on a bike, on a horse, on foot, are connected, are able to do their work in a very mobile environment from anywhere. We want to improve the capability of getting information to them that they need on a real-time basis. So they'll have some sort of device that we're going to evolve to, and Sandra will talk a little bit about that in the capital presentation. We're also going to be disbanding TABIS. As I indicated before, we're moving from primary to priority response. We're going to do risk assessment for priority calls and special events response. We're going to have to do that because we simply will not have the luxury of having as many officers that we had at some of these special events that we had before. So it'll be much more risk-based. We're looking at alternative reporting, as I indicated, an improved public safety response, more efficient scheduling that the board and the association are going to be working on in terms and deployment in vehicles. Alternative delivery, the task force looked at some of the services that we perform, and lifeguards and school crossing guards are not core to policing. They're not a core policing service, so we're looking to divest ourselves of both those programs. We were going to start that in 2017. The board, at its meeting on October 20th, basically deferred that transfer until 2018. So that'll happen then. And we're also looking to automate traffic enforcement technology, to take the human element out of ProTurn, so you have a camera that actually records the infraction. And what that does is it ensures that actually traffic keeps flowing instead of our officer now being behind the guy that made the prohibited turn and giving him a ticket. But it also reduces the need, or eliminates the need for the officer to actually attend court, because the camera will tell the story. So we're looking to the province to actually enable the legislation or to enact the legislation that will enable us to do that. But that again involves an investment. In terms of access to services, we're looking at the way where our divisions are. And our divisions are there specifically, or more required, for where our people get ready for work, where we hold prisoners temporarily. We want them strategically placed across the city. It doesn't, we will go down from 17 divisions. We don't know how many will go down, but we're definitely going down. 54 and 55, and Sandra will talk, is the first one that we're going to start with. But essentially, with the connected officer, the division, we don't dispatch from divisions. Our officers don't wait in divisions to respond to a call. They're where they should be, in the communities. And so with the devices that they will have, they will actually be able to respond to those calls much more quickly, but also have that presence in the community that gives that community a sense of safety and protection. We've got to make all these changes and make sure that they're sustainable and affordable. So I talked about the moratorium on hiring and promotions. Assessing information technology requirements. We're looking at data analytics, connected officer, data warehousing. We're looking at shared services. We've got a number of RFIs that have already been completed with respect to alternative service delivery for court services, parking enforcement, background checking, fleet. We're also looking at an investment in 911. That's going to be presented to the city and ultimately to the province in terms of actually putting a charge on people's bill so that we can actually use that money to replace our 911 infrastructure. And we're working with the city very closely on shared services. But again, all of that will require culture change, which I talked about before. So here's the operating budget, where the money comes from. And so you'll see salary and benefits is the greatest portion of our budget at 89%. And then you've got non-salary expenditures at about 11%. 4% of that is reserved, and 7% is other expenses. In terms of the type of activities, law enforcement is 71%. We spend about 8% on crime prevention, infrastructure 17%, and actual administration 4%. That law enforcement, 71%, includes some community work as well. We just don't measure it right now, and we have to start measuring it. The biggest part of our budget is funded from the property tax base, but we also get some provincial funding. We do have some user fees, reserve funds, and IDRs, as an example. EMS, or now paramedic services, uses our filling stations, and so we charge them back for that. Like every city division and agency, we start with opening budget pressure. So we started at our budget of 1004.7 in 2016, and these are all the things that caused our budget to increase. We had a salary settlement of 18.3 million. We have reserves that we have to start making because we've deferred it far too long, of 7.2 million. We have benefits costs that continue to escalate at 3.6 million. We have investments that we identified that we would need in order to transform, 3.5 million. And then we lost some grants to the province because of our reduced hiring of almost $15 million. To then deal with these pressures, we actually went down $45.6 million. We reduced our premium pay by another $2 million. That's now about $10 million in premium pay reductions over the last, I guess, 4 or 5 years. That is really going to have an impact on our callbacks and actually being able to do special events. But it also will, I think, could impact if we have any protests or demonstrations and our ability to respond to those as quickly as we can. We took a number of different actions. We reduced our vehicle fleet by about 104 vehicles, and we're not finished yet. We looked at all discretionary expenses again and basically reduced them wherever possible. We reduced our footprint. We actually closed, or we're going to be closing 2 of our facilities, returning those to the city. That'll save us about $300,000, but the city then gets those facilities to use them as they see fit. And the big one is the hiring moratorium, which saved us about $23 million. In the middle there is alternative funding sources of about $6.6 million. We actually want to use, and we've talked to the city CFO, about using our surplus to actually fund the investment by the establishment of a modernization reserve, and to also allow a cash injection into our vehicle and equipment reserve, which is underfunded, of $2.5 million. The city CFO has agreed in principle. Obviously, that will go through the process and depend on what the numbers look like at the end of the year. So our budget basically is a flat budget over 2016. It's 0.2% or a $1.8 million increase. It absorbs almost $46 million in reductions, including a salary settlement and the loss of grants. This just basically talks about the key cost drivers, how we actually got from 1004.7 to 1006.5. I've talked a lot about those in my comments to date, so I'll go over those quickly. And now the question around the minus 2.6%. As you can see from my presentation, almost 90% of our budget is people. And the remaining budget has been reduced significantly over the last few years to deal with ongoing budget pressures and the fiscal reality that the city and the service are facing. So we've basically covered all of the possible reductions in that area. So then in order to achieve minus 2.6 million, that's about a $26 million further reduction that we would have. We're already in a hiring moratorium through attrition. So we would actually have to exit more people than actually leave voluntarily, both on the civilian and the uniform side. That would require our estimate of about 240, both civilian and uniforms in total. To do that, though, once you do that, you actually have to go to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission and actually provide them with notice that you're going to go down. They then have public hearings, and there's a whole process that you have to go through. Even if you wanted to do it, you wouldn't be able to do it in January. And so that would be, but the more important thing, and this is from the chief, is that our ability to then provide adequate and effective policing would be severely compromised, because it just wouldn't give us the chance to go down through attrition and change the way we do business. It would be a very quick cut, and our ability to adjust to that would be very, very difficult to do. This next slide is a telling slide. So the blue line is our budget increase from 2006 to 2017, including COLA. The red line is what our budget would have been from 2006 to 2017 without COLA. So essentially, COLA has basically represented the full increase of our budget since 2006, and we've actually had to absorb a lot of those increases during that time. And you can see that's about a $250 million cost that COLA has caused us over that period of time. This chart here shows our budget increases over the last 10, 11 years, and you can see in the first 5 years, we averaged about a 4.4% increase. Collective agreement increases during that period of time were probably over 3%. Our non-collective agreement averaged about 1 to 1.5%. During that period of time, the province gave us the grants, and so we actually ramped up in terms of our hiring, and that's what caused the budget. And then 2012 hit, and you can see that we have been significantly below, the purple being the collective agreement impact, the blue being the other expenses. We actually came in below and actually absorbed a lot of the collective agreement increases in order to meet city budget targets and board budget targets. And so we've actually reduced our non-COLA expenses by $42 million since 2012 to 2016. Our annual increase from 2012 to 2016 was about 1.6%. Inflation during that time was 1.7%, so we've actually kept our increases below the rate of inflation for the last 5 years, and in 2017 are basically flat. Our outlook, we're going to continue to deal with pressures from the collective agreement. So you can see that this is what we know at this point in time. We'll obviously we'll revisit it. Like I said, 2019 will require us to start hiring again to maintain our 4750. And at this point, I'm going to change it over, or turn it over to Sandra, who will give us the capital presentation.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to quickly take you through our capital program for 2017 to 2026. In 2016, we completed a number of projects. As a result of short staffing in a number of our areas, some of these projects were behind. So we actually were able to complete a number of major renovation projects over the last, that had been basically on backlog over the last couple of years. So with the continuing goals of modernizing the way we do business at the service, as well as keeping our state of good repair in our facilities in state of good repair, and positioning ourselves in terms of enhanced technology. We had two major renovations in 2016 that were completed, one of which, 52 Division, we actually did in partnership with the city. So we actually worked collaboratively to use the funds that they had to complete the state of good repair with the funds that we had and be able to go in and actually create some really good work at 52 Division. The other thing we did, as Tony indicated, we did a major review of our fleet, and we were able to reduce our fleet by 104 vehicles. That actually took pressure off of our operating budget and also on our vehicle and equipment reserve, which, as you'll see later, there is a tremendous amount of pressure on because it is depleting as a result of not making required contributions to that reserve. And we started positioning ourselves for enhancements in technology through the body-worn camera pilot project, as well as an upgrade to our HR system and work that we did on our transforming corporate support blueprint, which will actually enable us to implement a lot of the task force recommendations related to modernizing of human resources, putting better information in our officers and members and managers' hands. And through the work that we've done in terms of consolidating our business operations, we're actually able to return 2 properties to the city by the end of the year. Those properties actually have an MPAC assessment value of about $4.5 million. So that's properties that the city then can utilize for other means. As of September 30th, 2016, we actually had only spent about 49% of our 2016 approved cash flow. There were a number of reasons for that. The transformational task force actually caused us to look at the direction that we were moving in and stop for a little while because we knew the direction was going to be changing. We were also able to capitalize on some lower procurement pricing, so the expectation, some better procurement were able to produce lower prices for us. And then we delayed a major project start because we are working more collaboratively with the city and other agencies in the city, and that's in terms of our radio replacement. So we're not where we needed to be in terms of spending, but there certainly is the goal to work more collaboratively and then take advantage of better pricing. So in 2017, and for the duration of the program, we are looking at new strategic direction. We're looking at making capital investments that modernize the Toronto Police Service. So our objectives are to optimize internal and external service delivery. We are looking at better information to our members, supervisors, and managers, as well as better information to our officers through the Connected Officer Initiative. We're looking at optimizing and reducing the number of facilities and the footprint that we actually work in. So through balancing demands, demand modeling, as well as a review of calls for service in districts, divisions, and neighborhoods, we're actually going to be able to populate a facilities program, a realignment program that has less divisions but are more strategically placed. We are looking at increasing efficiencies in operations by taking data that comes from a number of different sources and consolidating it so we actually have better information available to our members. But while we are transitioning, we do need to continue to maintain the state of good repair of our current assets. So as Tony said earlier, it's a matter of keeping the lights on while you're actually transitioning to a new service delivery model and a new look to the organization. So this is very much a transitional plan that will move from bricks and mortar to more enhanced information technology. We had a number of key issues for 2017. A major issue for us is the fact that our vehicle and equipment reserve is depleting. It's a major source of funding for us for the replacement of vehicles and equipment. And through non-contributions in the operating budget, the balance that's available to us has actually been depleting. So that's why the 2017 operating budget does actually include a higher amount in there to start to bring those reserve contributions back up again. The other factor for us has been the transformational task force. At this point in time, until the final recommendations are known and the change in service delivery model for the service is completely known, we really don't know what our future capital investment requirements are going to be. But certainly we know that our capital program will change as the implementation of the task force recommendations unfolds. So we do have a number of priority actions in 2017. We are looking at our facilities realignment, and again, the demand modeling analysis will populate where those facilities are and what those facilities look like. We do have the Connected Officer Initiative. The idea of our officers walking around with a device that will give them up-to-date information on what's happening within their communities and throughout the city at any point in time. Conducted energy weapons are a direction that the chief and the service would like to move in, but we want to do that very responsibly, so we are going to be doing public consultations before we actually roll out more of those devices. And our body-worn camera pilot project really shed some light on certain things for us, and one is that we do need further assessment. But in doing that further assessment, there's also opportunity to collaborate with other services. So in terms of our program, our actual board-approved program that was presented and approved by the board in October is slightly different from the city staff recommended program. The staff recommended program has a target of $8.2 million lower than the board-approved program, but it does incorporate the parking enforcement portion of the administrative penalty system's digital photograph requirements. So the program actually takes that into account. What it does for us is it actually gives us some funds that we will be able to utilize in the future for new initiatives and for the more detailed work on facilities. So one such initiative is the Connected Officer program. It came through the Transformational Task Force, and the need to spend less time in the back office and more time face-to-face with the public, so out of the facilities, into the communities, with smart devices in every officer's hand, where they will be connected in terms of operational information. They'll also be connected in terms of internal information that we want to provide those officers. So as members of the service and employees, there'll be more self-service available to them, but there will also be a full suite, a full application suite that will assist them in their operations, and that will actually be an electronic notebook for them, so they can spend more time in the communities with better access to information. So as far as our preliminary program, or our 2017 to 2026 program, the majority of our program will be spent on state of good repair, and we actually lumped the facilities realignment in with the state of good repair. We were planning on doing a number of new facilities like the 54 division, as well as a number of renovations to facilities that really needed an overhaul. We're actually going to be reframing that in the future through our facilities realignment and actually putting those facilities where they need to be, being more thoughtful in terms of what those facilities look like, but still putting them in a state of good repair and making them modernized to support the modernization of the service and the changing service delivery model. So 89% of our request for 2017 is actually for state of good repairs, and 11% will start funding some of the enhancements that we require in terms of that will allow us to provide better service delivery or information to our members. In terms of our backlog, we have actually been monitoring the backlog over the last few years. And so based on our current program, we are looking at reducing the backlog by 2026 through a number of different activities. But this backlog listing, which right now is mostly facilities-related repairs, will be reviewed on an annual basis as the facilities realignment work continues. There's no point in going into a facility and fixing it up if you know you're going to be replacing it. So really, those two projects are going to be hand in hand over the next few years. Just to give you a breakdown in terms of where our funding comes from, 43% of our program is actually funded from debt. 48% is funded from our reserve. So that's why it's incredibly important for that reserve to be maintained at levels that are required to support the ongoing equipment needs of the organization. The reserve is really used for replacement. And certainly when decisions are made to enhance capital equipment and capital requirements, we do look at the future cost of those requirements, which includes the contribution to the reserve and the ultimate draw out of that reserve. And then finally, our preliminary impact on, of the capital program, we are looking at some increases over the next few years that will be the result of information technology related implementation. Everybody knows that information technology and computer equipment costs a lot of money to implement, but it also costs money to maintain. But certainly with any decision that's made, the overall total cost of ownership is considered, and any opportunity to reduce the operating budget impact is taken into account, both at the time of implementation as well as on an annual basis. Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Parking? Okay. So I'll now take you quickly through our the operating budget for our parking enforcement unit. So parking enforcement works very closely with the City of Toronto. Our piece is the enforcement of bylaws piece. So there's a number of objectives, the most important of which are assisting in the safe and orderly flow of traffic and ensuring that any bylaw that is implemented by the City of Toronto Council is enforced. So in terms of how the operations are organized, the Toronto Police Service is responsible for enforcement, the actual enforcement program, so that's the enforcement of the bylaws, as well as the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer program. We provide the training and oversight of that program. We are part of city operations related to city parking enforcement and operations, and what I'm presenting to you today is just the budget for the police parking enforcement unit piece. So revenues are collected and accrued by the City of Toronto, and they are actually impacted by a number of different initiatives. Any initiative that's put forward by City Council will impact the revenues that accrue to the city. So that's any bylaw changes, any increased fines initiatives, any specialized programs. And there's also enforcement levels, and a lot of those are driven by behavior, the public behavior. So if everybody decides to follow the parking bylaws, then revenues will also obviously go down. So in developing the 2017 operating budget for parking enforcement, much like we did with the service, we started with the pressures. The significant pressures were the initial administrative penalty system for the digital piece was actually going to be funded within the parking unit's operating budget. We also have increases in benefits as well as the salary settlement. So that would have produced an 8.5% increase. Through similar type of work, we actually worked with the city to fund the APS enhancements through the capital budget. The only difference that remains, or a $440,000 difference, will remain in the parking enforcement unit's operating budget, and that is to fund a contribution to the reserve for ultimate replacement of that digital equipment in 5 years' time. We also made some premium pay reductions, and we also looked at other budget reductions similar to what was provided or done in the service. So we actually came down by 6.74%. So now we're looking at a budget increase of 1.72%. So essentially, in terms of the summary, what that budget increase funds is the increased benefits and the collective agreement, as well as approximately $400,000 increase to the contribution to the reserve for the APS digital equipment. So that's it as far as parking goes.
And we have also got a board budget. We'll be very short. Sandy coming up and present the board budget.
Is this the police services? Okay. Which report is this, sorry?
Board budget.
The Toronto Services Board budget, which is separate than the services and the parking and the court.
We can just do Q&A on that one, if that's okay.
That'll be fast.
We've already had 45 minutes, so we'll just do Q&A on that. Okay. Anyway, let's open it up to questions. We'll start with Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. I'll try to, hopefully I can get some quick answers because I've got a lot of questions. How much is presumptive illness costing the service?
This is the new presumptive.
WSIB claims? I believe it applies to the police. I know it definitely applies.
Our WSIB runs at around $8 million, I think.
Yeah.
Your which?
$8 million for...
No, but presumptive illness is a portion of that. Is it regulatory change? I believe it applies.
No, it does apply. It definitely applies to us. I just don't have the number, but I can certainly provide it.
Yeah, we don't have the number.
Did you get that for me?
We can, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. This is probably a very small number, but what's the impact of cap and trade
Of?
on the police service?
Yeah, looking it up.
You get that for me?
Yeah.
Crossing guards, what's the total number of hours that police officers spend
Reported,
service-wide doing crossing guard duties?
reported, I think, was about 35,000 hours.
Okay.
But that's just reported. This is where we actually have an officer attend when the crossing guard doesn't show up.
So 35,000 hours.
Reported, but a lot of it
Times.
doesn't get reported.
Right. Okay. How many boats do you have?
I think we've got about 25 in our...
25 boats?
Well, they're not just, there's different types of water vehicles, and they range from big boats to little boats, depending on what we...
Thanks, that was helpful. You showed that slide with how the collective agreement, the COLA, had an impact over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So from 2006 to 2016, what was the percent increase? Was it as a result of the collective agreement, and what was the inflationary rate in that time? Do you know that?
The inflation probably ran around, I would say, probably about 2%.
Per year, so that would be 20%.
Yeah, let's say that, but it gets a cap on it. But the actual increase was about 250 over 750, so it's a third.
33%.
33%.
Yeah. Okay. Number of tickets issued. How has that changed in the last 5 years?
It's gone down. Oh, you're talking POTs or POA?
POTs.
POTs, they've gone down.
By what percentage? Or actually, give by an absolute number?
We can get you that actual number from our dashboard, and we'll provide that.
And would you have any input as to the reason for that? The decrease?
Can we include that in the briefing note?
Sure.
I'm not
That's fine.
guessing at answers.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to suggest that it has something to do with Versadex, but
Did at the beginning, certainly going to the new system, because we had the printers right in the cars, and they could actually online tickets. But I'd like to be able to give you a more
that's
fulsome
fine.
explanation.
How many people are on long-term disability?
So how many people?
Long-term disability,
64.
yeah,
64.
65.
Okay, 65. And do they still have their badges?
No, the ones that are on
Long-term disability.
Long-term disability, I don't think so, but I can confirm.
Could you confirm that?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, and then I believe it's my last question, and we spoke about this, Tony, at when you came and briefed us, about statistics on the length of investigations. We always, in the newspapers anyway, we hear a lot of criticism directed at the service because crime has gone down, but the budget hasn't. And my concern is that the full story isn't really getting out, which is, if you have one less theft, that has a less of an impact than, and, let's say two fewer thefts and one more murder.
Right.
Right? Do you have, I don't think you keep stats on the length of these investigations, but do you have any inkling to do that?
We do keep information on investigations. So there's two factors there. One is the amount of time that we even have to spend on a scene has increased, and the type of crime has changed. So we're doing a lot of preventative stuff that people don't necessarily see, but certainly that impacts. And then the investigations themselves are becoming a lot more complex in terms of
Absolutely.
things that you have to do to bring people to justice, right?
So would you have any, will you be putting some sort of information together that you'd be releasing? Because I guess my question is, to have a full debate on the police budget, you need all the information.
I think
we're only
part of
really
the
seeing one side of
TTF
it.
is we've hired a communication specialist that will actually help us get those messages out, not only in terms of the amount of time, but also stuff that people can use themselves to work with us to keep the city safe, right? So we're definitely moving in that direction from a communications perspective.
Okay.
I can answer that, I can further elaborate. We are working on a set of numbers that we are publishing in near future.
Thank you. Councillor, I noticed you had a few briefing note requests. Just to make sure that, can you just maybe give them to us in writing? I know they may end up doing them, but just, yeah, just jot them down and bring them here so we can at least get them printed up, just so.
Mr. Burbidge, I do have one answer on the WSIB. We're self-insured. We're a Schedule II employer. So our total cost in 2016 was 6.7, split up between 4.4 in actual payments and 2.3 in administration, highest administration rate. And in 2017, we were basically flat. It's going to be about 6.9 million. So we've done a pretty good job in terms of managing our workers.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll get you that. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
For sure. Thanks.
Write it up and we'll get it done. Councillor Carroll, next.
People down there. So I just want to underscore, because we touched on the timing with further operating efficiencies from the TTF at the beginning, and then we went into the operating budget. So just to be clear, one of the things is, Councillor Burnside is asking about contract increases. The current contract we're under was front-end loaded. We're into the lower years of increase now.
Absolutely.
Lower, in fact, than anywhere else in Ontario.
Yes, and in fact, it's probably gone down more than a point from where we were per year on average. The last year of that contract is 1.75%, so it's definitely going in the right direction.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So that's a help. The other thing is the TTF comes in the final report. People have had the interim report, and the low-hanging fruit is in this budget. The tougher stuff is what we will introduce at the board in January.
That's correct.
Right. So we will introduce something that creates savings. That, well, here, the timing's a little awkward, because here we'll be adopting a budget. But mostly what we'll be dealing with is things that take some big administrative changes and things like that, and therefore they have to be in the future budgets.
Exactly.
Okay. So things like the crime stats, there is a difficulty out there, because we are looking at a rise in extreme violent crimes, and there are two things going on there. Is there room in this budget for the open data concept that we discussed yesterday? We're going to flesh out our data sets so that people can actually begin to break it down. The time an officer spends, the levels of incidents, et cetera. That starts in earnest in 2017 as well, does it not?
Correct. We have yesterday's meeting, we had approved recommendation to move forward with that.
Right, so we have basic sets there now, but that's going to get a little more fleshed out. And I'm wondering if you can just unpack a little in TTF, because I think some people might think, yeah, no, is that really going to happen? But part of the issue here with gathering the data is knowing how much we spend on a shooting, on a murder, et cetera, where we'll see a change in who does what. Is really a big part of this. So you know, if it's a murder, the officer who arrives is staying there and takes over control of the site, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If it's my car was stolen, the arriving officer, if he's the important primary response unit, may not stay there. The task may be taken over by someone entirely different once he's made the site safe and made sure that the perp is not still there. That's where the big savings are going to come, is it not?
Yes, in terms of, we're going to have people that go to some of these calls that don't need use of force. They can basically handle the report, or we can actually have the person come to us, make an appointment at a station to do the report, or they can do online and do. So one of our things is to become much more customer-centric, and
Right.
in terms of their ability to actually report and actually help us with the less serious calls. Some of those calls we're obviously going to have to go to.
Right, and so while we are seeing a reduction in officers, what we are going to see is officers actually being able to target more of their time and energy on the more serious calls, which is not what's being reflected in the telephone town halls that people are hearing right now. That's the communications challenge.
So this is where we're going from primary to priority.
Yes.
So those, tier 1, 2, 3 calls are going to be the most important calls, and we're going to attend those and prioritize those calls.
And if that savings pans out, we'll see that in the 2018 budget?
So
Or will it take a little?
part of this is cost containment, because remember, as we transform, stuff still keeps going up in price. If we make investments in technology, remember, the investment is not just one time. There's an ongoing cost to actually keep that equipment and replace the equipment, maintain the equipment. So we're going to keep a very close eye on it. But yeah, the reality is to try to be as fiscally responsible as we can, recognizing the challenges that the city itself is facing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors for questions? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a year ago, the deputy chief was here. I'm just wondering what kept the chief away from coming to the budget committee today.
He's not well, and he wasn't well
Unwell.
yesterday either.
That's a reasonable,
think I gave him
that's a
a-
reasonable,
And actually, he was between Councillor and myself, and we're probably both feeling a little...
not that we don't appreciate your answers. So the level of officers is down fairly dramatically from 2011. To what do you attribute the increase in shootings and homicides?
A lot of it is
Be
gang-related.
candid.
Gang-related. And that's something that we're trying to address. And the fact that we've got to get out into the community more, and we're actually having programs. We had the neighborhood program that we actually had a presence in the community. And then we've got to gauge whether those things actually work. We're not going to we're going to try things, and with good research, and see if we can make a difference. But where it doesn't make a difference, I think we have to be, strong enough to sort of say, okay, we're not going to do it anymore. We're not just going to keep doing it, right? And try something else. But the chief is well aware, and that's on his radar in terms of trying to get that under control.
So you have fewer officers, and does that mean you have fewer officers in those communities?
What we're trying to do through the transformation is actually move, so as an example, the transit unit, which was dedicated to transit enforcement, there was 80 officers in that unit. We're actually taking those officers off of that and returning them to the divisions so that those divisions have more officers to actually deal with the calls that they're getting. So we're trying to get people, we kind of behind a desk and put them on the front line unless they have to be behind a desk, either because of an accommodation or because we need that uniform expertise in that area. We're really trying to reduce the number of people that are in, officers that are in an office.
But so I'll just ask the question again. Does the chief of police, does he feel that he has enough officers on the street to deal with the increased crime, the increased shootings?
That's a question that I think the chief of police would be best.
Maybe he can send me an email. That would
Yes.
be good. All right. Now, we can make the brief real quick. Corporate Services Command.
Yes.
Is that a department division with mostly civilian employees, or how is that staffed?
Yeah, it's almost all civilian.
It's almost all
It's HR, it's finance,
Right.
it's IT.
Okay, so is it almost exclusively civilians?
It will be almost all civilian when we finish our work on the transforming corporate support.
There's a lot of talk in Toronto about traffic incidents where pedestrians are being injured and killed. And I'm wondering, you must keep statistics on the number of those incidents and the number of charges that are laid, and I would assume that charges laid means culpability with that on the part of the driver. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, we've actually had, I think, about 75 fatalities this year.
And do you, and 75 fatalities, how many, do we know how, does the police, because the police does not have this, the police do not have this on their website. I'm wondering what's the total number of incidents and the total number of charges. Does that information available?
We can definitely get it to you.
It's available, okay. There's $40 million in premium pay. What is premium pay?
So premium pay is basically overtime when an officer is on a call and that call runs past the shift.
Right.
So that's overtime. That's
I know you've reduced that by $2 million.
well, no, we've actually reduced the whole premium. So premium pay is overtime, callbacks. So the callbacks is a special a project or a special event where we need additional officers, who, on their day off, we call them in and we pay them time and a half. And probably the biggest portion of what we call premium pay is court, attendance at court. That probably represents about half of our premium pay budget.
Okay. And I think that that's it for my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Nunziata.
Thank you. So I'm glad to hear that, because this was brought up previously at board meetings when I was there, the officers that are, uniform officers that are behind the desk, you're putting them now on the street, which is very important. That was brought up numerous times from the previous board. So what is the percentage of uniformed officers that you do have that are behind the desk?
We could probably, we don't have that right now, but we could certainly provide it to you.
Okay, so previously, there was the number of reports that came through the board, the KPMG report, number of reports when Chief Blair was there. What's happened to those recommendations? Have they been implemented at all, or have they been deferred?
No, all those reports were actually looked at by the Transformational Task Force, and some of these reports went, like you said,
So it's incorporated into
they were
that
all looked at,
report?
and so instead of dealing with multiple reports, we're going to be dealing with one report, and that's the one from the TTF, that took
So-
all of those reports into account.
So you brought them forward into the transformation?
Yeah, and where it made sense, they've taken action and will be making recommendations, and where it's either not applicable anymore, or it doesn't make sense, or whatever, then they didn't do anything on those.
So is one of the recommendations, because I can't remember your report, are you looking at, when we were, at one time, the board was looking at, during the day, I think it was mainly during the days, to have, rather than 2 officers in a vehicle, have 1? What's
Yeah, that's
happened to
actually
that?
being looked at.
Is that being looked at?
That is one of the task subcommittees that's going to be looking at that, plus the shift, okay? Shift changes. So that will be, in fact, it's under the contract that the association and the board and the service review.
Okay. So when was, do you have any idea?
This will start once
'Cause
we
we've
start
talked
the
about it for
implementation
years
on
now,
the
right?
task force implementation plan.
Yeah? Okay. So in your presentation, you mentioned the number of reductions in civilians for the past 3 years in uniform officers. Can you tell me, what is your reduction in management staff other than uniform officers? What has your reduction been in the last 3 years?
Management staff, we reduced by, we would categorize senior officers organization, okay, which has about 160 people. About 4 years ago, we reduced that by 10%. We eliminated 18 positions, including a deputy chief, as part of that exercise, and that saved us just over $3 million.
So are you doing any further reductions in that?
We are basically looking at the way the organizational structure is structured, and if it means that more management positions would be reduced, we'll do that. But right now, it's too early to tell exactly what that's going to look like.
So will you be reporting that back in the
Absolutely.
next budget, part of?
Well, we'll be reporting on that through the actual TTF quarterly reports, status reports.
Okay, now, the task force, you said that it will be made, you'll be coming through the board in February, and then in February is an opportunity for deputations, right? So in the task force, I don't have the copy of the report, but if I recall, there were a number of divisions that were on the list to be slaughtered. One of them was 13 Division. So what I don't understand is if that was on the list and you haven't approved the recommendations, why are you putting money in the capital budget for work at 13 Division? Why are we investing in millions of dollars in working at a division that's on that list,
We're-
according to the task force, to be closed?
We're not actually putting any money in 13 Division. 13 Division is going through its own challenges now.
It's in the report.
It's in the task force report.
No, but in the capital, in your budget, it's here.
That's
It
from,
is here.
that's from the old program, and so we're definitely not going to be doing any work unless
What
it's
we
stated.
have before us is the old? We don't have the new?
I'm sorry, I don't have what you have in front of you, but, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, so Counselor, what we had is what we used to have in the city's program, or in our program that was reported to the city, was renovations and replacement of a number of different facilities. What we presented as part of the city's process, that's retained, but as what we've put forward to the board is one line item with about $170 million, which will be populated by the demand modeling analysis that's in the process of being conducted right now. So where 13 Division is in fact one of the facilities that we will not be replacing or we will be consolidating, those funds will come out of that program that's currently, a project that's currently at the city, and be reinvested in something else where it makes more sense.
So, but it's still on that list?
It's
with
still
all
on
the
the
others?
list as of right now, that's right.
Okay, and deputations are in February?
Right.
Okay,
Councillor.
thanks.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Yes. In July, the City Council passed, as part of the budget direction, this equity and economic impact lens to be put over our budgets. Was that something that the Toronto Police Service did to examine their budgets from a gender equity perspective? It's a gender equity lens. That's what was requested. And in the report back, a committee has reviewed several of the other budgets, and they don't appear to have comments for the Toronto Police Services budgets.
We did not as part of this process.
Okay. Can we get, I don't see anyone from the city manager's office, if the Toronto Police Services budget was included in that review, and if not, why not?
So through you, Mr. Chair, what we had was, what we gave to those members of the panel were where we had identified reductions. So really, the budget that they have,
So they only reviewed the reductions. They didn't review other budgets.
they reviewed all the reductions that were
Okay.
before us
Okay.
as a first step, so
But was the direction that came from council wasn't only for the reductions, it was also to review all the budgets with the gender equity lens?
there was a very long list of things for us to do, and so we were able to do the first part this year, give the time we had, which was
Okay.
assess reduction.
Okay, it's fine to say you ran out of time. It's
It's a lot of work.
I can appreciate that.
Restructure the system.
On the lifeguard program, the lifeguard and the crossing guard, I think I get it. I understand that perhaps it shouldn't be within the purview of Toronto Police. I do, and I think that you might be correct in that. What I'm concerned about is the point on the bottom of page 19, where the handoff from TPS to PF&R is actually going to cost the city $700,000 a year. Am I reading that correctly, or am I incorrect? In 2015, we reviewed what it would cost for PF&R to take on the lifeguards, and it's actually quite a bit more, about $750,000 more. Page 19 of the TPS analyst notes.
My understanding is that, yes, the city did look at it. Their lifeguard rates are higher than our lifeguard rates, so it would cost more. I wasn't aware of exactly how much more, but it will cost more.
And then I can't really understand the crossing guard notes here. This transfer, the alternative delivery programs that were examined in 2015. Was all this done as part of the core service review? No. What started this process? Why in 2015 did we go through this, and why is it coming back?
I believe there was a number of motions directing us to look again at a number of these issues.
Okay.
There was court security, there was parking,
Yeah.
there were motions.
So yes, the original KPMG report, when it looked at, from the core service review, had identified these as non-core. So at the time, the recommendation was to move those budgets into the city's non-program budget so we could then assess the situation. That work was done in 15, and council recommended that they be moved back into the police budget.
So can someone explain to me on page 20, what will the cost difference be for the crossing guard program when it migrates from the TPS to, there's a couple divisions here it mentions, but what's the least expensive one? The crossing guard. Sorry, on page 20?
So the crossing guard program, as I understand it, the way it's being delivered at the moment by the police service, is there's both a direct service delivery component, i.e. the crossing guards, and there's an administrative oversight component. So the component that would be transferred over that's been identified by the task force is just the direct delivery costs and not the whole administrative infrastructure. So if that were to come to the city, then we would have to take that part on as well. It's a much higher cost than the part that's being delivered, that would be directed back to the city.
So can you tell me the numbers? What, what, is there an increase in the cost of delivering the service if it's migrated over to us?
Well, the assessment was done back in 2015. And at the time, sorry, I'm just looking for the reference portion here, but so there'd be about another half, our understanding is that there would be another at least $500,000 or so to deal with the administrative costs on page 20.
And will the Toronto Police be transferring the base amounts to these various departments of the cost, or do we now, is that now a pressure that we have in addition to?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that hasn't been determined yet, but yes, if it's just, one of the things, the budget guidelines that council approved this year was not to approve what we call side loading, things that just moved a budget pressure from one area to another.
Yeah.
And yes, so this would be something that would move from one budget arm to another budget arm.
Yeah.
And it would cause a pressure.
And so will that be flagged for us, just so we're clear? Because it's not clear now, A, what the cost will be, these additional costs will be. And I feel for them, because I think the programs are probably likely should be housed elsewhere. It's just they're delivering them cheaper.
Yes, so one of the things that we did highlight on page 20 of our opening presentation is that the board has passed a motion requesting us to fund $7.9 million of these, what I'll call transitional programs, the lifeguards and the crossing guards. So that's a request that will be before council. But the motion passed by the board was to fund these through our non-program budget, but there's no funding for that. So it would be just moving part of the budget from one area.
So it is side-loaded.
Thanks,
Yes,
Council.
it is.
So if I could, sorry, if I can just correct, my understanding based on the assessment was that it'd be about $1 million difference if it were moved to transportation and another $500,000 for administrative support, 1.5 million more for the city to deliver the crossing guard.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go next. Any other outside councilors? I didn't see any. Oh, Deputy Mayor McConnell.
Yes, I have several questions. Thank you. So with regards to the YIPI program, which is the Youth Employment Program for the summer, my understanding is that, how many students have you got in that now?
There's 150 in the summer program, and we
Right.
have an afternoon program as well.
And you have an afternoon program. Is that a new program, or is that,
That's a new program that's also funded by the province.
it's funded by the province? Okay. Maybe I can get some information on that?
Yes, for sure.
Because I don't think you've put anything in for your poverty reduction, and that was part of it. The YIPI program expanded last year, or was it
No, it's probably about 2-3 years ago.
3 years ago? Perfect. And there's no further expansion at the moment? You're happy with
Not that
150?
not that we're expecting.
Okay. On your mental health initiative, is the mental health initiative in all divisions now, or how many divisions are you short in? what I'm referring to, you know what I'm referring
Yes,
to? Yeah.
to the public, not internal mental health,
No, the public, yes, sorry, the working of a mental health nurse along with a police officer.
We are looking at that whole program. We had quite a discussion yesterday at the board. There was quite a
Okay.
discussion at the board meeting on it, and certainly there's a commitment to that. But also, because we do a lot of different things, I think the issue is how effective those things really are in terms of our ability to interact with people in crisis.
Okay.
And so, you know, we're doing it, but are they actually working? So.
Yes,
That
well, it's certainly
discussion and that
working in
program
ours.
Moving forward, because it's very hard to measure.
Yeah.
Like the success of any initiatives we undertake.
And it may be different in different areas of the city. In 51 Division, it's very, very successful. On tasers, have you included the cost of expansion of tasers, or are you,
So our program includes $750,000 to expand the rollout of tasers to frontline officers as a less lethal use of force. But however, we are committed to doing a public consultation before any commitment is made to actually buying additional
so
tasers.
you got $750,000 sitting there?
Yes.
Okay. On your capital facilities, so you have two, which ones are you amalgamating of? 54 and?
Right now, the first one is the first ones up are 54 and 55.
54, 55. And how much money have you got in for that amalgamation?
It's about
38.
About 38 million.
About 38 million, and, okay. And then 14, what's the other one? Sorry.
The other ones, I think, what we're looking at right now, from the interim report, things have changed. We've got a report that was done by an analytical firm that looked at demographics in terms of not only what the city looks like today, but down the road, where growth is actually occurring. And so that is going to actually help us decide where to strategically place our bricks and mortar so that we can
Yes.
be ready, right?
Right.
What we are committed to, though, is a significantly lower facilities footprint, so fewer divisions.
Yes, okay. And in terms of the court security upload that was to occur over a period of time, I note that this year it's reduced 4.3 because there's less security guards that are needed to be funded. I mean, I know that. Are we finished with that program? Is that fully, or how much longer is that program?
2018
Okay.
is when it's done,
Okay, so we've got one more year after this?
after 17.
And then security
So then we'll be up
of courts
to-
is off us?
Yeah, no, they're subsidizing a portion of it. Remember, our court security budget is probably, or court services budget is probably in the range of 60 to 65 million.
Yep.
With the upload, we're probably going to get, and it's probably a little bit lower now, we were scheduled to get 45 million, but because we've reduced the number of court security officers, it'd probably be about $2 million less than that.
So there'll still be an additional, sorry,
So we're still looking at an additional, I'd say, $10 million over the next 2 years on court security that
okay.
we're going to get.
Okay, okay. And my last question has got to do with body cameras. I see that there's still a lot of issues around body cameras in terms of storage and all of those sorts of things. Are body cameras included in your capital for 17?
What's included is, we went through a pilot project that did identify with two vendors, some technological as well as other problems with, and so we couldn't make a commitment to either one of those vendors.
Okay.
But and sort of the landscape has changed as well. Cloud computing was not available to us in Canada at that time. It is today.
Okay.
So what we have in our capital budget is $500,000 to really allow us to hire the right people and expertise to do this right. This is a significant investment that the city or the service and the city would have to make, both one time and ongoing. So we want to make sure that if we do make that investment, it's going to be done right, both short and long term.
Thank you,
So my-
Councillor. Sorry, we're a little over time. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you very much, and sorry if you've gone over this, if I could just get the quick numbers. From the global savings anticipated from the Transitional Task Force for 2017, what would those be?
45? So it'd be about $23 million from the hiring moratorium. but we also saved another $2 million in premium pay, so that's 25. And then we've got some bridging strategies in there as well.
And the lifeguards and the crossing guards, they're not part of the hiring moratorium?
No.
Are they? So that would be the extra 7.9 would be on top of that 25 million?
They're still in our budget, so
They're
there's a
still
real-
in your budget? Oh, that's really
Yeah,
good.
so there's no change.
Fantastic. And I guess the discussions as to if it were to move over, which department would take that on? It's very clear to me, Mr. Chair, that the lifeguards would go into the swimming program. Where would those crossing guard nest if the city were to take them on? Has any been discussion or thinking gone into that?
Through Mr. Budget Chair, it hasn't been determined yet, but it could likely either be a non-program or somewhere in transportation. It hasn't been determined yet.
So transportation, and then there'd be the overall kind of administration for that? It would be a new setup? And you're anticipating the cost of setting up brand-new administration would be how much?
So as Josie said, about $500,000 for administration, $1 million pressure for service delivery. So the total program would be about $1.5 million.
Sorry, the total program for?
Cost increase over and above what we estimated in the past would be about $1.5 million.
The cost increase.
Yes.
And that is for both or for one?
I believe it's $1.5 million for crossing guards, $500,000 for lifeguards.
For lifeguards. So overall, $2 million increase over the 7, okay? Now we're just going to the amalgamation of 54 and 55 in your budget, and you've indicated you have $38 million in redevelopment funds that have been set aside. I think they've been in there for a while, have they not?
They have been. The board actually deferred moving forward on that in 2015.
Right.
And 16, we carried it forward. So, yeah, it's been in there probably for about, well, first of all, it was for a new 54 division.
Right.
What's in the budget now is a consolidated 54, 55 division.
And that's at 38 million. And who would build that? You'd build that, or the city facilities builds that?
We would.
And do you have a public process that you typically have with the redevelopment of a site?
Yes. Any new building that we've built, there's always been both a public consultation process with the community.
And so just around the land that both of those buildings sit on, 55 currently and 54 on Cranfield, are those city-owned properties underneath Police Division?
Yes, and they're actually city-owned, and they would be returned to the city.
So, okay, very good. And now I'm going to ask the facilities chief. So those properties would come back to the city. I just want to be clear, your 38 million does not include the land value of the current sites. You haven't budgeted that land value into your 38 million. Those are strict capital dollars that you have, or have you included that?
Yeah, it's a straight cost for, does it include the land, though?
Yes.
It includes everything.
Yeah.
No,
Value of the
it
land.
includes your purchase if you have to purchase new land. But what I'm saying is your budget of 38 million doesn't include a capture of the land value for either of the sites that you're leaving.
Right, that goes back to the city. It's
That
got
goes
nothing to do with
completely
us.
back to the city,
We don't get any credit for that,
or any money.
or any money. Money would be better, actually.
So, but I don't want to encourage that either. So just over to you, Head of Facilities, Ms. Scioli, that the land, the current sites then, when that happens for 54 and 55, would they be turned over to Build Toronto? Or could the city essentially, since they've been lands that have been in, I'll call it the public service for many years, is there any thought to maintaining them as a social sites that the city might want to use for its own purposes? Planned what you're doing yet?
Through the chair, we haven't determined anything with those sites at this point in time, so the discussion still needs to be had with the appropriate folks. And to your point, Councillor, it could be either or, and it could be looked at for other city requirements, for sure.
And who are,
Thank you, Councillor. That's your time, unfortunately.
I'll ask.
5 minutes. Turn around and ask. Councillor Davis?
If I heard correctly, the transfer of the, both crossing guards and the lifeguards are going to cost more for the city. Is that correct? Because I know my son was a lifeguard, a beach lifeguard, and
Yes.
the recreation lifeguards get paid more.
Yes, because our recreation lifeguards are unionized, whereas the police ones are not, so the pay is higher, and that's why the cost would be higher.
No, that's, they also are 40-hour-a-week jobs, which are important. But what I wanted to ask, have you looked at the actual program delivery? Because my son was a beach lifeguard, and they're quite integrated with the Marine unit, and they use the boats, and they're out on the water in different ways than regular lifeguards.
So the translation-
Has anyone really looked at the program and like what is required? Because they're quite different functions.
All I can say is that the task force did look at both programs, including the lifeguard, and determined that they were not core services to the police service, and therefore made a recommendation to divest itself.
Okay, so it's just offload. Nobody's really looked at the functions being performed. and how
I'm
they're-
assuming that they did that as part of their
I
review.
haven't seen anything that shows the rationale for doing this other than cost.
All I can say is that it was
Is
a
the
recommendation that came
rationale-
from the task force.
Did the task force provide any rationale other than cost, not core service?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, somebody needs to look at it because it's quite a different job, and it's integrated with the Marine unit. They use boats and all kinds of different approaches. But for 54 and 55, what are your timelines? Are you actively seeking new properties? Because we've been looking for the last 10 years for property in that area, and there has been nothing, certainly that's public, other than one site which apparently has been rejected.
So we're working very closely and have started working closely with city real estate to actually try and identify some suitable options that we could look at.
So that's been happening for 10 years, too. So I guess I just want to know, if the timeline is as soon as this budget is approved, or,
Yes?
okay.
Yes, and you know, because it's an amalgamation, the catchment area might be a little bit broader in terms of where we can actually put a facility, but certainly that's something that we're actively going to be doing and following the process.
Okay. Well, I've talked to the local officers, and I know where they're looking. It's going to be very difficult without a lot of money to purchase private land to locate a larger amalgamated facility. But you're starting to do it right away.
Yes.
Are you requiring a different size facility now that it's amalgamated than the,
That's all information that's going to be coming out of the task force. We want that, we don't think we need as large of a facilities that we've had in the past because of technology and other things that we can now use. And so really our commitment is to find an optimal size that is fiscally responsible but doesn't get in the way of us being able to provide service. So right now, the task force would be working on exactly how big it is, how it's going to be configured, how it's going to relate to the community. All of that is going to be part of that process, and the community will be involved in that.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. We're going to go to just questions of the Toronto Police Services Board. Are there questions on the Toronto Police Services Board? And if you could maybe hand out, I know there was you had a presentation, but if we could just hand that out quickly. So we're going to distribute the, we're just doing questions on the police board, but they do have a deck for us.
It's a very small budget compared to the service.
I understand that, but again, we are just doing questions, we're not having a presentation.
And you present that?
We're not doing a presentation, we're just asking questions.
Okay. All right, just questions, okay.
Councillor Nunziata has questions?
The Police Services Board is coming forward with an increase,
Yes.
and?
Basically, there's primarily one reason for the increase. We were required as a result of minutes of settlement agreed to in an Ontario Human Rights Commission's case to retain an independent expert to review the board's policies and the services, practices, procedures, and training in relation to how we deal with transgendered people, and that was at a cost of $55,000. So that in combination with the $12,000 expenditure we've just approved related to street checks has pretty much been the reason for the increase to our budget, 0.3% increase.
So that's just a one-time funding, and you've increased your budget? You couldn't find it within your budget?
We were not able to, and as much as we know that $55,000 is what we require next year, it's possible that the review that this $55,000 expenditure covers will result in additional costs in future years, but we don't know them at this time.
Okay, so how many staff members are on the board, in the board office?
6 members. We went down to 6 in 2015. That was a permanent reduction. And
Well,
then we
that
also-
was the driver, yes.
It was 7 before, and now we have 6, and then we also pay for the salary of the chair and the remuneration of the appointed members on the board.
So you have 6 members?
6 members.
Okay. Which is the executive director, senior advisory policy, board administrator, researcher, administrative assistant, executive assistant.
Right.
So if I'm looking at the job descriptions of all 6, there seems to be an overlap on some of the duties from one to another. So is it, you know, like,
So
these positions are, for example, researcher, are they researching every day, 5 days a week? Cannot some of the board staff work together and you can reduce one staff?
There is overlap.
Because there's a lot of duplication here on what the duties are. So,
There
yeah.
are. And we are actually doing a staff review early next year to look at this. One of the staff positions is currently vacant due to a resignation late this year. That's the executive assistant position. So we are looking at.
So there's a resignation this year?
There was but we are, that's,
Which one? Which one?
yes.
So you only have 5 now?
But we are a complement of 6. We are in.
No, so if you have a complement of 6, you only have 5, 1 is resigned, you're reviewing that, so why do you have to increase your budget? Why can't you reduce your budget and not add that in because you have 1 position that's vacant?
We have found that in terms of the workload pressures, that we do not believe we can continue to sustain the office without that position being filled at some point.
Yeah, but you just said that some of the job description is duplication.
In terms of
if you look at the job description, a lot of them are duplicating.
In terms of the types of responsibilities, there might be overlap between the different positions, but in terms of workload,
So if we were to reduce your budget to what you bring forward and take that 55 out, so then you would just have to find it wherever you want to. If you don't want to reduce
the $55,000
position,
for the extra retention of the expert.
yeah, then you just reduce it within your existing budget. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions on the board? Councillor Carroll?
Part of the issue here is not just the staff that regularly supports the board, but if we want to do anything to meet community initiatives, we can't just sort of scoop it out of the Toronto Police Service budget necessarily,
No.
can we?
And in fact, we've heard from board members that it's important to them to often be doing things apart and independent from the service. Our researcher does a lot of community outreach, for example. That's something that's important to the board. And while the service does similar initiatives, it's from the services perspective and not necessarily from the boards.
Right, so some of the stuff we have to do, some of the stuff they have to do. Or for instance, we've been carrying for a long time, we've been carrying a significant legal expense around the carding policy.
Right.
Now we're dealing with the province's regulated interaction. We should see
If there is a reduction in relation to that specific project, the only ongoing cost right now is the $12,000 that was just approved to hire a criminologist to look at some of the social science evidence, to talk about whether or not there is value to street checks, to carding, so.
Right, and that one, on his way out, the board solicitor recommended we do that.
Yes.
Pacer recommended we do that, and that tracking, there's another layer to that, isn't there? The organization that's going to do it, to maintain their objectivity, they literally can't take funds directly from a police service.
The
that
American
they're
organ,
studying.
yes.
It had to come from the board.
Right.
So there's a lack of discretion there. And then lastly, yesterday, for instance, the other one, it's coming out of a suit, but I can't remember if it was against the service of the board, but doing the transgender expert yesterday, that one is a bit unique. Can that come out of our budget, or that has to?
That is coming out of our budget, and that's imposed on us through a settlement. There's really no ability
Right,
not to.
so it's imposed on us, and, you know, the judge says, do this, you've got to do this.
Right.
Yes, okay. And that's where the real fluctuation in this board comes. The six have been the six for a pretty long time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. And we are done the police. We are now moving on to the Board of Health. The Board of Health. I believe the Board of Health is next. Yeah, Toronto Public Health, what am I saying? Sorry, Toronto Public Health. There were no questions. I know. We're just dealing with a few technical challenges at the moment, I believe. Yeah. We had that problem with one of the other divisions.
Okay, well, we'll start without it. Hopefully, we'll get it.
And just to confirm, we have about 20 minutes for the presentation.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dr. Barbara Yaffe. I'm the Acting Medical Officer of Health. I introduce Councillor Mihevc to my right, who's the Chair of the Board of Health. Shirley McPherson, the Director of Finance and Admin, who's fighting with the computer. And Riaz Katra, the Manager of Finance. So I'm going to be giving you a quick overview of Toronto Public Health Services, our performance, key issues, preliminary operating budget, and capital budget and issues. I believe you have the presentation in front of you, hopefully. So I just want to start by saying that our mandate of public health is directed by the province under the Ontario Public Health Standards, Health Protection and Promotion Act. But we affect every single person in the city. We touch the lives of people starting from preconception all the way to seniors. And our mandate is to improve the health of the population, keep people healthy, and reduce inequities. And if you look at the next slide, basically, public health has a huge return on investment, but it takes time. The average lifespan of Canadians has increased by more than 30 years in the last 100 years, and a good proportion of that is attributable to advances in public health. And so just a few examples on that page. Immunization of children for measles, mumps, and rubella actually saves $16 in healthcare costs. Fluoridated water saves $38 in dental care. Tobacco prevention saves $20 in future health costs. And early childhood development programs save up to $9 in health, social, and justice services. So we're all about prevention and keeping people healthy. Our program map shows you the major organization of our services, including chronic disease and injury prevention, family health programs, which start from prenatal all the way into up to age 6, infectious diseases, environmental health, which is food safety and health hazard, and emergency preparedness for public health emergencies like pandemic and emergencies with public health impact. Our funding, our 2016 budget gross was $244.1 million. 71% of that is cost shared, programs that are mandated by the province, and they are cost shared 75% by the province, 25% by the city. And I'd like to point out that we are one of 10 health units in Ontario that the province has identified as underfunded with respect to equity funding and meeting needs. So, for example, in 2016, the province approved a 1.3% increase in our budget for unmet needs, whereas the city approved 0.6%, forcing us to return over $770,000 of approved funding to the province. The second component of our budget is 100% city funded. That's 7% of our budget, and it's two programs, low-income dental and student nutrition. And the third component is 100% provincially funded. That makes up 20% of our budget, and it's funded things like Healthy Smiles Ontario, early childhood programs for hearing and vision screening, tobacco control, AIDS and sexual health info line, to name a few. On the next page, you'll see the organizational chart for public health for 2017. The following one shows the staffing trend, excluding capital positions. And other than the significant, oh, there it is, the significant reduction. Oh, whatever, it's good enough. Significant reduction in 2012. To meet reduction targets, our staffing has been essentially, the numbers have been relatively flat since then. In 2017, there is a net reduction of 24 FTEs from efficiency reduction options. The Board of Health has recommended position changes that include adding 13.5 FTEs for immunization and food safety. These are not included in the preliminary operating budget. In terms of our vacancy analysis, our gapping target is 5.1%, which is equivalent to 97 positions. You can see that at the end of the year, we're projecting 126 vacancies. I want to point out that about 80 of those are temporary vacancies. There are incumbents who are on leave, primarily nurses on maternity leave, and we anticipate filling about 22 nurse positions early in January, so we should be very close to our gapping target in the budget. What are the drivers, behind the vacancies? First of all, we were holding vacancies at the beginning of the year, at the end of last year, to help achieve our gapping target, and there have been delays in processing organizational complement changes. Hiring strategies, we've been very successful with an open house for public health nurses in September, and posting to pre-qualify and create a pool to hire from. Operating budget variance at the end of September, underspending is primarily in salaries and benefits. And as I said, by the end of the year, we expect 126 positions vacant, but again, by the beginning of next year, most of those will be filled to give us the gapping target. Key service accomplishments for 2016, given the time, I will not go into these in great detail other than to say we respond to approximately over 40,000 cases and contacts of various infectious diseases, including tuberculosis, meningitis, salmonella, 350 outbreaks. We provide immunization in schools and in the general public. We conduct food premise inspections. You'll see the Dine Safe signs on the restaurants. And we apply larvicide in 120,000 catch basins to help prevent West Nile virus. We designed and implemented a full-scale emergency exercise to test our mass immunization clinic plan. And also, we have provided chronic disease and injury prevention services in 207 priority schools. And family health, we've provided dental care to almost 19,000 children, 17 and under, and as well as 11,000 seniors. And as well, in partnership with the Toronto Central Local Health Integration Network, we have supported the development of the first Toronto Indigenous Health Strategy. Moving on, then, key service issues and priority actions. The core public health requirements are not being met in Toronto Public Health. So the Board of Health has recommended some new funding for 3 programs. The first one being immunization. Immunization of School Pupils Act, which requires us to assess the immunization record of every student in every school in Toronto and make sure they're up to date. We are at this point only doing it for one cohort, the grade 2s. And the province has added some new vaccines, a new immunization information system that's complex and requires us to do it in private schools as well. The second one is to implement year 3 of a 5-year enhancement to the Urban Health Fund, which works with on high-risk sexual and substance misuse behaviors. This was previously approved by the board and council, and we're trying to focus more on youth resiliency and Indigenous-led organizations now. Thirdly, we're not meeting the requirements for food safety and health hazard inspection. We are finding more pressure in this program with more special events, with multiple food vendors, and more inspection time required with the implementation of healthy menu food choices. And we know that public health inspections reduce conditions associated with foodborne illness. On the average, 1 in 6 of us will get a foodborne illness every year. In addition, there is an emerging issue, which I'm sure you've heard in the media, about increasing opioid use and overdose, and we are now developing an overdose action plan, prevention action plan for Toronto. In terms of business modernization, Our focus has been very much on implementation of wireless technology for the TB program, immunization, and for our public health inspectors, so that they're out in the field, they have access to the information they need, it's more efficient, and it's better customer service. Going into our preliminary operating budget and plan for 2017 to 19. The key points really are that the base pressures, including salaries and cost of living increases for 2017 equate 1.1 million net, or 1.9% pressure on our budget. Our efficiency reduction options that we have put forward will not affect service levels. So our preliminary budget is 0.4% below the 2016 net operating budget. And this does not include the new and enhanced services recommended by the Board of Health. The preliminary operating budget and the board recommended budget have the same base budget and reduction options. The board recommended new and enhanced proposals are required to meet key service issues and our public health standards set by the province. So in terms of our board recommended new and enhanced, the three programs I mentioned, the Urban Health Fund, immunization, and health hazard and food safety, the total net impact in 2017 of these three enhancements is $229,000. They are cost shared by the province, which would kick in 75% of the funds. It would involve an addition of 13.5 FTEs and result in our operating budget being 0.02% lower than the approved 2016 budget. I'd like to just point out on the right side where the money comes from. You can see 73% of our funding comes from the province. The next slide shows the preliminary operating budget summary organized by our major service areas based on the program map. And you can see a reduction of 34.1 FTEs, 24 of which are efficiencies. 10 are due to changes in capital or capping of provincially funded programs requiring a reduction in FTEs. In terms of base changes, focusing on the net budget, here you can see that, again, they're related to cost of living increases and other adjustments from 100% funded programs being capped, and some changes in user fees. And dental revenue changes from the province uploading. Next slide. Actions to achieve our budget reduction target. We did a very detailed line-by-line budget review and achieved some reductions, but again, not really, after years of cuts, there isn't much there to cut without affecting service. A small cut to facilities and fleet. 311, this reduction reflects the actual level of service provided to Toronto Public Health. 81% of our calls received by 311 are actually transferred to our intake line because of personal health information privacy and health expertise. So we will continue to pay about $30,000 for emergency after-hours service to 311. We're also increasing the user fee for food handler certification and training to make it a full cost recovery program, and this involves an increase of about $57,000 net. Summarizing the user fee changes then, the second one there is the one I just mentioned, the food handler certification fee increasing. The other one is a small inflationary increase in our other user fees of $1.4 thousand net. 2018 and 19, here you can see the incremental increases. The big one there is salary and benefit increases of $4.9 million, which includes all collective agreement and city employee salary increases year over year on a gross basis. The next chart shows you Board of Health recommended as compared with the preliminary operating budget. And the bottom line is that the preliminary budget is minus 0.4%, or 0.4% below the 2016 operating net budget. When you add the new and enhanced recommended by the Board of Health to address unmet core needs, it reaches 0.02% below the 2016 net budget. This slide refers to the student nutrition program. The Toronto Public Health operating budget excludes any enhancements to the student nutrition program other than inflationary costs to existing programs, because this program is not a mandated program by public health. It is done by public health on behalf of the city. So this would be year 5 of 6-year enhancement to the municipal funding of student nutrition as approved by City Council. And it involves increasing the proportion of funding so that the city's providing 18% of the budget for the existing schools. There are about 565 schools or communities currently served. And it also increases the number of schools served. Actually, that's an error. It's 48, not 49. Which would increase their budget, the total city budget being contributed to over $12 million to this program. Moving on then to capital. Virtually all our capital projects in public health have been IT projects. The one exception this year is the Scarborough Dental Clinic expansion and renovation. I'm not going to go through these in detail, just to say that they're to maintain state of good repair, service improvements, and meet legislative requirements. So, key capital issues. The Scarborough Dental Clinic has been very overcrowded, long waiting lists, and through this renovation, we're able to expand from 4 dental examination treatment rooms to 8 and increase the efficiency of the existing staff and also become AODA compliant. We're also hoping to implement a new dental information system to make the program more efficient. And for the huge family health and chronic disease programs, state of good repair changes to, and also make them AODA compliant. In the infectious disease area, this is the last year of a provincially funded capital project on a new information system for immunization and infectious diseases. And also looking at the implementation of an electronic medical record for sexual health clinics and needle exchange, and a data mart project so that we can get better access to planning across our programs and data. Major projects completed in 2016. Basically, as I mentioned before, a big focus on implementation of wireless technology across infectious disease, particularly TB, personal service settings like tattoo parlors and nail salons, and the Healthy Families, Healthy Living program and Healthy Environments. Our variance, capital budget variance, the projects are generally being implemented as scheduled. We have made some very positive changes in how we do our capital, and so as you can see, we think we'll be almost 94% spent by the end of the year. Preliminary budget for 2017 to 26. Most of the funding, as you can see, comes from debt. And it gives you the plan by project category over the next 10 years or so. Moving on. And you can see in 2016, the red, which is development charges, and the yellow, provincial federal funds, that is for the dental program. The provincial funds were for the infectious disease program, that's the last year. But we are using some development funds and reserves, the light blue, for the dental clinic renovation. And lastly, going into unfunded capital projects, We have prioritized, and these did not come up at the top, but they are important. And I want to particularly point out the venue and agency scheduling, which is something we had put forward previously around scheduling our staff for, particularly it came up in H1N1, scheduling a number of staff into emergency clinics. We had been referred into the gating process and that it was done by the city and we would not need to do it on our own. In fact, it turns out that because we are looking at scheduling of external staff like agency nurses and volunteers, that won't help us. So that's still in the unfunded list. Anyway, and that's it. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Absolutely right on 20 minutes. Wonderful. Yeah. On the third day of presentations, we appreciate your. No, we are actually going. No, we're going to questions. We're going to questions. We're going with respect. We're going to questions of staff, or sorry, of councillors to staff. Councillor, we'll begin with Councillor Campbell.
Thank you.
Yep, you're next.
How many people do you have staffing emergency preparedness?
I would have to get back to you with the exact number, but I think there might be 3 or 4.
Okay, so because there's an expenditure of, around $2.3 million, so I'm wondering what's done there, how many people are devoted to that, what kind of work do they do? I noticed that there are big jumps in a number of budget areas, chronic diseases and injuries, family health, there's a big jump. I think it's like 23%, 10% on chronic diseases. Why the big drop in public health foundations of $10 million?
We went through all of the various services and did a complete review of exactly where where different staff was actually focusing their time, and what we did was through that review, we reallocated the expenditures to where we felt they were better and best represent where the actual work was being focused on. So where we moved funding from, in 2016, from, in family health, we went up. But we felt that our staff was actually spending more time in those child health and family health oriented programs. So it is basically a work in progress as far as making sure that we are actually representing the services that we do in the right categories.
So you have 145 people in finance and administration. Why so many?
About approximately 60 of those are just in our IT area. We do all of the accounts payable purchasing work for Toronto Public Health in our finance area. I have a admin area that basically does facilities coordination as far as managing our 33 facilities that we have in Toronto. We have a Toronto Health Connection, which is our call center, which is within finance and admin. And we also have a payroll and complement management. So overall in that area, that represents about 8% of the total staff in Toronto Public Health.
How many people are at Toronto Public Health are frontline workers out in the field helping people, nurses and so on, and how many people are office and administration?
There are, let's see.
I can answer in general. I think that we calculated 86% of our staff are frontline, 10% are admin.
86 and 10 is 96. However, I'm not going to...
4% for corporate overhead.
Okay, all right, okay. My own experience with Toronto Public Health is limited to the cooling centers that I would see at the Civic Center, and I would see 2 people sitting there basically doing nothing for most of the day. I don't imagine that that is, typical, pardon me? Well, the nurses were from Toronto Public Health. I'm wondering if that, I understand that program is not continuing?
That program is run by the Office of Emergency Management, but it is part of the hot weather response plan. And we are recommending, the Board of Health is recommending that that program continue for one more year and be evaluated.
Okay, so I just want to jump back to emergency preparedness, because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. CFO, maybe you can correct me, we also, at the city, we have an Office of Emergency Preparedness, do we not? And so I'm wondering, why do we need, I would have to assume that there's an overlap and a duplication of efforts. Can anyone comment on that? Have you? Please.
Can I comment first? Actually, we are specifically mandated to do emergency preparedness in the public health standards. We do work closely with the Office of Emergency Management. So there, we collaborate. There isn't a duplication. I'll give you an example of the kind of work they did this past year. We're required to do a big exercise every year. This year we did a huge exercise on how to run a mass immunization clinic plan. And so that is something that the Office of Emergency Management would not be doing.
Okay, and just one last question, Mr. Chair. Under environmental health, you conducted 27,000 food premise inspections. How many people do you have inspected? 90% of high-risk food premises, et cetera, so that's laudable. How many people do you have out inspecting food premises? Restaurants, cafeterias?
I'd have to get back to you, Councillor. We have roughly 70 public health inspectors, but they also do health hazard, so I'm not sure of the breakdown, food safety versus health hazard, but I could get back to you with
It's a health hazard.
Health hazard is responding to rabies calls, dog bites, chemicals, spills, fires in funny smells.
Thank you for your
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on these, on the cooling centers. So from the presentation yet, and I don't know a lot about them, so from the presentation yesterday, it said that my understanding is that the target demographic isn't really using them. So that would kind of be the evaluation, wouldn't it? Or am I missing something?
Well, I think the target demographic is a lot of groups. It includes the homeless underhoused, it includes seniors, it includes children, it includes people who live in buildings that don't have access to air conditioning. And so there's no simple answer to that issue. That's why we need to look at it. And it's not, bless you, it's not, cooling centers are not going to be the be-all and end-all answer, but they are part of the response right now. And I know the Office of Emergency Management feels the numbers are low. I went there myself this summer, and there were about 4 or 5 people. I think part of the issue is how people know about it and where they go. I mean, there are a lot of other places they can go, they're not going. But I think it's too early to say they don't work. I think it's too early to say that that is not a very important part of the strategy for heat.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Keeping along those lines about part of what this heat strategy or hot weather strategy looks like, when was it first developed?
It was first implemented in 1999.
Okay. And has it been reviewed since? Do we look at it and review its implementation? And
There is a hot weather response committee, of course, so they review it every year, but they're more the implementation reviewers. At a strategic level, this would be, I believe, the first time it's been evaluated at a strategic level, and so I think that's important. And looking at the stakeholders as well, I think, people can die from heat, and we certainly don't want that to happen in Toronto. And so we need to look at what the right thing to do is.
Okay. On the Urban Health Fund, so this would be the third year of its implementation? And what kind of programs does it run?
You're correct, it's year 3 of a 5-year phase-in. We provide funding averaging between, used to be around $40,000, now $60,000 to $70,000 for each agency that's out there in the community that can reach the hard-to-risk, particularly youth, around AIDS and HIV prevention, substance use prevention, improving resiliency, and also we're going to try and work more with Indigenous communities, and really to help people not get into problems with drug use and STIs, HIV.
Presumably keeping them out of the healthcare system down the line in their life.
Absolutely, and keeping them out of the justice system as well, and the corrections. And
I'm certainly going to have some questions around the operational and support efficiencies in camera. And I think my colleague, Councillor Perks, will probably ask this question too. Maybe we can, I can just plant the seed and he can water it later on. The cost, the inflationary factor that was used for the student nutrition program, how did we come up with that number? What is it and how did we come up with it?
The number this year is 1.4%, and we come up with that based on actually a study we do we're mandated to do by the province called the Nutritionist Food Basket. And we go out to supermarkets and grocery stores in Toronto and buy a food basket of nutritious food and figure out how much it costs as compared to other years. So it's a standardized menu. And in some years, it's been up as high as 4 or 5%. This year, it's 1.4%.
See, that surprised me. And last year, we went through the same thing because the number seemed low. And because Canada-wide, the food inflation factor is quite a bit higher. Like, we're looking well north of 2. Last year, it was north of 3. And we were using a number under 2. So I'd be really curious to see how, if the methodology around this food basket is actually giving us the information we need to determine what the cost of food is. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata's next.
Good question. You mentioned in your presentation, it wasn't part of the presentation, but nail salons. So what is it that you do with nail salons? Do you inspect all of them? Because I've never seen anything on their windows. Huh?
Don't help me.
Because we just started licensing them.
That's correct.
Licensing, right?
That's right.
And because I had a concern on that they're not being inspected and they should be licensed. So I've never seen anything on there. So what are we doing with them?
Well, if you're not seeing a sign on them, please let me know, because we should be inspecting them. We are inspecting, I don't know, something like 2,000 nail salons a year. For infection prevention and control, it's to reduce the transmission of infections. That's the focus.
Well, the lack of sanitization and some of
That's part of it, absolutely.
But I've never seen those signs.
And the sign, it's called a body safe sign. We kind of based it on the Dine Safe, so green means they're,
Yeah, but I've never seen them at any of them.
That's not good.
Oh, okay.
Let me know which ones.
Yeah, well,
They're supposed to post
That's
it.
why I'm surprised that you said that,
Yeah.
because
The
I've
sign
never
might
seen
be, I mean, it's supposed to be visible, so I don't know. I'll follow up with your office then.
Yeah, I'll let you. You know what? I'm going to go and look again. Maybe, and I'll let you know. You've never seen them either? That's why I was surprised, because I know I'm the one that put the motion through licensing last year to have them licensed, because previously they were not licensed, right? So I don't know. Anyway, in the council, in the briefing that we had, you had a list, and I'm trying to look for it. I can't find it. Maybe you had a list on some of the closures, and one was and I don't see that in this report. One was the the center at Jane and St. Clair, is that, where's that in the list?
Those, all the potential reductions are in camera.
I should,
And that one actually isn't in the budget anyways.
okay.
That has not gone through at
So you
all.
took that out?
Correct.
Oh, all right, okay.
Councillor, just to remind you, we're going to, if needed, we're going to go
Yeah, I
into
know.
camera after lunch.
Sorry, yeah. So just one question then. So at the Board of Health, there was a motion that was passed to have the new medical officer of health review staffing levels in the current public health organization chart. So can you tell me, would you believe that the new medical officer of health would be able to recommend and bring forward those recommendations? And if so, why have we not included this in this budget as savings?
You know, I'll speak to this, but perhaps Councillor Mavic will add. I think that the board has requested the new MOH, who has not yet been hired,
Right.
to review the management structure and staffing levels. And so we don't know what that will show, so how can we put it in the budget? And hopefully that would be something reflected in the 2018-19 budgets.
But I'm just wondering why we haven't done that.
Because we don't have the new MOH in place yet.
No, I
That's
know, but
part
why
of
we haven't,
his
why
or
we
her
haven't
assigned
done it
tasks.
previously? Well, why did we have to wait for the new MOH to be hired before we reviewed?
Well, they've done different reviews since time immemorial on staffing levels, and they were council again asked the health unit to do that, and we're going to do it, or the new medical officer of health will do it when he or she is hired. But it's obviously not,
So one of the service efficiencies put forward was restricting the health promotion office. So are you able to work with other city divisions when it comes to health promotion, like strategic communications and social development? Are you able to work with those other divisions? If so, why haven't you captured that in your budget? For additional efficiency?
I think you're talking about another potential reduction that actually isn't going forward and is in the in-camera anyways. But we do work with all those other groups, for sure. They don't do health promotion, they do communications, which is a slightly different.
And you're working with, you're finding efficiencies, working with other,
We're always striving to do that, absolutely.
okay, but are you showing that in your budget?
Yes.
Anything we found in terms of efficiencies, we've put in our budget.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify for the committee, on page 39 of the budget notes is the list of those service adjustments that were submitted to get to minus 2.6, but they're not currently included, but are before the committee for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm going to zero in because it's the thing we end up discussing in January anyway on the student nutrition piece, because it seems it's a little different this time, the way it's broken down. The inflation on existing programs is in this budget.
That is correct.
The current numbers. What's outside the budget are the breakdown, the expansion to new schools, and then the other amount is enhancement. What's the difference between inflation and enhancement?
Inflation is to address increasing cost of food.
Right.
And again, we base that on the nutritious food basket.
Right.
What we call stabilization is a lot of these programs, we do provide funding.
Stabilization, that was it, yeah.
Stabilization. But they're not actually able to serve every child every day of the school year. Like, they just aren't, they're quite short of money. So the goal is that we have a plan, a goal that this program is funded with 5 components equally: the city, the province, the federal government, which currently does not contribute, private sector, and the local community and parents. So we're trying to bring the city's contribution up to 20% of the total that would be required for the programs to run properly. And this enhancement would bring it up to 18%.
Right.
From
And that's
16%.
part of a long-term program that we already delayed, we already extended it. It started out as, I think, as a 5-year program.
That's right, now it's a 6-year program, and this would be year 5.
This year, it's not included, so if we don't do anything this year, does it turn into a 7-year program? More or less, yeah. So, and the other thing is, to get into the health benefits, we do this out of public health because there is a benefit to this is long-term preventative health is what this is. Preventative health care, isn't it? To make sure that children are learning with the nutrition to actually do the learning.
Can I respond to that?
Sure. Oh, sure, yes. Now, after.
I mean, when you come right down to it, almost every public service contributes to health, right? I mean, garbage pickup, water, everything contributes to health, hopefully. That's why we're doing them, to keep people healthy and safe. But obviously, providing healthy food to children helps them to concentrate and focus on learning, and it does hopefully enable them to develop healthier food habits and eating habits so that there's less obesity and chronic disease. But it's not something that's in our mandate.
Right, but what does happen when we do this, whether it's in our mandate or not, and I'm wondering if you can tell me if this is still the case, part of the reasons that we've been contributing enough to make it stable is that when we do, that tends to keep the province committing their share, and it also, provided we're running good, stable programs, that keeps the private sector, which is running a full, I think, 70% almost of the program in their donations. That stays healthy as long as our contribution is healthy. Is that still the case? That was certainly the case when we started this long-term role. Are we still leveraging what we need to out of the private sector and out of the province by being there ourselves?
Well, I think the province is actually ahead of us right now. And so the 48 schools that we hope to add in 2017 are schools already receiving provincial funding and not receiving city funding. In terms of the private sector, I think there's room for improvement in corporate sponsorship. So that's one of the areas that I've been working with the other partners on developing a stronger governance structure with more capability to do fundraising.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. I just have a few questions, and I'll go to outside councillors. You mentioned in your report growing opioid crisis in Toronto, and you bringing a report. When would that be coming?
The Board of Health has asked us to report in January on the plan for Toronto's overdose prevention action plan.
Okay, so it'll be coming in January. Okay. Just want to get into a couple of the emergency preparedness unit that you have. How is it similar or dissimilar from the Office of Emergency Management?
Well, ours is focused on public health emergencies. So it would be things like infectious diseases. What kind of preparation do we need for staff who might be exposed, like respiratory protection programs, organizing those, assessing risk, training staff in incident management systems specifically for public health emergencies, making sure we're up to date on our CPR training, things that are more specific to health. But we do work, with, as I said, closely with the Office of Emergency Management, which is more around general planning for the city. And the Medical Officer of Health sits on the Toronto Emergency Management Planning Committee. My staff sit on a committee that's looking at services in evacuation centers where we do provide public health services. So it's specific to public health.
Okay, just getting similar to that, there are other work that you do that is similar to other city divisions. I'll give an example. The one-on-one visiting component of the Vulnerable Adult and Seniors Program. It's similar to our SPIDER program implemented by Social Development, and Homemakers and Nursing Program run by Long Care. So why do you need that specific program when we're already doing similar programs in other divisions?
I would say that perhaps this should be discussed in camera, but I could tell you in general that the services we provide are not the same. We actually sit on SPIDER, SPIDER is a group that it brings together the service providers involved with a very difficult, usually a senior, perhaps a hoarding situation, to help figure out how to solve the situation collaboratively, but it doesn't involve, like our staff actually go out to visit seniors, refer them to services. The community care access centers provide home visiting, like usually post-hospital discharge, that kind of thing. But if you want to get into more detail, I'm certainly willing to do that.
I'm just curious, I mean, you're suggesting that they, even though they appear similar, that you actually have different sort of mandates and different structures? Okay. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
Okay, outside councillors, Councillor Perks first.
The Board of Health is mandated by law, the Health Promotion Protection Act, to meet the Ontario Public Health Standards. Are there areas where we are currently not meeting the Ontario Public Health Standards?
Yes, there are. The two main areas we're not meeting standards are implementation of the Immunization of School Pupils Act and the Food Safety Inspection Program, water safety.
Sorry, food safety?
Food safety, and it's called health hazard, but it's really particularly around water safety inspections.
Water safety inspections. Okay. And why don't we do those?
Well, we prioritize within what the resources that we have, so that's all we can do is what we're doing.
Is that another way of saying you don't have budget
We don't have the budget to actually meet the mandate.
to meet the legally required public health standards?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed what it would cost to meet those legally required public health standards?
Yes, and we have the report, the enhancements that were requested by the Board of Health should enable us to do that. And it's for food safety, at least to bring us up to a minimum standard, at least 166,000, but that's gross, so it's only 42,000 net. And for immunization, this year, 600,000 gross, 150 net. The other program, I would say, where we should be doing more to meet the minimum, again, is around with working with community groups in the Urban Health Fund. And that's,
You
we're looking,
estimated what you would need to meet the requirements there?
yeah, about 150,000 gross.
That's the Urban Health Fund, 150 gross, and like everything else, the province pays 3
Yeah,
quarters?
so it's 37.5 net.
37.5K net. Okay, thank you. You're required also by those same standards to have emergency preparedness, going to the questions we were having earlier.
That's
So
correct.
one of the things that distinguishes the programs that I think it was Councillor Campbell and Budget Chair Crawford were asking about is you're actually required by provincial law to provide those services. I guess the Budget Chief didn't hear that. So in terms of the projects that I guess the questions the Budget Chief was asking you about the programs that you deliver, those are required by law under the Ontario Health
Ontario
Protection and
Public Health
Promotion Act?
Standards under the Health Protection Promotion Act. And one thing actually I forgot to mention is we are required to provide 24/7 coverage for public health emergencies.
That's a standard every public health unit in the province of Ontario is required to meet by law.
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette next.
Thank you very much. Well, some of my questions were asked. Could you just remind us, from the budget, I know that the province does a split with us, a 25-75 split. What percentage of our budget is actually 100% funded by the city, and just touch on which programs those are?
Uh, 100% funded by the city is 7% of our total budget, 16.8 million.
Only 7% of our whole budget is 100% funded.
That is correct, and it funds a student nutrition program and low-income dental for people who don't qualify for other government programs, particularly children and seniors.
So if health wanted, or as we did attempt to make the 2.6% cut, to do the least damage to services, we would have to cut from our 100% funded programs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, because to cut from the cost-shared programs, we have to cut 4 times as much to achieve the net savings.
So it'd have 4 times as much cutting to services. Okay. Just touch back to student nutrition. You mentioned that we are right now, the city's doing 18%. 16, we're wanting to do 18. The province is doing a bit better than us. And I know the community and the neighborhoods raise money. What were the other organizations? Which are our main partners in this program?
Well, the Toronto Foundation for Student Success is the lead organization, the Toronto District School Board, the Toronto Catholic District School Board, and the Angel Foundation.
So it's all a team effort. We're not 100% funding it, basically.
We're funding only food at this point.
That's another good point, isn't it? Everything we put in
is for food.
Just for food.
Yes.
And the others do administration or whatever. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McConnell.
So I have a question about the student nutrition, and then I have a question on the purple pages, and I don't know how to ask that question. After lunch?
We're going in camera after lunch.
That's fine. Then my only question, so that'll make my questions quite short. It's actually to Councillor Mihevc, if I could. So Councillor Mihevc, last year, we adopted the student nutrition plan, right?
Several years ago, actually.
No, but last year, we adopted a strategy to move forward for last year and for this year. So I'm just trying to figure out what's being put forward as a result of that motion in council.
So 4 years ago, we adopted a 5-year.
5-year plan, I get that.
Last year was the 4th year.
Yes.
And then we said, okay, that 5-year plan, we're going to shift it to 6 years, and we are in the 5th year of that 6-year plan in 2017. And if this piece gets funded, and if next year's piece gets funded, of slightly higher quantum than this year's, then by the end of this term, we will have achieved our 20%.
Correct. Yes. But what I was trying to get at was the 49 schools were discussed last year as being kind of another phase, and I had understood the council had kind of adopted, was it just for consideration this year or embedding? Just consideration?
You mean the 49, the new schools that are being added this year?
Yes.
That's part of the project rollout.
Yes, I understand that.
3 pieces of this $2 million. One is the increase in the cost of the nutritious food basket, the expansion from 16% to 18%, and then the addition of new schools. In this particular year, I think it's 48 schools, and the 48 schools...
I've got 49, but...
Hey, 40...
It's supposed to be 48. It's 48? Okay.
48 schools that right now are receiving provincial money, but not city money.
Yeah, you missed my question. My question is, I thought last year there was an overall motion that recommended that we not discuss this over and over again, but rather that it be embedded in the budget and the approval. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Absolutely.
Increasing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There was a motion, yes, there was a motion. In fact, I went to war on, now I'm recalling, I went to war on that, and there was an assurance that it would be embedded in the initial staff budget, and obviously it's not here, but I'm not trying to fault anyone.
No, I am.
The cost of inflation was put in, but not...
No, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out what is not in that council required to be in this budget. That's a very simple question.
The CFO can assist in that, Council, I think.
Okay.
It's a little different than the arts budget, because the arts budget had a certain level of gross expenditures, and we were swapping out over time reserve funding from tax funding. This is actually a service expansion, And our practices and our policies is that the new and enhanced are highlighted for council and they're brought forward. I believe the policy, the plan was approved in principle and it was subject to budget every year.
No, I don't think that's correct. I mean, I appreciate it, but I'm going to get the motion and I'll bring it back this afternoon. That is not correct, and that was not the direction of council. It was to get it off the books, get it inside, and not discuss it year after year after year after year. That's what I thought it was.
Yes, if that's a question, if I could answer it?
Yes.
I do very specifically remember asking staff, what is the language that you need in a motion to make that exact point happen? And wording was given to me, I forwarded to the clerk, we voted on it as council, so, following, there might be another policy, but this one, I thought trumped, the one that you're mentioning,
Yes.
trumped the other policy.
Well, I won't use that word, but I would say, that what the intention was from the poverty reduction position, and I think from the mayor's recommendation, I think at that time, and was that every year we put this on, and every year we all agree to it. So if we're all going to agree to it, let's agree to it and move on to other things. So all I wanted, so that was my first question. My second question, I didn't realize it was going to be so long.
Very quickly.
Was which parts of the stabilization, the 48 schools and the 20% were embedded in that motion? Are there any of these three things that were outside the spirit of that motion?
None, everything was in that motion.
Everything was? Thank you very much. Thanks.
Councillor Davis.
Just so I understand that you are recommending 2.3, or the Board of Health is recommending 2.3 million of new and enhanced that are not included in the budget. And that's the net cost. So if we didn't put them in, we're essentially losing $562,000 of provincial funding?
Student nutrition, isn't
Yes, she is.
No, that's not.
I think you're including student nutrition in the request, in the amount, and we are not including it. If you include it, our budget would be going up by about 3.5%, our net, because student nutrition is 100% city funded. Whether it's approved or not has no impact on provincial funding.
Okay, right. It's in the list of new and enhanced. and it's-
If you go to bottom of page 41 on this sheet here, the staff have divided it up. There's 1, 2, 3, that's the Toronto Urban Health Fund, the Immunization of School Pupils Act, and the Health Hazard and Food Safety Inspection. The net of that is 228.9, so call it $250,000, and that yields you provincial support of $915,000 as well. That's a cost shared, 75-25, and we've put it in as a Board of Health, and the health unit has as well. And then there's a separate piece that's 100% funded, and the only piece in there is the student nutrition, which is just below that, and that's for $2.1 million.
I don't have any page 41.
It's in your budget
Oh,
binder.
in the analyst notes.
In the analyst notes.
Okay, I'm looking at page 45, which has the new and enhanced. And you were looking at page 41.
41 bottom.
Okay. Could I just really quickly ask about bed bug, the bed bug program? Is there still a bed bug strategy, and is there any money in this budget to support an enhanced bed bug strategy? We originally had provincial money, and I presume that money's gone. There was $250,000 at some point that came from the provincial government for supplies and other things. And are there dedicated funds?
Well, the bed bug program is embedded, that was a poor choice of words, but anyway, embedded in our health hazard program. So it is there. We have a bed bug program. We have not asked for an enhancement to the program, but we have a dedicated team that works on bed bugs.
And is the provincial government providing any funding?
It's cost shared. 75% provincial, 25% city.
Okay, so it is ongoing base budget, cost shared.
Oh. Actually, they just corrected me. Three nurses in that program are 100% funded by the province. The rest of the staff are cost-shared. Public health nurses.
Oh, public health nurses.
So it's a combination of nurses and inspectors.
And is there the fund that provides for supports to vulnerable people still? The bug and scrub service, that kind of thing?
There is a budget for extreme cleaning. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what it is, but there is.
Okay, and has that program been reviewed recently?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there still a steering committee?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I'm not really sure.
'Cause I can tell you, bed bugs are still.
I know
huge
it's still a
issue, and
problem.
We are not addressing them. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahevik.
Just maybe, do you have a speaking time, Mr. Chair?
No, there's just questions.
Okay, just if I could,
Unfortunately, Councillor,
just to try to wrap it up, could I do a wrap?
I'll give you a couple minutes. We have a few minutes before lunch.
Really, if you go to the bottom of the analyst notes, if I could summarize this under 6 themes, and this has the coherence of health unit staff, Board of Health, Budget Committee, Board of Health, city staff. We are pretty well all lined up with the majority of the budget. I think there are maybe 6 items that you need to deal with as a board. There are the 3 items that are under the legally required under the Health Protection and Promotion Act, and that is the Toronto Urban Health Fund, the Immunization of School Pupils Act, and the Health Hazard and Food Safety Inspections. They're there at the bottom of page 41. We need to figure out a way to deal with that. Of course, that's going to be in your trusted and good hands. So those are 3 of the issues there that need resolution. There's, of course, the student nutrition program. That needs resolution. The next one, and that'll be subject to a report in January that may or may not yield an implication for the budget, and that's the overdose plan that we need to deal with. And that's issue number 5. And the 6th issue, which really isn't properly a Board of Health issue, but it is a Board of Health issue insofar as the medical officer of health is the person who calls the heat alert. And obviously there are health implications, and that is the heat alert, and where does that belong in the city, and what is the appropriate quantum to put in that. Those are the 6 items that I think come from the Board of Health, from the health unit, to the Budget Committee that are still outstanding, all other things being equal. With that, I think we are pretty well balanced.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion for to go in private? Do we need that, or is that when we get back? Okay, so when we get back, we'll be moving a motion to go into private. We're going to be dealing with all items that are before us, even some of the divisions who we haven't had before us. Questions in private, in camera, at 1:30. We're recessed till then.
Would the members of the Budget Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And I'm going to move a motion that we go in camera for the following, for questions on the following. Oh, I'm going to read it then. That the Budget Committee recess its public meeting in closed session to consider the item as it pertains to personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations and employee negotiations. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We are now in camera. Okay, we're back. Councilor McConnell, you had to just say something?
Yes, thank you very much. So I won't say I was 100% wrong, because, you know, that's really a heavy thing for the oldest daughter to ever say. But I wasn't correct entirely. So, Mr. Rossini, first of all, you were correct. The word that was in the decision document was still direct for consideration. The reason of the confusion was the motion that was going to be placed was to approve a multi-year commitment and to direct that the cost of inflation be included in the base budget even after 2018. That was the original motion that we were talking about. This is the motion that was being placed, but the accompanying motion, and it's just I couldn't quite remember all of this, was to request that the medical officer of health to report back on the financial implications of the student nutrition program's governance review in time for our budget process in 2017. And because that's not here, that was supposed to embed how to manage this piece as well as the federal government contributions. But my understanding is that they didn't do that report. Correct? So now we're stuck again, but it appears as if I blamed the wrong person. And so I entirely apologize for that. So that would make me right somewhat and wrong very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
That's as good as your error gonna get.
Yeah. I'm not going to go any further than that in my
As
error.
any good politician would answer. Thank you. Now we're going on to Toronto Public Library. We're doing a presentation, then questions from councillors.
Yeah, so they didn't do the report.
We have about 20 minutes for the presentation.
They never did the rest.
Councillor Nunziata, you had a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we need the presentation. I think we can read the presentation and just go to questions. I'd like to move that.
Is that the will of committee?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're just noticing that time-wise, I think
Yeah.
we're going to just go through questions, if that's okay.
Perhaps if we could just receive the slides and an explanation on the service changes. I think they seem very reasonable. It's just my questions would be, how is this improving? And it may just be 2 or 3 slides at the end.
What page is that? Councillor Layton?
I don't know the slides, but on the analyst notes, the operating, the sheets at the end. Because I think we all know we've got a great library system, all the wonderful things they're doing. But if we're not going to get the build up, at least we could get the crescendo. Yeah. Yeah, and just specifically what will be changing in the user's experience over the next year. I just wouldn't want us to have to ask questions to suck up all that time.
Yeah, but we could still ask questions. It's under here, just ask questions.
Okay.
24 and 25.
But yeah, we can read.
We just got it.
Yeah, but it was, we already went through it.
Okay, why don't we just, we'll do 24 and 25, and then we'll ask, there'll be questions to bring out the rest of the information. If you just,
Okay. 24 and 25.
you can ask questions on that, Councillor. Okay.
Okay, 24, 25.
If you want, just do a quick summation of 24 and 25, and then we'll get into questions.
Okay, well, slide 24 are our actions to achieve the budget reduction target. So the base budget pressures shown on the previous slide were reduced through increased revenues from tenant leases and room rentals, which amount to $352,000. Then we have the technological innovations, which we've requested through the capital budget and is included in the preliminary capital budget over 2 years, but it would save in 2017 $1 million and reduce 8.7 FTEs. And the revenue adjustments, including a $1.3 million in temporary increase to development charges draw for library materials. In terms of slide 25, this slide identifies additional actions to achieve the budget reduction target. So in order to meet the minus 2.6% budget target, TPL will be required to significantly reduce services to customers with fewer open hours and fewer new materials for collections. These reductions are shown on this slide and are not included in the preliminary budget, nor were they approved by the Library Board.
Councillor Carroll, you had questions?
Yes, only about the, well, two things, actually. The first one is the using self-checkout to pay fines.
Yes.
The assumptions are in, is that project fully on time? Are we confident about the numbers that can be saved this year and then next?
Yes, we are confident, and we've already started work in terms of planning the project, and the funding, the capital funding will help us accelerate it.
Okay, and then the only other thing is increasing permit rental fees. Can you give us an overview, a sense of who might be impacted and by how much? Is it spread over a lot of little people with a tiny increase,
no, these are
or the
tenant
other way around?
leases. These are tenant leases that have increased.
Oh, so things like there's the odd coffee bar and that sort of thing.
Yes, and then, but in addition to that, we have room rentals, and the main area of increase, there's an automatic inflationary increase that goes to regular room rentals, but we've got premium room rental space, which we've developed, and based on the success of the Bram and Bluma Appel Salon. So what we've done is the board approved in 2015 premium rental rates that are much higher than our room rental rates and allow us to generate a lot more revenue. We've been very successful this year, and we're anticipating an additional $155,000 in revenue coming from that source, premium rentals.
It mostly comes from the Bluma Appel room?
No, from the other, we've identified other premium rental spaces. So for instance, you can rent out a whole branch, like the Fort York branch or the Bloor Gladstone branch. You can rent out, there's more space that we've created at the Toronto Reference Library that can be rented out as premium rental space. We've already had success with that space in terms of increasing our revenue, and we're forecasting an additional $155,000 in that kind of revenue for 2017.
Okay, well then let me get parochial. Does that include theaters such as, say, Fairview?
No, it doesn't. Those
Okay.
rates are part of the regular room rental rate.
Okay, so the small community group is not going to feel anything other than
No.
inflation?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Campbell?
Why is it that in order to meet the 2% target reduction, you speak only in terms of reduction of hours and not personnel? The library has 81 branches and 1,700 employees.
We have 100 branches.
Oh, I was looking, sorry, I was just going from the notes. I thought I saw 80.
We have 81 neighborhood branches.
81 neighborhood, 17 district, okay.
And
two-
two,
right,
a research and
Total of
reference.
100, sorry, yes.
Total of 100 branches. We have reduced our workforce by 14%. In 1999, we reduced by 199 staff. In 2013 and 2011 to 2013, we reduced by another 123 staff. We reduced 6.9 FTEs in 2016, and we're proposing through this budget a reduction of 8.7 FTEs through technological efficiencies.
So how many of those 1,700 employees work in the branches? And how many?
About
how many
90%.
would you say would be administered?
About 90% work in the branches.
Or 90%?
Or work in the branches or support the branches through, for instance, delivery of our books to the branches and that kind of thing.
So you indicated that in order to meet the 2.6% target, you already come part of the way. You would
Yes.
you would have to reduce hours by 11%.
Yes.
So what is that? Is that,
It's reducing staffing. There's a reduction in hours, but there's a reduced staffing of 49.1 FTEs.
over the course of a day, a library opens at 9:30, is open till 9:30 at night?
8:30.
Is it a 12-hour day they're open?
It depends what branch you are. The research and reference libraries and the district libraries have 65.5 hours per week, and they're open Monday to Saturday.
Right.
From,
Some are open Sunday too, correct?
oh yes, we have 33 branches that are open on Sunday.
Right. So over the course of a day, for one of those, what would an 11% reduction be in hours?
That would be a reduction of nearly 30,000, 30
I know, 30,000.
hours, and or 10.8% reduction in Monday to Friday hours, and it affects 55 of the 100 branches.
So
Would be impacted.
do you have, I don't know, and I apologize if it's in here and I haven't seen it, but have you done an analysis of when the libraries, are the busiest? I'm sure you know what it makes most sense
Yes,
to
we
open and
have.
close and.
We have. We've done a detailed analysis, and in fact, we have a new dashboard that's been able to provide us with much more detailed information than we've ever been able to have before. So in particular, for instance, we looked at Friday nights, which is our least busy night of the time at the library, and we looked at, there are 23 branches that are open Friday nights, and we looked at who's in those branches on Friday nights, and we saw that there are adults, kind of younger and middle-aged adults, and there are a lot of children, including younger children, but also children from the ages of 10 to 14. And then in particular, and there's always at the library kind of slightly fewer females than males in the library. Then we looked at Friday nights in the neighborhood improvement areas, and what we saw from that was there weren't many adults in the library at all on a Friday night. But what we were surprised to find is that there are more males in the library on a Friday night, and there's a huge spike in youth between the ages of 10 to 14 who are in the library on a Friday night in neighborhood improvement areas.
Okay.
So I think that really tells us how important that service is for that particular group, because those kids would be, at the mall or out on the street or doing something else, but they're at the library.
When you say there's a huge spike, do the numbers still justify being opened?
They do justify being open, I
And
believe.
aside from the equity and, what you're trying to achieve, although it's a library, I don't know if that's what your objective is, but in terms of numbers and staffing, does it make sense?
Yes, I do believe it does make sense. And
No,
when we look at what they're borrowing, there's a lot of computer use
Okay.
on a Friday night, and the largest, kind of the most popular material for borrowing on a Friday night is children's
Yeah, I'd just like to get to some of the numbers as my time runs out. I noticed that in terms of revenue, for some reason, projected revenue was off to budget this year for the library collections, access, and borrowing. It says $6 million in revenue was budgeted, $3.6 million was received, and the budget for next year is back to $6.3 million. I'm just wondering how that, can you talk about that, please?
Yes. Larry Hewsome, our finance director, will.
It's in the notes, it's table 1 on page 7. So, and then there's a corresponding, and then I don't know if the numbers have moved around, but library in-branch and virtual services, the actual was higher than the budget, and the budget for next year is down by $4 million. So I'm just wondering why there's the shift in numbers here.
Last question.
I got two questions.
So what was the question again?
I would like an explanation for the revenue shifts between the budget for 2016 and the actual for 2016, and then the change to 2017.
In our budget, we don't budget for grants because they're uncertain. And in the actuals, bring in grant money. For example, our foundation brings in between $2 and $4 million a year, and we don't budget for it because it's opportunistic and so on. So when your actuals come through, your actuals tend to be higher than your budget. And that's why you see the 2016 actuals are higher than the 2017 budget, because the budget does not include that budget for grants. But the actuals for 2017 will probably be higher than budget, and that money is specifically designated for programs. So revenues will be higher than budget, and expenses will be higher than budget.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. Under the revenue tools, slide 24, temporary funding from the reserve to fund 6 leave payouts. That's a one-time draw,
Yes.
and that so that 300,000 will be a pressure next year.
No, what we've been looking at the retirement rate. We're experiencing a high retirement rate of our staff, and we've looked at the age and analyzed the age of our staff. We're anticipating another busy year in terms of retirements in 2017, and that will get back to normal in 2018. So we believe it's a one-year pressure.
And it's a one-year pressure, but how will the retirement age work with this to fund 6 leave payouts? That's the retirement. Okay,
Yeah,
I
that's the
gotcha.
retirement part.
The temporary increase in development charges draw on elections, that's a one-time draw?
Yes, that is.
And will that be a pressure that we'll feel in 2018?
We're phasing in the pressure over 2 years, so yes, it will be a pressure, but it'll be half in each year.
Okay. Last year, we gave a council gave a direction to have a report back about the PAGE system at the
The job quality, using the job quality assessment tool.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, the motion was to use the city's job quality assessment tool, and we've been regularly checking back with the city, but it's not available yet.
Okay. Okay, so within the budget, the PAGE program continues
Yes,
as a means of staffing the libraries.
yes, we have, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Outside councillors, Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, hold on, I think Councillor Nunzia had questions, I apologize.
Oh, wait.
All right, so in your slide for 25, you mentioned that service reductions not approved by the board, right?
That's correct.
So what did the board recommend?
The board recommended what it submitted and what is reflected in this preliminary budget, which is a 0.9% increase over our 2016 budget, which is $1.5 million.
So they recommend an increase rather than find efficiencies.
We did find efficiencies.
Councillor Davis, please. You'll have a chance.
We did find efficiencies to get us down to 0.9% as a budget increase. And that's what's reflected here in the preliminary budget, and it's what the board has submitted.
So at each library, when you're open, how many staff do you have at an individual library?
Well, it really depends on the size of the branch, but there's
Okay,
a
well, let's
minimum
just
of
say in
2.
the forget the Toronto reference, I'm talking the suburbs. Like, what is the total staff complement that you need in a library?
Well,
And how many do you have?
Well, we have a review of how, and a way of measuring that. And what we do is we look at the busyness of the branch, we look at the open hours, the number of floors, and the number of service points. And so we review that, and we identify the number of staff that we need in the branch. We need a minimum of 2 staff to open a branch.
Minimum 2.
Yes.
So, and Councillor Campbell asked a question about the library. So you've assessed the various libraries on
We've
the
absolutely-
hours. So the libraries, some of the libraries that are not used to capacity, what have you done in those libraries? Have you kind of tried to be flexible with the hours? And because what we don't want is to have a library that's empty for
No.
5 or 6 hours during the day. What have we done in those cases?
We have adjusted our hours. The library board has an open hours plan, and it's achieved about 30% of that plan since it was introduced in 2006. And what we do is we go through and look at the our branches in areas of quartiles of busyness, and we allocate and review those open hours and based on the busyness and what's going on in those branches. In addition to that, we use part-time staff because it's a more efficient use of our staff to help manage the fluctuations in busyness at any particular branch at any time.
Okay, so my last question is about the e-books.
Yes.
Right? So, so you assume that, that you would, the library would save a lot of money in the long term. So, question is, why is that e-collections are costing us money?
They are costing us money because publishers, the multinational publishers charge us huge rates to public libraries for ebooks. We have to pay sometimes $120 per copy of an ebook, where we would pay maybe $28 or $22 for the print. And that is an issue that I have been leading here in Canada, and I've also corresponded with my American colleagues because we are leading an advocacy campaign. It's called Fair Books for Fair Pricing for public libraries, and we have been advocating for through the federal government as well as the federal, the FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, has taken this up as well because public libraries are paying far too much for ebooks. We've asked that the federal minister, when they do the 2017 review of the Copyright Act, and actually council approved this motion, that they take into account the issue of the high prices for ebooks for public libraries as part of that copyright review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doucette.
Can I just continue on ebooks a little bit?
Yes.
Am I correct that when you pay your $100 and something for an ebook, that's not for an indefinite amount of time? Is it not for either a given amount of time or a given number of usages?
No. When we pay 120, when you pay the high price, that's for access in perpetuity. Then if there are other publishers, you will pay $30, $40, $45 an ebook, and you'll have it for a year.
Right, that's the one I was looking for.
Yes.
And am I correct in that our fines have gone down because when you rent an ebook, you get it for 3 weeks and then it just disappears, so it's never late?
That's correct. That's correct. But that decline in fine revenue has been addressed in previous budgets, and our fine revenue is stable right now.
Right. Okay, just going back to the actual budget now, we're asking for a 0.9% increase. Could you explain the efficiencies which were found by staff to get us to this actual point? And what was our starting point? So I'm going back, I guess, I'm on a...
23.
So what was our starting point? What were our efficiencies? And a little bit more about...
Well, our starting point was an operating budget pressure of $5.1 million, which is mainly comprised of $2.96 million in COLA, salary progression and benefit changes, and that was for nearly 60% of the total base budget pressure. The remainder of the increases are mostly due to inflationary costs and the U.S. exchange pressures for utilities, collections, contracted services, and other services and supplies.
So beyond our control.
Yes, and that was a 2.9% pressure.
So it started in 2.9%.
Yes, and we found 2% in efficiencies, and that's how we got to the 0.9%.
And we had some revenue increases as well, is that correct?
Yes, we have revenue increases, which were the tenant leases and the room rentals that I was referring to earlier.
So that's a 0.9. Now, in 2016 budget, we were provided some funding for some poverty reduction, which was an area we were asked to add some more services.
Yes. And that was that was added to the base budget.
That was our base budget, right?
Yes, that was added to the base.
That is still...
That's continuing, yes.
So what we're now asking for is to enhance some of these poverty reduction with youth hubs, Wi-Fi, open some more Sunday hours, because we found that youth like to use branches on Sundays. Could you elaborate a little bit about the enhancement services we are looking?
Yes, certainly.
And to do these, we need money.
Yes. Well, these are not part of the preliminary budget. The poverty reduction enhancements are part of a different review, but they amount to $826,000, and it includes, as you mentioned, Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi pilot project has been hugely successful with 200 units, and we've been able to reach, we've been targeting people in low-income situations that can't afford internet access. And so what that means is kids who want to do their homework and need access to the internet are able to do it, or people who are doing job searches. There's a woman who's on a single mother who's on a disability pension who can now communicate with her caseworker. So those are the kinds of situations that the Wi-Fi hotspot lending program supports. In addition to that, we have the youth hubs, and they're hugely popular. They are basically have a capacity of 30 kids per night. We regularly get between 40 and 80 kids per night, depending on the location. And so it's a hugely popular program. It's where they get homework help. There's a consistent relationship with our staff, because it's the same staff who work with them. And we've been bringing in tutors to help them who are volunteer from the University of Toronto and York University to help them with their homework.
Thank you. I have to get to capital. I've got 1 minute to do capital, and I do have a question down here as well. What was our capital ask for 2017, and what has been provided for 17?
Well, we're very grateful for the fact that in this preliminary capital budget, there's $23 million in additional debt over 10 years that has been recommended. So we're very grateful for that additional funding, because it helps us address our state of good repair. In terms of what the board had approved, they had approved $55 million above the debt target that was originally proposed. So there is about a $38 million difference.
Can I just ask Mr. Rossini one very quick question while he's ready for my question? Where does the library state of good repair over the next, say, 10 years line up with the other state of good repair of all our other city divisions?
If you look, we try to target somewhere around 6%. It is high, and I just saw that at around 14 or 15% on your slide, which is, 14%, slide 39, which is at around the same SOGR backlog as our facilities. So definitely we need to invest more in our facilities, whether they be our, facilities, corporate facilities, libraries, and even in the parks and recs.
So each year you will attempt to do as much as you possibly can.
Yes, so on the SOGR, we made a $21 million additional investment this year.
Right.
The backlog, though, is still $120 million, so we did about a sixth of it. And we did talk in the presentation that we did at Budget Committee, the launch, where we did give some alternative scenarios with either a higher capital levy or tolling, where we could do the rest of the library backlog.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McConnell.
So just to follow on to the new and enhanced poverty reduction.
Yes.
You are putting an expansion of Sunday hours as well.
That's correct.
At 16 additional branches. What are those branches?
Those branches are Albert Campbell, Barbara Frum, Brentwood, Fairview, S. Walter Stewart, and York Woods, for a total increase of 168 open hours.
Thank you. And I'll get those written out later. And the other two additional youth hubs that are being proposed?
That's Albion and Barbara Frum.
Albion and Barbara Frum, good. And the hot spots, are those in particular places, or?
We're delivering the hotspot lending through 6 branches, and we're targeting particular groups within those neighborhoods, neighborhood improvement areas. And we are just evaluating if we should just stick with those 6 branches because there's such an incredible demand, which we're not meeting.
Right, and that makes sense. In terms of the additional 2 youth hubs, your youth hubs have been incredibly useful. And how many do we have currently?
We have 6.
So this would bring us up to 8. Correct?
Yes.
Right, and that's terrific. And you have done an evaluation of those, haven't you?
We have done an evaluation of them, and they are we are kind of a victim of our own success because they're in such great demand.
And then there's additional programming costs for the youth hubs. What is that about?
Those are things like tablets, textbooks, workbooks, those kinds of things to help the youth do their homework.
And have you looked at the number of young tutors from U of T and how many we're utilizing as volunteers?
Yes, we have about 3 per week per location, so there's about 15 to 18.
15 to 18, excellent. Thank you very much. And then I think that's fine, and I'll just ask you if perhaps you could email me those locations, and that would be great. That's or offline or whatever.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis is next.
So just so I understand, the additional Sunday hours are in the budget?
Well, we've got the Sunday hours that were approved last year are in the budget.
Okay.
Then in the enhancements for 2017, those are not in the budget. Those are the new ones, 6 new ones for year-round service.
Okay, I thought I misheard then.
Yes.
Okay, so they are not yet in the,
Not the new ones.
right, okay.
The ones that were approved last year are in the base.
So to achieve, so what are the additional, what's the value of those additional?
For Sunday
Hours.
service, 139,000.
Okay. And just to remind me, we did, as you pointed out, introduce a vision for addressing the needs in the city and for library service in 2006. And we had developed a plan that would reinvest any technology savings into new hours and services. In general, what have we done with the funds that have been found through technology changes?
What was approved was to reinvest from the implementation of the RFID technology.
Yes.
That was complete a couple of years ago. So, that was reversed for the 2012 budget because of the 17% or the 10% reduction target that we had been given. So that was reversed in 2012.
Right, so in fact, the technology savings did not go into service. They went into meeting the budget target.
Only in 2012. We did increase our hours. We did reinvest most of the RFID savings into more open hours.
Okay.
But it changed in 2012, and we are near the end of the implementation of that, of the RFID.
So the 30%, we're at 30% of the open hours division?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And what will it take to complete it?
Well, we're doing it incrementally each budget year and with other opportunities.
I'm just saying, if money were to fall from heaven, and it's not, what would it take to implement the open hours
Well,
division?
we haven't costed it. We'd have to get back.
There used to be, there was a cost.
Yes, but
Okay.
we'd have to update it with inflationary increases.
Okay, it's just, we have this list of unmet needs for capital, and it would be very nice to have this list of unmet needs for operating. So if we could get the unmet needs for libraries, maybe we can build that under the line list that we have for capital. Because we are not addressing the unmet needs for operating, on the operating side. But it says here, if the unmet needs for Toronto Libraries is 20.9 for the backlog, North York Central renovation, multi-branch renovation, so 10 or 21, 31, or 32, 36, 41 million unmet capital needs?
Below the line.
Below the line?
Below the line. That's at the end of the presentation.
Yes?
Sorry, 38.4.
Okay.
That's off the board's request. There's an additional $120 million that was never requested by the board, but that backlog is there.
Right.
Okay. So to meet minus 2.6, you would have to reduce hours by how many hours?
By 10%.
But how many hours is that of service?
30,000 hours.
30,000 hours, or 10.8%.
Okay, and collections?
Collections would be 105,000 fewer items, which is a reduction of 9.1%, 9.1% or 1.7 million.
1.7 million of collections or items.
No, 1.7 million of collections in dollars.
And the items is 100,000?
105,000 items.
Councillor, that's your last question.
hours?
Thank you.
Ours is 30,000 hours.
30,000 hours. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you very much. Next, we're on to the last leg of the afternoon. Internal Services. The CFO and Deputy City Manager is going to do a presentation, and he's informed me that he'll be able to get through all the pertinent information very expeditiously. If we don't need questions on the individual, we don't need questions. Listen, that's up to the council. You don't want to, we don't need questions, you don't need questions.
Oh, I need questions. No.
So the duration, so I have two plans. I have a plan A, I could go through every page, every bullet, and just wear you out. That's plan A.
We have a 48-slide minute maximum.
Plan B would be to go as fast as a tornado and just confuse the heck out of you. Which one do you want?
Okay, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay.
So you can go as fast or as slow as you can.
I can go as fast as you can. I'm going to go right to slide 5. Slide 5. So this is the Reader's Digest version of the Cluster C Internal Services budget. So basically, between the reductions that are included in the budget and the reductions that aren't included in the budget, i.e. not recommended, we met the 2.6% target. The actual budget that we are recommending that is included is the preliminary budget is a minus 2%. It includes almost 100 position reductions, and you see the split between operating capital, that's almost 3%. We had cost drivers of about $5 million. Most of that, or a chunk of that, is operating impacts of capital. We continue to feel that in our financial services and especially in our IT, plus our salary benefits and COLA and progression pay. But we've offset those completely with $10 million of reductions, and you see the savings there, and that's how our net budget that I'm recommending to you or presenting to you is at a minus 2%. So that's the Reader's Digest version of the budget. The services provided, you know what they are. The org chart, you've seen them. We have about 3, I'm going real fast. Slide 7, about just under 3,000 positions, hence 97 reduction of that. It's about 3%. Our slide 8, our staffing levels have been relatively flat and been actually declining modestly by since 2015. Our vacancy analysis, we were holding about at year end about 5.5% vacancy rate. I think the question came up, it may have been even you, Councillor Layton, at the variance report. Yes, we were holding positions to get ready for this budget because we had a target. And now I can tell you how much. There was about 97 positions. Not all of them are vacant, but many of the reductions are vacant. There are a few positions that are not vacant.
How many?
Service performance, slide 11, 12, 13, and 14, very busy year. I won't go through all of those items, but all of the divisions between the long-term financial directions work, assets, revenues, major corporate capital projects on the list, lots of new better reporting and FPARs, shared services, work in the treasurer's office. Oh, did I tell you we got a government finance officer's stellar report card on reporting and a GFOA award for better budgeting presentations. Lots of stuff on the go, and you can read it at your leisure. Oh, lots of IT on page 15. We do have even a list of new functionalities that we brought online this year. This organization has an insatiable appetite for more and more IT modernization, and we will continue to focus on that as we drive innovation. Speaking of innovation and driving and priorities, what are we looking at for 17? Well, we're going to complete the work on the phase 2 of the financial, the long-term financial direction, i.e. plan report. We are going to bring forth the long-awaited updates and improvements to our financial control bylaw. Councillor Davis is here. Yes, I promise you that in 17. We're implementing in Joe's team the new regulations for investments, so we're hoping to make more money there. The environment guys had a busy year with C40 and the CRO in 2016. They will continue to do more work on the climate risk change plan and policy on 2017. Continue, as Josie said earlier, about facilities transformation and driving efficiencies and responding to the Auditor General's recommendations. On page 18, lots of stuff happening on 311 and more foundational work to do, get better metrics, better reporting, and you see some of that now in the analyst notes and the improvements we've been able to implement over the last couple years. And then on the IT side, more digital enablement. Everybody wants more IT, not less IT. That IT all happens. Those service, especially those online service provisions, all happen at the back end with the help of Rob Meikle and his team in IT. Oh yeah, of course, yeah, we're going to do finish up the city-wide real estate review, shared services, a procurement transformation, which we've added monies in the budget and absorbed. And, oh yeah, open data. You know, we've been ranked for the second year in a row, the second best open data city in the country. Thank you very much. Lots of stuff happening on slide 21. Shared service, OMP, office modernization. We're going to drive 10 to 15% savings in my, oh no, she's giving me a dirty look. I can't tell you the name I have for office modernization program because Josie will hit me. Okay, budget, slide 23, $484 million. That's our gross budget. About 40% of it is funded through the property tax base, of which is $188 million is our net budget. So as I said at the beginning, slide 24, we have included in the preliminary budget a net reduction of 2%. All the divisions were able to meet the minus 2.6. The reason why we're not minus 2.6 on the whole cluster is information technology is down by about 1%. we're having the conflicting demands of having to shrink and grow at the same time. IT has been growing because of the resources and the need to modernize and drive more digital enablement, more services online. So it is difficult, but they did come in at a minus almost 1%. We do have reductions that would take it to minus 2.6 for IT as well, but they would have a larger service impact, and we're not included them in the budget. Page 25, just a picture. So we had $13 million of expenditure pressures and $7.7 million of revenue changes. That left a net pressure of $5.3 million. And I'll go to slide 27, how we address that. Basically, service efficiency is about 5.6%. $5.6 million, or 60% of the budget, net budget pressure we addressed through service efficiencies, plus another 12 percentage points on base expenditures and other changes on the expenditure side, 12%, 1.1 million on service adjustments. So only about a quarter of the residual pressure we addressed through revenues. The rest was some sort of spending measure. Slide 28 is the non-included items that would bring the budget to minus 2.6%. As I said, they're all in the IT side. One of the guidelines, slide 29, in the budget guidelines approved by council, was to absorb as much as possible any service improvements. We do have one that costs money. That is the program review implementation. It's been a recommendation of the KPMG and Shared Services to do a review and go to strategic sourcing and category management. We are doing that. To do that, we've absorbed that $829 net cost. Mike St. Amand, the Treasury's office, cut more than 2.6% to be able to absorb this $829,000 increase. So kudos to that. There are one more new and enhanced not included in the budget. Though here on slide 30, it shows a zero net cost. That cost would have all gone to Parks and Rec, and they couldn't absorb it in their budget. You see the user fee increases, couple $100,000 at inflation, and a new mortgage administration, well, not a new fee. That fee was brought in, I think, a couple years ago. It is low, $5.50 compared to the rest of the GTA, so we're going closer to market, which is $10, and that raises $450,000. The pressure of the budget doesn't let up in 2018 or 19. As you saw in our budget release, a whole forecast. The city continues to face budget pressures in 18 and 19, and this cluster is no different. 6.4% and 4.7% projected increases in the next 2 years. So we'll have our work cut out for us again. Capital, it's a big cluster. Our biggest budgets, I'm going to go straight to slide 38. The biggest pressures we are facing in our capital budget is state of good repair. Almost half the budget is facilities management, with the other half mostly made up of fleet services and information technology. So we're going to try to focus on SOGR as much as possible, as much as funding permits. And through our new IT prioritization and gating process and prioritizing IT projects, focus on the investments in IT that have the biggest bang in terms of process improvement, driving efficiencies, enabling better customer service for the divisions across the city that we support. 39, as you see, most of our budget made up of SOGR investments. That's primarily driven in facilities and also IT. IT has an SRG requirements in terms of switches and servers and PCs and all that stuff. Major projects, Slide 40 and 41, and 42, you can see those. I won't go through all the details of that. We've got the biggest on the go is Union Station, Northwest Path, and of course, lots of IT. To answer the other question that I had earlier with with libraries, you see on slide 43, yeah, there's not enough money in the capital budget for facilities. The SOGR backlog is expected to climb from 10 to 14%. So we know we would like, we really need more money. Slide 44, some of the key things we can't get in is the AODA initiatives, and of the backlog of 327 million, almost 300 million of it is in facilities, and 192 of that is the AODA. We did put in some options in the overview presentation of how all that could actually get funded with a little higher capital levy and tolling. And that's basically it. The appendices has a lot more details on our budget variance, some of the key cost drivers, and what's service efficiencies and other reductions in the budget. And that's the Reader's Digest version of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for councils. Do we want to go into the divisions, or do you want to do general questions?
I just have one question for the overall.
Okay. Councillor Layton then.
Maybe two, but one's really easy. On this new $5, the doubling of that collection.
550 to 10, the mortgage
Which
administration.
budget should I be asking that question in?
That's in revenue services.
In revenue services.
Revenues division in the Office of the Treasurer, Mike St. Amand.
Office of the Treasurer.
Yes.
Because there's Office of the Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer, and Financial Services, so I'm just getting them mixed up. So just to confirm, you said at the beginning of your presentation you held roughly 100 positions vacant.
I wouldn't say all of those, but the question was, we are carrying a high degree of vacancies, and yes, some of that is intentional because some of the budget proposals that we had, particularly in revenues and in facilities, we were expecting to bring these cost-saving measures forward, so we intentionally held some positions vacant.
And what did holding those, what's your vacancy rate right now?
Well, the vacancy rate, it's 5.5% after gapping. And we did have high turnover. Actually asked the question this week. We had 8.6% turnover this year. Half of that driven from retirements.
So
our vacancies are persistently high. Part of the reason is we are facing high turnover rates, and part of the reason of that, retirements.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Burnside.
Sorry, I'm confused. Do I ask the individual departments later, or can I?
Yes, so this is just general. So an individual we're going to right after this. So if it's an individual.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know if it's individual or not. That's going to be my issue. Data center servers, would that be individual departments?
It's IT.
Okay. AODA initiatives?
Well, there's a general issue around that.
Yeah, so that's my question then.
Okay.
What's the financial impact to the city of those initiatives?
Yeah, so it's about 192 million is capital AODA projects that aren't in the budget. We did put in some monies in the first year, Josie. I forget what that is, 7 million?
It's about 6 million.
6 million.
192, and then is there any sort of operational, is it all capital?
This is
It's
all
all-
capital.
It's all capital.
Okay, and we're getting no provincial help? This is solely?
No.
These are our facilities, no.
Just in order, I love those. Cap and trade?
Yes.
Who would I-
Oh, sorry, just to clarify, that 192 is just the impact of AODA on facilities. That does not include libraries,
That's
rec
what
and
I'm trying to
parks,
get at.
sidewalks.
That's what I'm trying to get is that total number, the impact of that total number.
Yeah.
I want everybody, yeah.
TTC, no, we do not have that number.
Can we get that number, or is that too?
Should.
We could try, yep.
That would be helpful. The impact of cap and trade?
Yes, good. So I just got that briefing note. So impact of cap and trade on this year's budget, primarily fuel, diesel, gasoline, natural gas, $7.1 million. And it's split up fuel, 5.3 million, natural gas, 1.8 million.
Okay, and then who would I ask about, you know, when you get your tax bill and there's that option to make a voluntary payment?
You can ask me that.
Oh, good, okay,
And
I don't, I
I got a
actually don't want
stunning
your input.
response for you.
Normally I value it, not today. Well, no, I understand a lot of people want higher taxes, so
Yeah.
that's why I'm.
So
that's
we've
where I'm
been
going with that
averaging about
question.
20, 25,000 a year. You know what we got this year? 71,000. It almost tripled.
71,000.
71,000 in
Okay.
2016.
Okay, and how many actual individuals or?
Well, that was aided by one big whopping donation of 50,000.
Okay,
So the
so
rest of the cities, we've been trending that 25,000.
Okay, and how many people would that?
Mike, would you know how many people, how many actual donations that is, Mike or Casey?
I do know that, I mean, one of those donations was 50,000, so that we are pretty much trending the way we have in the past. We got one large donation.
The rest were 21, but how many people?
many,
Like, or
Casey?
how many individuals?
200.
200? And how many total taxpayers are there?
850,000 accounts? What is it?
850,000
accounts.
So there's a bit of a disconnect with the narrative. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for the CFO. Why is this paper so expensive? This is on cardstock, deluxe stuff. No, I'm just razzing you. All my questions are divisional. Thanks.
Okay. So let's get to the divisional questions. Thank you, Rob.
Shout out and thanks to my entire team for putting this budget together, and for Bruce Jensen, Director of Finance and Admin, to make it all happen.
Yep.
This is the last budget I look at.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, did you have a question on, I didn't.
Overall.
Oh, sorry,
Overall.
Rob, so I apologize, there was an outside counselor who had some questions. This is overall.
So I didn't understand that in the in-camera session, you also, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you talked about that.
Yes, we had talked about in-camera
I
already.
just want to ask, are you contracting out any services within the corporate?
So there is a proposal, and Casey can talk a bit more about it on the revenue services, our check processing unit. We have a proposal in the budget to outsource that out to the Royal Bank.
And can I ask how many jobs that will eliminate?
Yes, and it's actually in the budget, and it is underway. The employees have been notified. It is 16 positions, 11 of which are filled, 9 permanent, and they have been talking and being assessed by HR to see where they can go.
But we haven't made any decisions yet.
It's actually this is showing up through here. The decision has already been announced to the staff.
Well, the decision hasn't been made.
It's not a, through the chair, it actually is not a contracting out. It is a change in technology. And we had $1.7 million checks back in 2007. In 2015, we were down to 800,000. It's a way of getting the checks processed through Royal Bank, which is our banker.
So you've already entered into some agreement with them?
We have,
So when is it that we learn about these changes in service delivery? Or are we also, are you still operating on the assumption that you decide on how to deliver services and we just
So through you, Mr. Chair.
hear
So
about
this
it
is-
later?
This is not a change that affects service levels. It is a change in how we provide that
Right,
service.
so you think that's in
And
your
also, the requirement for the service is falling as our number of checks has actually dropped in half over the last number of years.
No,
So
this
we
is
see
my
this as an
question once
administrative-
again. So your assumption is you decide how to deliver it, even if it means cutting jobs or contracting out, and we just hear about it later.
Councillor
That's
Davis,
still-
I will suggest you watch your tone when you're talking to staff, please.
Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, that's a fair question. Part of our responsibility is the delivery of service, And, it is incumbent upon administration on how to determine the best way to deliver service, meeting the goals and outcomes that council sets at the service level. So this is not a service level discussion. This is how do I open checks? How do I process?
Doesn't the city have goals around good jobs, decent jobs, and all of that, too? So how do you determine, is it just simply the bottom line?
Well, we have many competing directions coming from council, one of which in this budget was a minus 2.6%. A meeting doesn't go by when somebody doesn't ask me about efficiencies and lowering cost and driving higher productivity. So, I'm stuck in a bit of a catch-22 here.
So is there any problem
We're doing
with
it.
highlighting these things in reports before you actually go ahead and implement them?
So typically, how we deliver service is the responsibility of administration. We did go through some issues around contracting out of cleaning, and to my knowledge, that's the only recommendation that council has passed, where before we do any further contracting out, we're supposed to bring that to GMC. I don't recall a similar,
Nope, there's a policy. You know
a
what,
similar resolution being passed
the
on
role
other
of
services.
Councillors under the PMMD policy. I moved the motion, 2005.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now go to individual divisions. I'm going to be Councillor Carroll. We're starting with 311.
Yeah, a little point of order. I actually did a canvas because 311 is unique in that they've met they've done their reductions and met their target, although not so fast. But by virtue of the fact we heard earlier today, we've had the explanation of public health taking back their dispatch, which is a big part of this. And so they've really just met council's direction. And so I'm wondering if the interest in time.
Again, if there's no questions,
I know
we can
that
move-
the
if there's
members
no
are okay with
questions,
moving on to the next.
We'll move on to the next. I have no problems. If there's no questions of 311,
Just one question, okay?
Councillor,
Okay, so I
Yeah, has a
just
question.
want to know what the plan is to move services online, and what is the action plan, and what savings can we expect to go digital?
Through the chair, actually, it's a multi-approach. So the first thing we're doing is looking at a customer relationship management tool. That tool will actually allow us to facilitate moving things online also to a self-service channel. So a good example is when we create a service request, and it's a bit complex, normally the cost per transaction is around $16 per transaction. Now, when we look at the CRM and pushing things online, we're looking at around $1 to $2 per transaction, so that's significant savings in itself. Also with that CRM, it focuses on the online services, so we have 644 services currently today that we create through 311. What we want to do now is refine that list based upon demand, and try and push a lot of those services onto online as well to self-serve. So that 30% of the business that we do from a service request perspective, we want to push a lot of those things online to our residents that they can access via mobile and so forth. And what we're doing right now is initiating a pilot, and which we're looking at the technology, working with IT and procurement to make sure we look and we do our due diligence to make sure we choose the right solution with the right integration to have the best bang for the buck, which means we prioritize our customers and our customer service strategy, and then slowly look at the integrations after the fact in a more cost-effective manner.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Just two questions. One, there's a $100,000 to be realized through time management of standby and overtime budget that will reduce for less critical IT infrastructure platforms. So who's deemed less critical? Which platform, which division's not going to have the service they currently have after hours?
I know from an after-hours perspective, we're not sacrificing services in any way, shape, or form. We're actually increasing that service level activity after hours. And I know from 301 perspective, we're looking for efficiencies from a scheduling perspective to make sure we manage the peak volumes properly. And a good example of that is making sure that we allocate the appropriate resources to manage the overtime that's associated with some of these nuances and acts of God.
So that I'll give my apology. I was on to IT.
All right, my mistake.
So, no, that was my bad. Sorry. I don't have any questions for 311.
He answered it anyway.
Okay, we are now on facilities, real estate, environment, and energy. Councillor Carroll has one.
I just have one capital question here. Well, no, I have two questions. The first one is, can I get one of those desks? But we've already covered that. I took a tour of the facilities. The hydraulic raising and lowering stand-up desk was, I hope, going to become standard issue. My question is in capital, though, and it's strictly about spending rate. You've got a high spending rate in health and safety, which we like, but we set the bar pretty low for growth-related projects, and then that's a very low spending rate. Something went wrong there, and I'm going to assume it's all one project was a problem. Growth-related was monolithic, was it?
Through the chair, what we're referring to is Union Station and St. Lawrence Market.
Oh, so that's all the growth-related
Those were, and now they're in service, and they're in
place.
service improvements now. That's where they're situated in the budget on the analyst notes right now.
Oh, so the little 8% that you are able to say is completed is probably little Section 37 things,
Very
stuff
small.
like that. Okay, and in the other areas, SOGR and others that are at 50, do you have a target to try and achieve more there, or is that what we can expect for the next few years?
Through the chair, that's not what you'll expect for the next few years. In actual fact, I just wanted to give you an idea of what the team has done through the Facilities Transformation Project. So right now, we're at a 50-odd% execution for the year-end forecast. But if you look at our commitments, so what we've actually got approval through awards right now that we're ready to execute in 2017, so we don't have to go through a procurement process because we've already done it, we will be at 86%. So we will be in a good position in 2017.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under expenditures and facilities management, this year you're projected to spend $123 million, and next year you're budgeting less. How was that achieved? You're budgeting about a $3.2 million decline.
On the facilities management side you're referring to, Councillor?
That's right.
It's on the operating side.
Yep.
And that's through, we actually have quite a few reductions that we're actually doing from the operating side from a headcount perspective. And all of them are vacant right now, all the positions. And we're also, with standards that we've actually applied, in 2015, we actually redid the standards around custodial and maintenance. And we're using those standards to actually run the business right now, and those standards are being used, so that also helps us in what we actually charge to other divisions too, like police. We've reduced our cost to police by $850,000 based on the change of standards.
So I need some, on the head count, I need
Yep.
a little bit of clarity, because the budget, according to the documents, the budget was 1,026 position, 1,023 position.
Correct.
The actual is 1,026.
The actual's wrong.
The budget for next year is 1,000, which is 26 positions fewer, but you said that they were vacant positions that you're getting rid of. So how is it go down by 26 positions, but they're vacant?
Through the chair, I actually noticed that page number for the actuals is incorrect. It's actually a lower number. It's not a million. It's not 1,026. It's actually lower, and we have the actual.
So your actual ending this year will be less than 1,020?
Correct. We'll correct that in the analyst notes.
So what will it be?
I'm going to give that to you right now. It will be at 875, Councillor.
875?
Yeah. And we have about a 32.
That's a big difference. So
There's a
you
30
budget,
If I may, if there's a 32-person gapping there too, so there's 125 difference that you're referring to right now, from the 1,000 to the 875.
So what are those positions?
Those positions are in facilities management, and right now, they're also working through their transformation. So they actually took a step back, so they had to really get their senior folks lined up, and now they're going through the next levels of actual recruitment. And the other area of the 125, we actually have 25 security people that we are hiring as we speak, and they will be in by the end of the year or early next year. So, sorry, go ahead.
In the real estate arm of your portfolio, how many employees do you have in that?
There's about 89 people, thank you.
Pardon me?
89, Counselor.
89. And it says a part of the portfolio is to acquire property,
Correct. Acquisition,
dispose of property.
correct.
So is acquire property mean expropriate for transportation services, or what does that mean?
Acquiring could be anything like that. It would be new strategic properties, or could be acquisition for expropriation purposes.
And managed leases, the city has a lot of,
We have over 1,000 leases, and we have
is that space that we lease or that we lease
both.
out?
There's both. We lease out, and they lease from us.
Okay. And in the facility, well, the facilities review that you've spoken to councilors about, when would you expect that real change will occur as a result of that?
Through the chair, were you referring to the citywide real estate review?
Right.
Our expectation is that there will be a report to council in Q2 of 2017 with a proposal on transition, strategy, business model, and all that. The expectation it would be up and running if it gets approved by the end of 2017, but it'll take 18 months, I would say, to really get its legs going, and a transition like that will be to 3 to 5 years in the whole scope of what we're intending to come in with.
So would you anticipate that we will see some substantive changes this time next year for budget 2018?
Through the chair, we will be bringing a business case with the report in Q2 of 2017 recommending certain requirements, and that will be up to council to approve it.
Okay, I think that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors on facilities? Councillor Layton?
Find some more cards.
Facilities. Real estate, environment, and energy.
Now it's been appended to the report. Are any of those steps being recommended for funding in the budget? Any of those actions in the short-term plan?
The only one of the 24 that we've currently included in the budget has to do with community energy projects. And we've added $5 million worth of recoverable debt. And we have identified ways in which we can administer that by moving resources around within the Environment and Energy Division. We are bringing forward a full slate of options to the next budget meeting in January, at which we will be able to discuss the impact of the other ones.
In January?
January, I think it's appended to this report, and I believe the supplementary reports are going to be heard in January.
Okay. Oh, when we come back.
Through council, right, through the council.
Now, does that report include a prioritized list? Because you gave us business cases, some of which had reasonable, were reasonable investments for the city to make.
Absolutely.
Because they had value within the budget process.
Absolutely.
Outside of their environmental impact.
We will provide a prioritized list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Any other questions? Councillor Davis, you had questions on facilities?
I noticed that there are changes around, and I don't know how to do this in public, but there are changes around service delivery in terms of staffing at the civic centers. And I'm wondering why those changes are being made before the service model has come forward. So we've been waiting for 10 years for the counter service review to be completed. So this is about the counter services at the civic centers. Why are those changes being made before we have that report?
So through the chair, Councillor Davis, we'll be coming back in Q1 to government management with the overall proposal of what we're intending through the business case. So that will come to government management.
But there are changes already in this budget. What if we don't agree with the model that you bring forward? And for instance, I might say, I think the East York Civic Centre should continue to have front-facing services, or in fact, more. And maybe Councillor Nunziata will say York should be restored with some front-facing services.
Through the chair, I'd suggest we have that conversation because I don't see anything that changes the Etobicoke Civic Centre in this report right now, but East York, and we should have that
No, there are no changes on East York. There are changes at the others.
So if I'd be more than glad to have I'd like to have if you would like to have a conversation, I would like to have that with you.
Okay, well, there are changes in information services that are there in this budget. You know what?
Is that it, Councillor? Thank you. Okay, thank you, Facilities. We're on now to Fleet Services. Questions of Fleet Services?
Yes.
Councillor Carroll.
Yes, this one is a little different than check issuing. There is a contracting out happening here with Class 1 and 2 vehicles, and I'm a little confused. It says it's only going to, the impact is only going to be 2 vacant positions being gone, but then we're going to contract the service repairing those vehicles, repair and maintenance out. So who's repairing them now?
So through the chair, I'll clarify. It's a good question. In actual fact, that's a net of 2, so there's 14 positions. When we came to council committee last time, it was 14 positions that get impacted. That was what the report said.
14 people are repairing vehicles now.
There's 14 positions. We're referring to mechanical positions, 416. And what we're saying in this report, that we're actually going to repurpose 12 positions for contract management, coordination, and some training roles. And there's 12 that are being repurposed, so the net is 2.
Well, that's as may be. They may be being repurposed and not laid off, but don't you still have to show them as positions leaving your program map and org chart?
We actually, you're saying they're not seen here right
No,
now?
all I see is the net 2, and
We'll
I get that
clarify
that's
that.
a net, but don't you still have to show that 12 people that are repairing cars now are not going to be anymore?
And it actually was stated in the other report. We'll clarify this in these notes.
So
if there's 14.
I have not asked for a single briefing note yet, but I think I'm going to ask for one. I really want this one in plain language, because this actually is a bigger contract out impact. On to, okay, well, I need to be referred to that page then, if you wish to avoid a briefing note. But on to the contract
Direct you to
itself.
that report and that explained all the ins and outs of the position.
I'll actually link you to that report, the report that we actually did.
Oh, okay, so now I'm getting to it. The report happened at another time in another committee.
Correct. It went through GMC to council. It went
Okay, that's as may be. I'd still like to see it
problem.
accurately reflected in a budget document, because I would assume that that report would be to do this thing which we are now referring to budget, which means you still have to, with plain language and clarity, show it for what it is in the budget documents. That I would like to see.
That's a fair point.
So on to the question of the contract itself, because I haven't read that report, how is that planned to be done? This is an area where lowest bidder makes me very nervous, because quality control is a very big deal here in this particular industry. So are we going to all one garage for 7 years and then regretting it, or what's the plan?
We actually have not finalized that, and that would not be, we're actually working through that right now for an RFP to go out in mid-year, but we're working through that. We don't have that finalized.
Okay, process question, Mr. Chair, then. I need to see that report to know if I need a briefing note. Is this today my only opportunity to order one, though?
do a briefing note?
Well, I may not need
Not-
one.
The committee won't be meeting again until,
Okay, well, stand it down. Other people have questions in the same area. Let me look at that report on the fly right now then.
we have the next couple of hours till it. Let's work
Yeah,
through this.
yeah, okay.
Any other 311 questions? Oh, sorry, what am I saying? Fleet services. Okay, we're going to go to information and technology.
Just one fast question.
Sorry, Councillor Naziad has one question.
Are there any
Hold on,
further
can I,
opportunities?
we're having, there's a lot of side conversation. I'm just wondering if we can just bring it back down to a reasonable level, please?
Okay, Josie. Yes. So are there any other further opportunities for alternative service delivery models for the rest of the fleet?
Through the chair, I think we need to actually do this one right, and then look at further opportunities if there is any.
Thank you. On to IT. Councillor Layton, questions from?
Thank you very much. I'll try to do this one really quickly because I may have read the question already. What are the less critical platforms that won't be supported if we change the hours or the amount of money for standby and overtime in the standby and overtime budget?
Through the chair, the way that we do standby is really all of technology is interconnected. So we ensure that the critical pieces, for example, the network, we have resources and people on standby because that has a broader implication. So it's not necessarily going by application or by service, but it's really making sure on the critical points that we have our critical skills available in the event that there's something that happens in those areas. So when we reduce it, that means now in the overall connection of all the technology, we may not have everybody on standby for every piece. So we're reducing the amount of people that are on standby.
So is it safe to say that the more critical, the more complex softwares might not have the more senior skilled or qualified people on standby as much?
It would be more, you could have complex, through the chair, you could have complex software, but it may not be, it has critical dependent points of technology that are more critical dependent. We make sure that those critical points, we have resources on standby.
Okay.
Did that make sense?
Sorta.
Okay, so, and let me try one more time through the chair. So technology basically has different layers, and you layer on whether it be from hardware to software, et cetera. If the hardware goes, the software doesn't work. So one thing we want to make sure is that the critical points on the hardware are covered. We may not, as we go up the stack, have all the resources available from from software and specialized software all the way up. Those individuals would be dependent on when we call them back in.
Okay. There's also a discussion of deferral of the internet service provider bandwidth upgrade strategy. Is that something that we're just deferring to next year or kicking it way down the road?
Through the chair, it's something that we look at. We also have implemented something that's called quality of service. Quality of service allows us to manage how that network bandwidth is utilized. So first and foremost, we give priority to our applications, and then in other types of services that utilize the internet, they take second priority. An example of that may be through some of our social media that we access, that would get a lower priority. So we would ensure that our current bandwidth, that our critical applications are covered. As you know, as an organization, we're using technology more and more in different formats. We would continue to monitor and analyze and then increase capacity accordingly.
So we actually manage we can manage our bandwidth down to things like the social media component?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely.
Wow, that's pretty neat. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other question, Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are pertain to the specific numbers of dollars in the budget. So you were approved for a budget, I guess your budget that was approved for 2016 included $57 million in IT, business IT solutions, and it says 40 million was spent, so 17 million underspent. How does that occur? What does that mean?
Through the chair, we did some in-year adjustments as it relates to that particular section and the enterprise IT planning and client services. So we moved some resources and associated costs into that section. That's why you're seeing some underspend there, and in the other area, you're seeing slightly overspent.
Sorry, well, I don't see much of an overspend. In enterprise, it's up by like $700,000 in terms of spend.
Fair enough. So again,
and
through the chair, there's two components. The first component was there were some resources moved.
Okay.
The second component is that we have some vacancies that are impacting that area too.
So I want to talk a little bit about vacancies, because we heard about that last, I think there was a pretty big ask for new people in 2016. There's really no ask this year, but you appear to be about you're almost 120 people below the complement. So do you really expect to be able to ramp up to 846 positions filled?
Through the chair, yes, we do. We are expecting that our year-end vacancy rate will be just above 60, about 61. Half of that is for gapping. Another 12 of those are for part of our reduction strategy to meet our budget targets. And the remaining 17 are recruits that are in progress.
Sorry, sir, you're saying at the end of this year, which is in 2 weeks.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Clarification.
2 weeks.
Clarification.
Right.
Our vacancies include two components. They include capital and operating.
Okay.
I was assuming your question related to operating. The numbers I was giving you were related to operating.
Okay. Well, so on the operating side, and again, this is just from the notes on table 1, it says that you're down by about 120 positions from your budget. So you're asking us to approve a budget for next year that anticipates that you'll fill all of those. So given the situation with the city, why should we, as councillors, and I'm just asking you to explain this, why should we approve a budget for an extra 120 positions when they weren't filled in 2016?
Again, through the chair, that number consists of positions that are out of our operating budget and also out of our capital. So half of those are capital. Those are based on projects and based on the project schedules. Sometimes projects only require resources at a certain time. Okay. Projects get delayed. That has a different implication. So,
when we had, was it Toronto Building or the construction people in, they were talking about the lack or the difficulty with getting skilled employees. Certain skill sets were in very high demand. And I'm just wondering, how difficult is it for you and to fill these very high-skilled people, given the pay grades that the city offers?
Through the chair, great question. What we've done is we've made sure that we've partnered with our Human Resources Division to work closely on having a holistic recruiting strategy for a variety of skills. We have been able to attract and retain those types of skills. For very highly specialized, let's call it complex skills, we typically don't bring those on board. We purchase those services, which somewhat a little bit protects us from trying to bring those very complex, scarce skills on board for the organization.
Okay, thanks for the answers.
You're welcome.
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through you. I noticed that we have, was it three data centers and 2,700 servers?
That's correct.
Correct?
Through the chair, correct.
Thank you. What's the cost of, I guess, these data centers and to operate these servers?
Through the chair, that's a little bit more, let me try and answer that question. Operating the data centers would be like the house. And then you have components in the house like the server, plus there's some other components in there like the network and other services. So predominantly those costs are part of our, what we call our technology infrastructure services organization. I don't have the specific number on how much it costs to run the data center and the servers. I would have to get back to you on the specifics because those are two subcomponents.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind. I guess where I'm going with that question is this still the industry practice to have our own servers?
Okay, excellent question. Through the chair, yes. What we've been embarked on, a twofold strategy. The first one is taking a look at what we are managing and is that the most cost-effective way for the city. So for the last, we've been utilizing from a shared services perspective, working with the agencies, boards, and commissions, looking for opportunities on how we can share our infrastructure costs. As part of that, we have a data center strategy, and as part of our data center strategy, 2 of our 3 data centers are city facilities, Don Mills Road and Tifffield. The third one is a service where we're renting space from a TELUS data center. We pay approximately $1 million a year for that service. What we're looking at now is can we utilize our on-premise to try and reduce that $1 million cost, and then also looking at avoiding some costs from some of the other agencies by utilizing our data center. So that's what we've been doing to optimize our costs. Further to your question, should we still be in that business? We're constantly looking at that. And right now, the business model doesn't support the cost to move all of our infrastructure to another third party.
Okay, but you'll get back to me on the numbers of what the actual cost is to run those data centers, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Davis.
Just wondered if you could explain the business unit reorganization that is going to delete 10 positions, and what the impacts will be on service. This is not on purple sheets.
Through the chair, one of them was on the purple sheet, just for clarification.
Yes, I know,
But that's okay. I think I still answer your question
but
without.
there's a whole bunch of other ones here.
Yes. So what we've done, again, through the chair, we've looked at ways of really trying to optimize and streamline our operations. Right now, really through some cross-training, but also looking at some technology on our side, believe that we can achieve some of those efficiencies. Have we realized all of them to date? No, some of them will be in progress, but the way that we've been able to achieve that is by targeting some of our vacant positions, so that while we are achieving some of these efficiencies, operational efficiencies, we can at least realize them in the budget in this particular submission.
Okay. So have these decisions been implemented already?
Through the chair, the fact that they've been submitted as part of the budget, yes. So
What's in here has been implemented already?
in there we have one that is to be implemented.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, thank you. Seeing no questions, we are on to the next. Office of the Chief Financial, let me try that again. Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Questions? Going once.
He should be listening.
We have to determine if there's questions first. Asked and answered. Okay, seeing no question, Councillor Campbell.
Question. Of the CFO. So I see you were budgeted for 115 positions, you're finishing with 107 positions. Your budget next year is for 116 positions. Does that represent filling positions, or this table 1, page 7? That's the only table I really ever look at in these papers. So.
No, we know.
That's right.
Yes, I believe those positions are in the financial planning area. I think they're your positions, right?
You mentioned earlier about retirements and the impact of retirements on, and these are highly skilled people with, decades of experience. what's the profile of your department, and what are you doing for succession planning? And as I look at you, I don't think you're close to retirement, but what are you doing?
I may look young. I'm 55 and I got 31 years.
You're aging with every successive budget meeting. Right.
Councillor Davis, on this.
So we've started. Just for your information, I have my numbers already. But we have started a succession planning initiative exercise in our entire cluster. With the first, we're going to focus on the finance divisions. Because when we look at our leadership and our managers and how many are eligible to retire within the next 5 years, over 50% of the finance leadership could retire. So we've started in working with HR, we've started our 9-box succession planning identification exercise where we will go through and assess finance positions and people that are with the organization, look at what their aspirations are, look who wants to progress into leadership and management positions, and then identify what training gaps or skill set gaps they may have, and direct them towards that.
So, I mean, this is obviously a very complicated city, and your people perform very, complicated work processes and do very good work. Do you have a program to engage the university graduates? Are there summer programs, or do you have an active program to bring in, young people in their 20s to, get them into the city and learning about the city?
So we do hire co-ops in some areas. We have also applied, and I forget what that program is with U of T, Urban Fellows. We've got a couple coming in on that. Could we do more? Probably, yep.
Okay, those are my questions, because I think obviously, as I'm sure the city manager would agree, that not just this area, but there are some areas within the city with very highly skilled people that we are, as councillors and as a government, very reliant upon. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. And I think I wanted to point out for those councillors who may be in their offices listening, that we're on the item that says we don't get budget binders anymore.
Yes, I know.
That sadly,
That's in
I see a budget binder over there in front of Mr. Campbell, a budget binder over there in front of Mr. Burnside. Councillor Carroll's got 2. I've got 3. Councillor Nunziata's got her budget binder out. You've got 4 budget binders in front of you, Mr. CFO. Josie's budget binders are legendary. You should see the size of them.
Got all 5 of them here.
I don't know what you're going to do without them afterwards, but, well,
I mean, you raise a good point. We wrestled internally with this for a while, and I'll tell you the truth. I said no 3 times before we finally said yes. Yeah, so there is a push to go paperless. This is not one that didn't come without consternation from me. I will grant you that.
Councillor Davis, questions? Oh.
So the question is any work being done to monitor the success and happiness and satisfaction and all the rest of using Diligent at both the Toronto Police Service for senior team and Board of Management, Toronto Hydro Board senior team and management, with a view to doing that here? Because at that point, we could be not only paperless, but I would submit more secure. None of us would be doing a Maxime Bernier with purple paper.
That's a very good question. That's actually not my area, but I believe the clerk was looking at, because there were previous motions, I believe actually even done by GMC committee, about what alternatives are there from a technology perspective.
So would you prefer that I wait until we have an opportunity with clerks to ask? Okay.
Councillor Davis.
Can you assure us that we will all get that additional capacity at the application to allow us to take notes on PDFs? Because we've been asking for that as well.
I do recognize that if we no longer print paper budgets, that some alternative capacity will be needed. We haven't quite figured all that out yet. I don't know.
Okay. Am I reading correctly that you're actually using a one-time revenue source in your budget from the insurance reserve?
Yes, so there are recoveries on an ongoing basis from the insurance reserve into Joe Fragg's area of risk management. So corporate finance, one of the functions they have is risk management. So divisions pay premiums, and we fully recover the cost of the risk management program from the risk management reserve, and monies go in and monies come out of that based on the premiums we assess divisions.
So that's a sustainable, it's not a one-time, it's a sustainable ongoing. And what is public and what is not? There are, this is public. Changes to the financial, you're consolidating and eliminating positions, including financial analysts. And I really do seriously want to ask you, I watch this division, and they work unbelievably hard, long hours. Where is that work going to go that's being currently done by
For you,
these people?
I'm as equally concerned about the workload, especially the last couple years,
Yes.
on financial planning, especially during budgets, and corporate finance. I mean, we don't come out of meetings with less work to do. We always come out of meetings with more work to do.
So if we were to do, or if we were to do a survey that asked them how many hours of overtime was spent in this department, I'm serious, because we are liable. If any one of the staff were to come along and say, are you aware of all of that overtime, and then claim it, we could be liable for that overtime. So do we actually realistically monitor overtime in this corporation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in our division, I've asked staff to continue to record their overtime above the 105 hours that gets recognized by the organization. And on average, it's at least another 50 to 60 hours, but in many areas, it could be, some analysts in particular can go up to 200-300 hours in the year over and above their regular working day. So it is an issue for us, and one where our wellness and balance is very hard to achieve.
And do you monitor that those hours get then taken off in lieu?
Well, I was just sitting here earlier about getting authority or seeking approval to carry forward vacation time that in some cases go back 3 and 4 years because they haven't had a chance to take them. That was just being done today. So we do monitor. We do try to get staff to use up as much time as possible, including, making sure on when it's quieter time, whenever that might be, that they take extra Fridays off and things. So, but it's been a very difficult issue to manage.
Thank you. Next, we were on to financial services, capital only. Other questions? Okay, on to Office of the Treasurer, questions. Okay, that's in. Councillor Davis.
When will we have the report on the vacant unit rebate program? And will we get it before the budget is approved?
It's through the chair, that report actually is coming from the GM of Economic Development. However, in the fall update that the province gave, they have given municipalities the ability to vary the vacant unit rebate, and I believe there's something in this budget
Well, I haven't seen it.
looking at that. And now that also requires a minister's regulation to allow us to do that. So there is a process that has not yet been defined that allows us to vary that vacant unit rebate in 2017.
There's also a policy, there are policy decisions that have to be made. So I presume there is a report coming to either
through you, Ma-
economic development or executive. They've all, up until this point, come through economic development. But finance has been actually doing the financial analysis, obviously. So we have not taken a position to eliminate the vacant unit rebate program.
Right, so through you, Mr. Budget Chair. So we are taking note of the two motions passed by council on the vacancy rebate. One is to do a reinvestment into depressed retail areas, the other a reinvestment into anti-poverty measures. We are waiting for the new regulation that will permit the framework for municipalities to reduce or change their vacant rebates, and then when that's been tabled, based on what's in that that regulation, we will come forward with a proposal. The ministry has said some things we must do. One is being public consultations and getting feedback before
Right.
the minister
Right.
will consider and approve or disapprove or modify a proposal.
So then what is actually in this 2017
So
budget
what-
with respect to the vacant unit rebate program?
So in the budget itself, there are no changes.
Right.
In the presentation that the city manager and I did, we did in a few slides put out what are the options in front of council. There are spending side, revenue side. One of the revenue side measures, we did identify vacancy rebates because of the announcement that was done in the fall economic statement.
Right, but so that 22 million is nowhere in any document.
No, right now,
nor
there
has
is no
council
change.
made a decision on it. So though you've addressed it in the budget, and the mayor keeps addressing it publicly as the 22 million he's going to apply to the 91 million shortfall. So I don't understand then how that can be applied to the shortfall until there's consultation and a public report.
There are no measures coming from staff to say to apply the 22 million to the shortfall. We are waiting on the regulation to see what's permitted, and then we will meet the requirements of the regulation and come forth with a plan that hopefully meets the requirements of the regulation, plus what council had directed. If you recall, on the presentation slides, it said for potential revenue. It did not say the entire 23 million. I believe the slide showed 11 million.
I think,
half.
11. So if you're putting 11, are you assuming that this information and consultation and policy decision will be made within 6 months?
Timing is up to the regulation and what it says, and whether if you can backdate it for an entire calendar taxation year. That slide showed 11 instead of 23 because we were being conservative.
But it does not appear on any of the tables?
No, because it is not included in the preliminary budget. The preliminary budget has the entire 23 million until such time as the regulation comes and then council decides to do something different.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to other city programs. These are just, no presentations, just questions and answers only. So we're going to start with the city manager's office. Okay, yeah, we're doing a bit of a switch around with staff, so give it a minute. There's just not enough seats for everyone. Okay, I think we have done the switch around. Okay. We're going to work our way through the other city programs. We'll begin with the City Manager's Office. Questions? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regard to, I noticed there's a reduction of one position in strategic communications. In strategic communications, there continue to be 48 positions. I'm wondering if you've had an opportunity to do a reassessment of that department and make a determination as to whether or not that's the appropriate staffing level.
Through the chair, we have done reviews of the department, just to note that about 20% of the positions, around 10 of them, are actually paid for by other divisions. So the other 80% is funded through the budget. And we have five different units, and the staffing at this point, we believe, is appropriate for what's required. 4 positions were transferred from INT last year to support the web revitalization project and sustainment of the website.
So sorry, so there's 48 positions, and you said 20% of those are paid for by other divisions?
That's correct. You can see that in the interdivisional recoveries.
Okay, oh, I see, all right. Now, the Toronto newsletter that's published 3 times a year, delivered to 1 million households, what's the cost of that?
That isn't published anymore. That was cut several years ago.
Oh, sorry, yes, that's right, okay, I see that. It's under the list of things that you used to do, I see, okay. So that's not done anymore.
Right. It's now an electronic newsletter, so it is developed in-house by my staff, and it's sent by email to those who subscribe.
Okay. How many people, it's probably here, in equity and diversity, we have, I believe it's 14 positions. I'm just wondering how is that work measured? How does that work, the work that's done there, assessed and workload assessed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, a whole bunch of stuff that we are doing is being compliant with legislative requirements. So it is measured by the fact, like for example, AODA, it has certain deadlines, and the corporation has to meet those deadlines. So the work we do is to make sure that we meet those deadlines for the city, so we are not held. There's no risk to the city. It's the same with the Human Rights Office. A whole bunch of investigations that we do is so that we can create a defensible position if the matter did go to tribunal, that there'd be no risk to the city. So to me, those are very compelling measures, even though we have very limited staff, in terms of the effectiveness. It is a bit difficult to be quantifiable with equity, diversity, and human rights, except I suppose I could give you numbers. We have like 1,000 complaints that we manage in about a year.
So you manage these complaints, these are internal complaints or external complaints?
They are both.
They're both.
Our office provides, it's an arm's length body, so to speak. It provides human rights investigative skills, services to city employees, as well as service recipients.
And so do you have a way of measuring satisfaction, which would be a way of measuring the outcomes of that department?
The way we measure is that the recommendations we make, how many of those are actually implemented and don't lead to any new sort of investigations. And the other is, if the matter does go to tribunal, that it is found in favor of the city, and the city solicitor's office is comfortable with the work we have done.
And do you have some of that information that you could share?
Yes, absolutely. Human rights report actually comes to council annually, but I can share previous reports with you.
I'm just wondering, sort of, if you could just, sort of off the top of your head, give us a synopsis of the performance.
It's a bit difficult. I will share the report with you.
Okay.
And take you through because it's complicated. There are different, types of investigations and remedies, et cetera.
All right, okay, thank you for the answers.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Oh, that was quick. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much.
Almost
Thank you
missed
very much. I didn't want to miss that.
I was going to cheer.
First, to the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Human Rights. Currently, are we meeting all of our service level targets within that division, responding to report requests, the AODA implementation, implementing our statement of commitments to Aboriginal people, and responding to the Human Rights Tribunal? Are we meeting all of our service levels in all of those areas?
Yes, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. Like I said, the human rights, we can actually look at the record, and we are meeting that requirements. If you look at AODA, we have met our annual submission to the province in terms of our compliance. So we are not only meeting our compliance, we are ahead of it. If you're asking about the Aboriginal file, as you know, some of the things are underway. And these are large corporate initiatives, right? Like the Aboriginal Employment Strategy or Aboriginal Learning Strategy for the corporation. So it is taking some time, absolutely. As you know, we had one leading staff who's now retired. However, we have repositioned that particular job, and I'm going to be a lot better, I'm hoping, strategically involved with all our partners in the corporation. We cannot do it alone. If you're asking me I can do it alone, no, we can't.
I think what I'm asking is, are you comfortable with the level of service based on the staff complement you currently have?
It would, yes and no. It would always be nice to have more resources. I have only 14 staff, and I have a corporate mandate. But I also believe that we are pretty good at strategically leveraging our partners, other divisions, and the stuff that they are doing in order to drive equity at the City of Toronto. So I guess yes or no.
Well, how would Will and how would an equity-seeking group or individuals that experience an interaction with your office, how will it change as a result of the proposed service level change?
Actually, not very much, because I tell you what, a whole bunch of people who called our office, we refer them to our partners at the city. A whole bunch of divisions at the city are doing equity-related work. For example, SDFA or public health or whatever. So we have and because of AODA and human rights and all of those, and Aboriginal file, we have excellent relationships with our partners. So we are pretty efficient in terms of connecting them to the right resources.
Okay, thank you. To Human Resources Division, we've got, we often hear of concerns about the length of time it takes to get a position posted, filled, and addressed. And with potentially the loss of, I can't remember the number here, it was in the analyst notes. Is it of two positions that will reduce service levels in hiring process for divisions? That actually sounds to me, given that we get vacancies all the time, is contrary to the direction we should be taking, which is spend time filling our vacancies because we have difficulty filling vacancies. How will we, in fact, improve on our ability to fill vacancies and simultaneously reduce the number of staff?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I'll share my time with Barbara Shulman. There's no doubt that we're always looking for efficiencies. There's no doubt that new systems like an e-recruitment system that we have planned for the next couple of years in terms of a rollout will help find those efficiencies. And there's no doubt that we'll look at approval processes as well as the recruitment processes to try and save some time on these processes. There is a huge volume of recruitment, so I don't want to skirt that issue. So while we'll always look for efficiencies, this will, we think, delay a little bit further our capacity to deliver this service, but we're going to do our best to try and manage that expectation. I think we're at about 70 days right now on average for a recruitment, which is under the average. So we do have work to do, but we've tried to limit this impact and look across the HR organization so that we're spreading this particular ask around a little bit more. I don't know, Barbara, if you have anything to add.
I think that, through the chair, what Carrie has said is correct, that we have looked to find ways to streamline. We have found opportunities to reduce the number of days to fill vacancies, even in the last year or two, through a number of different strategies. It varies depending on the affiliation of the positions that we're filling, but it has come down across each of the groups. And notwithstanding the reductions, we'll continue to look for those ongoing opportunities.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davis is next.
I wanted to ask the city manager about the Office of Chief Transformation Officer and why the budget is not included in the city manager's budget, but instead is going into the non-program budget. Why would we not be transparent and put it in the city manager's budget?
So I can probably answer that because Peter may not know the history. So when we did the services reviews, the monies and the monies to actually do the reviews, the monies for transformation, we put that all in non-program because they affect the city as a whole. So because of that past practice, we put it in non-program as well for 2017 and 2016 budget restatements.
So the Chief Transformation Officer office is going to cost $913,000, and it was approved, as I recall, in a very creative way at the third quarter variance report, or 6-month variance report. In the past, when we have attempted to make similar changes, we've always been told that that kind of change was not possible through a variance report. Could you clarify how that was done this time?
I'm not sure what other people told you, what's possible, what's not possible. Budget adjustments happen. What's not possible in years to do a budget adjustment that actually increases the net levy. So that budget adjustment that we brought forward in June was moving monies around from one area of non-program to another area of non-program, setting up specifically the strategic office to drive innovations.
So
and that is allowed under our
It's going to contain several staff, some of them seconded, I gather, and some that are new. But is it, how might I find it under non-program? I have the Grand Master Plan here, and will I be able to find it?
So we don't do a set of analyst notes for non-program. That is one of the things that, I know.
And why is that?
That's one of the last a shortcoming in our budget that we still need to get to. Most of the non-programs are all driven off of actual expenditures. We have this year in your core budget documents and presentation provided you by division and non-program area, the gross revenues and the net. So every year we're trying to do a bit of an improvement. Yeah, well, that's one of the gaps that we need to address is a better summary of what's in the non-program.
And so, as I recall last year, in an attempt to try and fund some of the programs that we valued, some of us, we were told absolutely not. All that money's accounted for in non-program. It's already accounted for. So where was that funding found?
So when we came forward with that budget adjustment, there was monies that was unspent in our contingency allowances in non-program for compensation, and then we redirected it for this priority, and council approved it.
How much is left in that contingency for salaries?
I believe we took the rest of it out. That was the balance, and I believe I'm going from memory, it was $1 million, I believe, something like that, $1.1 million, I believe.
So maybe we can ask for a more detailed breakout in a budget note request of the non-program.
Thank you. Next is legal services.
Oh, did I use up all my time?
We're at legal services.
No, I didn't. I want to ask about AODA and
Questions of legal services? Okay. Just, yeah. We have this. We'll be gentle on you, Brian. Councillor Campbell to begin.
I'll just wait till the room is quiet. All right, so quick question for legal. How much of our legal efforts are spent on planning matters, either Ontario Municipal Board or Committee of Adjustment? How much of our hours and our time and our budget goes toward defending the city's planning policies?
33% of the planning law budget is spent at the Ontario Municipal Board. So in 2016 to date, and that's as of, I believe, the 15th, we've spent, we've had 442 matters at the Ontario Municipal Board. So it's 35% of the planning law time that is spent at the board.
And then the rest of your time would be doing
Agreements.
real estate transactions?
That is part of planning law. There's also a real estate arm as well. But yes, planning law does also carry out most of the transactions that are associated with development applications. So it would also be preparing agreements, Section 37 agreements, site plan agreements, consent agreements, attending at pre-application meetings, consultation with planners and other divisions involved in the development review process.
Well, that's, okay, so is that part of the 33% or is that on top of the 33%?
That's on top of the 33%. 33% is the time the planning lawyers spend of their entire time is spent at the Ontario Municipal Board.
Okay, and does the legal department, so when I'm at a TTC commission meeting, we go into private session and we talk about the exposure to the commission. Does that occur here at the city where you meet with a committee, and like executive, and talk about the city's exposure through litigation?
From a litigation perspective, yes, we would go in camera at various committee meetings if asked the chances of the city's success or failure on any piece of litigation or with respect to any administrative tribunal work.
But you don't go, there's not one particular committee. You don't just, for example, go to executive committee and say, these are our exposures. And
no, that's correct. I might remind you that there is a city lawyer associated with each committee so that if there are legal questions or concerns with respect to risk exposure, there is a solicitor that attends at each standing committee meeting.
And then my last question, although I would not want to add to anybody's workload, I think it's been asked many times by councillors about our track record at the Ontario Municipal Board. And is there an annual report produced either by legal or planning that says how many times we win at the Ontario Municipal Board, how many times we settle at the Ontario Municipal Board, and how many times we lose at the Ontario Municipal Board?
It's not published, but we do keep track of that, Councillor Campbell, so particularly with respect to the Committee of Adjustment Appeals.
And is there a reason, maybe I'll ask you the next question offline. Anyhow.
Okay.
All right, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, so your increase here, you look like bad budgeters, but it's all the APS system.
We are
But I
actually-
understand that was the gain, which shows up elsewhere, I understand was explained yesterday while I was over at the police board?
Yes, that's 100% correct. Actually, we're excellent budgeters because we're in at
Yes.
4% reduction.
Yes, that's what I'm
The numbers
getting at.
are solely
Exact
due to
net target.
APS because we have the cost side of it, we don't yet have the revenue side. So it should net out, in which case legal's budget would be a 4% reduction.
And on the revenue side, the gains are both short-term and long-term. There's almost an immediate savings here, but long-term, if it leads to savings in collections, then the savings will just keep rolling on if we're right about
Yes,
yes?
and I can turn this over to Ms. Chapman, the Director of Prosecutions. Perhaps, Callie, you would like to expand on that?
I think prospectively, what we're seeing is not only an ability to increase access for service, to speed up the process, but to find financial efficiencies and to find better ways to collect on the actual costs incurred as a result of the process of challenging these tickets.
Right. So while that's your increase, if we wipe that out of your budget, you met target. Yes. Okay. Those are my questions, Mr. Chief.
Thank you. Councillor Davis is next.
Well, this,
Okay, I'll get you next. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
this
I
budget,
didn't see it.
you were leaning down. Oh, no, you weren't.
I'm sitting.
Sorry. I noticed that $500,000 for 3 solicitors and an assistant are coming from new development fees. And Mr. CFO, I noticed many divisions are funding various things from the increase in development application fees. How much in total are we generating in more development application fees?
So the proposal that went to council and just got approved was $12 million, and it was primarily for funding costs from other divisions outside of planning that weren't being fully recovered today.
I was just
That
trying
was
to
the intent.
remember the big number. And on the implementation of the, of the mediation strategy, or the mediation service that we're implementing in North York, I heard the other day that council approved that we are going to be implementing it across all community council, or across all committee of adjustments. Is that the case?
I seem to recall that was the case. So that was associated with the local appeal body. And I believe in that report there was $200,000 that was budgeted, and the discussion at the time of the adoption of the local appeal body report was that it was to be spread across the city, the $200,000 for the pilot project.
Okay, there was no additional funding. It was the original allocation request, and it simply said that it would be spread across.
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay. Now,
That doesn't form part of legal's budget.
no, it's in, I realized that as I started asking. It's in courts, is where that is. And C of A, there were changes that were included in buildings division, which was changing the way that the process for dealing with building applications and minor variances. Does that affect legal in any way?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, for appeals at the OMB, Committee of Adjustment applications, so as you know, we get tons of them at council every month.
Yes.
Go to the OMB. So how many of those, do you have an itemized list of all the ones that we send through members' motions through the Committee of Adjustment?
Yes, we keep track of all of them.
And keep track? Okay, so do you have a total cost on what it's costing us just for the CVA appeals?
It's roughly 5,000 and change per hearing. and we're now at 130 appeals for 2016. So as of this council meeting, we have been instructed to attend on 130 Committee of Adjustment appeals. And it's roughly $5,000 per hearing, if I recall.
But there are times too when the motion is that we hire an outside a planner and legal.
Yes, that's correct.
Depending on what the decision, at the Committee of Adjustment. If the staff recommended the application, then we would hire an outside legal, correct?
That's correct. So for 2016 to date, that cost has been $133,946.41.
Okay. So how many, so what is the total cost of us hiring outside legal?
It's outside
Like not just for the Committee of Adjustment, because I know we do it for other things as well, so what is the cost of that?
We don't typically hire outside legal to attend at OMB hearings. That's all an in-house function.
Yeah, but there are other times.
So our exclusive out-of-pocket costs would be the outside planning consultants. That's, as I said, roughly $133,000 for 2016. And the other cost would be the in-house legal time, which for a solicitor one is roughly $211 an hour, but that's all in terms of benefits, office space, salary. So it's roughly $211 times the number of hours of preparation as well as hearing time for each of those Committee of Adjustment matters. And that typically adds up to about $5,000 of lawyers' time for both the preparation and the attendance at the hearing.
So do we anticipate then with the local, the lab, that we'll have, well, hopefully we'll have less, right, appeals? So would there be at long-term, would there be any savings at all?
There may be.
When it comes to legal and planning?
I think ultimately there may be. I think it's not by virtue of having a local appeal body, it's by virtue of the mediation programs that are intended to be put in place, both surrounding the Committee of Adjustment and the local appeal body. So it's hoped that settlement and mediation will reduce the actual number of contested hearings.
So we anticipate some
savings in the long term.
Savings in the long term.
That will all be monitored, to Councillor, as part of the local appeal body implementation throughout next year and the following year. So we will obviously be monitoring the mediation part of it to determine whether it does substantially reduce the number of contested hearings.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So Councillor Nunziata asked about the cost of these outside planners, and I was unable to hear through my one ear. Was it 130?
It was 133,000 to date for 2016, Councillor, so that's the total.
So say 140. Have you ever estimated what, if we had the planners and we decided to send our own, what that cost would have been to us?
Well,
I'm looking for the differential, because you hear these numbers of 140,000, but that's really not that.
Well, the reason we go outside is because these are cases where city planning did not have a problem with the application, and therefore city planning cannot provide a planner because it's their opinion that the variances meet the 4 tests. So if we are instructed to attend regardless, then of course we need evidence, and that's when we then have to seek the outside opinion from an outside planner. So in that sense, sure, we would love to go most of the time with a city planner. In fact, this year, I think it was roughly 45% of the hearings did have city planners on them. So in those cases, obviously, there is no out-of-pocket expenditures through city legal for outside planning consultants.
Yeah, no, and I understand why we go on the outside, to the outside planners. Sorry, I should have qualified that. I guess what my question ultimately is, so you said that 45% of the time we send our own planners, and so 55% of the time we go outside.
Yes, or we attempt to go outside. In many cases, no outside planner will take the file, in which case we attend ourselves and try to win the case through cross-examination.
Right. So if, hypothetically, this is a hypothetical question, if our own planners would go on those cases where we went outside, have you ever done an analysis as to what that cost would actually be? You'd have to hire additional people.
Correct. I suspect it would be substantially less, because if the same holds true for the city lawyer that's on the file, as I said, we bill out at $211 for solicitor one, all in. That includes salary, office, benefits. If you were to hire outside, and recently we did hire, because of a conflict situation, an outside lawyer, I believe the hourly rate was between $500 and $600 an hour. So it's easily...
About 1/3?
Yeah, it's easily that.
City. So then the real cost is probably about 85. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're done legal. On to City Clerk's office. Questions of City Clerks. Councillor Layton.
Sorry. Has there been any analysis regarding what the workload impact on the increased gapping will be on remaining staff?
Our vacancy rate above gapping is approximately 1%, Councillor. The reason that you have a high gapping, or we have a high gapping rate this year, is because we have been keeping positions vacant in order to meet the 2.6% cut.
And what was the result in the workload for the remaining clerk staff?
We're making technological and process changes all the time, and we are absorbing those changes. We have not seen over the years an increase in our overtime rate. We have managed for the last 10 years, and I can show you a slide that shows how many staff we have cut over the last number of years, if you are interested. We are quite used to making business process and technology changes as we go along, and we find efficiencies.
So the existing workload of clerk staff hasn't gone up as a result of the increase in gapping? You don't anticipate that it'll go up in the gapping that you're proposing within this budget?
The workload is different, but I don't anticipate that there is going to be a significant impact on the remaining staff.
What does the 1% reduction in staff benefit rate mean to staff?
There's no impact on staff.
Then why is it a 1% decrease? There's a temporary 1% reduction in the staff benefit rate to reflect actuals. Why is that?
What we're doing is matching actuals to the budget, so we're actually being able to save some money.
Sure. Then why is it one time?
Because the costs and the rates vary every year, and the incidents vary every year.
So we're assuming that we're good for one time, but next year, who knows?
We'll look at it again, yeah. We've done this before.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, City Clerks? Councillor Davis.
So the elimination of the 9 positions for transitioning service delivery to digital records, what will the impact be on that project?
We answered that question in camera, Councillor. That is as a result of the electronic document management project that is underway and has been underway. That is going to be handled through technology changes.
Okay. I already asked you about the counter service, which is not counter service. It is actually staff that are in North York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke? No, we don't have any in Etobicoke. Just
The
North York.
positions that are in the confidential materials are 2. They are not counter staff. They are reception staff.
Right. It's not described that way, unfortunately. Okay, I didn't know you were doing those, so I'm sorry. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We're now on to questions of City Council. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Can I make the assumption that the adjustment in councillor staff benefits rates is an adjustment to meet actuals as well? So,
That's correct.
So in the event that there's a sudden outbreak of carpal tunnel on the second floor, and everyone needs whatever people need to address carpal tunnel, braces, certain types of acupuncture and acupressure, and someone goes around the floor and sells us all on a package of physio, and so we're all maxing out all of our, and compression socks, we're all maxing out all of our benefit package for that work. What happens if we get above that amount? What if the 1% reduction is exceeded?
The actuals would go up.
Pardon me? But then how would we address that in the budget?
Presumably, we would be able to find another 1% savings in the rest of the budget.
The rest of the city council budget? How would we do that? You're going to ask us to give you our erasers? I'm just curious, what would actually happen if the actuals were higher? What would happen?
So we'll monitor and report through the quarterly variance reports.
Okay.
Traditionally, the council budget has a room in the overall office budgets as well as the overall staffing.
Okay. We don't put money into our equipment reserve that year or something thereabouts. Can I ask, there's an increase, there's a proposed just 1 year increase to council staff gapping rate. Is that to reflect actuals or?
Yes, that's the an allocated amount, and it's based on past year trends in terms of the actual total amount of staffing budget required.
Because I can imagine in a division where you have a manager, a chief clerk, you're able to manage your staff gapping, and on the floor of the clerks won't be. There is no one at HR that will be able to manage our gapping in our offices, or at least tell us, no, you can't hire that person yet. You got to hire them a week from now. So I'm wondering how we anticipate needing to manage that.
Councillor, we have managed based on past experience.
Okay.
It's simply, a feel for how long it takes people to become hired, even in councillor offices. It's something that we've just been able to estimate quite well.
That's fantastic. The newsletter. Do you have an idea of the cost of sending out one newsletter to every resident in the average size ward?
We do have actuals of the cost of sending out newsletters to wards, depending on the number of households in the wards, which I guess because the variance between wards is quite significant. So it could range from up to more than $6,000 to about $2,000.
To $2,000 to mail a mailer to the households in one ward? Just the, like that, I presumably the postage costs.
That's the cost of ad mail through Canada Post.
So 2,000 to, what was the higher end of that range, 6?
The highest would be more than 6,000.
And do you know what the production cost is of the average councillor newsletter? Or a run of 6 of that range? Is it 2,000 or 10,000?
The cost really varies because the type of newsletters being prepared by councillors vary significantly from a one-page double-sided 8.5 by 11 sheet to a multi-page 16 pages tabloid full-color sheet. So those costs would vary quite significantly.
If someone came in with an invoice for $10,000 for the production of a flyer, maybe it's an elaborate flyer, but a flyer, that wouldn't be out of the question?
The current policy does permit councillors to print design flyers based on their operational requirements. There's no upper limit on how much that particular newsletter could cost.
So I'm just looking for a range. Where like, is it $5,000 for the production? Is there any range you can give me, or should I go around and talk to my colleagues?
There is a huge significant variance in terms of newsletters.
Fair enough. That's fair. Thank you.
Okay, next, committee members, any questions? Not, Councillor Davis?
I think I've asked this most years, but right now, the salary budget for councillors includes 3 full-time staff, and for others with larger populations, there are additional staff. But if all 3 staff are at the top of the range and they are entitled under the pay for performance plan at the City of Toronto for a one-time re-earnable payment of 3%, I believe it is. There's no money in the budget to pay those for the staff that are at the top of the range. So can we use any of the additional flexibility you've been speaking of in terms of salaries to be able to pay those?
So if a staff currently is at the top of the range and has not received any salary increment during the year, given that the council staff salary ranges will normally increase by the cost of living adjustment that is provided to non-union staff, there's normally room in the salary budget to provide an increment to a staff who was at the top of the range in the past year. So if the staff is indeed at the top of the range and there had not been any increment received at all for the current year, the performance lump sum that is paid normally to non-union staff who sits at the top of the range is provided from the council general expense budget. However, given the council staff situation that there is always room with their salary range, unless the cost of living increment is 0%, there has not been such instances in the past few years.
Was that yes? With lots of detail. In other words, the money is in the council budget. Should all 3 staff be at the top of their range and they achieve or exceed in terms of performance, they can receive the lump sum increment?
The answer is if the staff has not received any increment in the current year, then they can receive the lump sum payment.
Okay.
However,
So if-
staff will have room to have a salary increment given the range is normally increased by a cost of living adjustment for non-unions.
I'm still struggling to understand. If my staff achieved, or anyone's staff achieved the top of the range in 2016, and in 2017, they are at the top of the range and are not going to receive a normal increment by moving up the range, they can receive still, though, the one-time lump sum increment like all the other non-union staff do.
That is only true if there is no salary range adjustment for council staff in 2017. Given that the council staff salary will be adjusted by 1.25% consistent with other non-union city staff, there is room for the current staff who are at the top of their range to receive an increment.
I still don't understand. I'll have to ask after.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Next, we'll be going on to Office of the Mayor. Councillor Layton has a question of the
I'm actually
Office of the Mayor.
just really curious about this because I understand how councillors' offices work with respect to the sort of global budget. How does the mayor's office work with respect to the global budget? Like what if any resources are they able to access?
There is no global budget for the mayor's office, except that the telecommunications support for the mayor, if any, would be coming out from the general budget, just like the councillors' telecommunications at this point.
So the recommendation that's made with respect to the councillors' offices now covering the cost of their telecommunications, I didn't see that same recommendation being made for the mayor's office. Was it? Or is that included under the councillors, the motion that's in the council? You know, there's a motion in the city council's budget to change to a policy where our telecommunications devices come from the global budget and come into our office budget. Would that same recommendation cover the mayor's office, or does the mayor's still come out of the global budget?
The same would apply to the mayor's office.
Okay.
The change to the constituency services and office budget policy, which is also applicable to the office of the mayor, will happen.
Yeah. I'm not terribly worried because I'm pretty sure the mayor would have a pretty good cellular package coming from his previous position.
Thank you, Councillor. On that, we are now done, all the divisions and agencies. We have the accountability offices. So we have the 4 accountability offices. I know there's presentations. We're trying to keep the presentations as brief as possible. I'm sure you've been informed.
Mr. Chair, before they start, can I grouse about something? Before we start, I was talking to the Auditor General about this outside in the hallway. There is a slight flaw in the launch of the budget. Josie finally understood what I was complaining about earlier. If you want to hunt and peck through the agendas, you will find the unanalyzed notes on the accountability offices. For the second time in the last few years, at launch, those notes did not make it to the citizens' budget page. That is a bugaboo for me. We have on the city's website a banner saying, just click here and go to the budget page. They're not there. It shows you where they should be under city hall divisions, but they're not up there. Because I guess what happens is they create the headings and then analysts submit their notes to go up there, and of course no analyst is submitting the AOs, and so they end up not on the user-friendly citizens budget page that we go to great pains to promote citizens using. So I need it to be etched in stone that every year someone has to make that happen on the day of launch. Because we've talked about taking binders away. Had we taken binders away, as a councillor, I would just use that user-friendly page to get to all the presentations and everything, and they're not here. So I just wanted to open with that so that it puts us in the context of unanalyzed notes that, in fact, a lot of people may not have glanced at all yet.
So,
Over to you. Presentations, quick presentations, then we'll get into questions.
Okay, thank you, Budget Chair And through you, Chair, Councillor, I'll take that away, and I think between the City Clerk's office and my office, we'll make sure that that's done. I'd like to start off first, because I'll probably forget at the end. I want to make sure I thank Grace Young and Akrivi Nicolau for assisting with this presentation and with the budget. And Grace works with the City Clerk's office, so thank you to them. So this is the 2017 budget, and very quickly, our mandate is to provide stewardship over public funds and to achieve value for money. And what's really important here is that we have one master and our master's council.
Hold on, we're just, there's a bit of, just maybe bring the noise down a bit, just so we can hear. Thank you.
What's key here is that under the City of Toronto Act, councillors and city council are required to provide oversight. And certainly for my office, I have one master, that is you, and we're key to that. And when the office was set up by Danny Days Hotel through a task force, a council task force, and Danny Days Hotel being the Auditor General for Canada, it was fundamental that this office exists because it assists a council with the oversight. So in summary, before I move forward, I'd like to say that for the 2017 budget, we were tasked to come in with a 2.6% reduction. We did that. We re-engineered, we looked at our positions, we looked at the work that was happening. There's always a backlog, and we're edging at that, but your goal was to provide the same level of work with the reduced budget, and we've done that. The audit committee, who former Councillor Nunziato was on she was a former member of the audit committee. They analyzed the budget, they've looked at the backlog, they've looked at my work going forward, and they've endorsed this budget. So we have 3 lines of business. We have the fraud and waste hotline, we have the value for money audits, and we help oversee with the external audit for the financial statements and coordinate that. And this slide provides you with, we have 31.5 FTEs. And I'd like to draw your attention to, we have 6 senior managers, for example, and my new budget's going to be reducing that to 5. We have an audit manager of 12.5. That's going to change. And the other thing is we had 3 assistant auditor generals, and this year we've reduced that to 2 assistant auditor generals. So what we've done is we've really thought through, and I'll go through what our 2017 looks like. But one of the key messages is we have our same results, and we expect those going forward to remain the same. We have, we're saving millions. I mean, one of the audits, the long-term disability audit, for example, because of the action taken by management after that audit, that's about a $12.5 million saving over 5 years, and I still think that's conservative just by the changes implemented as a result of the audit. Council's 2017 budget target has been met, and their budget request is $4.9 million, and that brings us back to the 2.6 under the 2016 budget. 2015 budget, sorry. 2016. Now, looking at the audits that we've completed this year is a bit small, but we have the long-term disability audit. We have done completed audits on cleaning contracts, great savings there. Some of the savings Josie was talking about, for example, with re-engineering the services provided on cleaning to the police, came in part from some of the observations in our audit, for example. We have our IT audits, you have a few of those, and this is an example of where we don't have a saving, but where the protection for the city has increased because of the results of that audit. And so we have a lot of across-the-board audits. We've done 14 audits plus 3 continuous control monitoring, which is not really an audit. It's actually information provided to management. So we've completed 14 audits. The range for the KPI is between 12 and 14. And so we're definitely hitting that. And we're doing it with 3 pregnancies. So we have 3 of our staff off. They've all had babies, and so they'll be coming back after June. In relation to savings, we still continue to have a return of $11 per dollar spent, and that is high. It could be anywhere between 5 and 11, but 11 is high, but we're still being able to maintain that. And we prepare a full report on all the values of the office and meeting our KPIs, and I've provided a link to that. But the savings aren't the only story. Again, the strength in internal controls, the reduction in risk, the tighter IT controls. IT was not an area that was focused on very much in the past, and it's the #1 risk for a city and for organizations, so it's key that we continue to focus on that. And now we get to the budget reduction. This is what we were asked to do, to target of 2.6% below the approved operating budget, and we've done that. So here's where we come to, there we go. I'm sorry. It wasn't, just, just want to pull out all the stops for the committee. Just throwing it out there, yeah. So here is where, really the numbers tell the story. The base budget would have been 5.119, and we did reorganize. And what we did here was, this was a position where we had 3 assistant auditor generals, and we felt that we could work with 2. And I've increased my qualifications by becoming certified in forensics to be able to take over and oversee the forensic unit in a tighter way. So we've met what we were asked to meet. The next slide, this shows you how tight it was. I mean, we really don't have much to go on for us to meet a target like that. And it was something we would have done anyway, I'll be honest, because we were trying to streamline by re-engineering operations, reducing. We used to send out maybe 600 letters a year. We're probably down to maybe under 50, and we're sending out emails and that kind of thing. But we have, it's very, very tight, our salaries and materials. With this level of reduction, to put it in perspective, if you asked us to cut 2.6% and we cut every bit of our non-salary budget, we would not have met the target. So we had to make some tough choices in this, but we still think we can deliver what you have this year, next year. So this is graphically presents our budget, most of it's payroll, and we have very, very little in equipment, and payroll is where you get the biggest bang for your buck. So we have 31.5 positions right now, and that was an increase the prior year because council provided 2 positions last year. And this year, this is the only difference. So this slide tells you that we're asking for a net of a half a position increase. We're staying within budget. So in the same envelope, I need a half an FTE. We were given a half of a person a few years back. And it's hard to staff a half of a person. So I've taken that person, that money, and made it a lower level position. But to staff a position, you have to have a full FTE. So what the difference you see up here is you see, for example, the senior audit manager has gone to 5 positions from 6. And how we were able to attain that is, when I held a competition when we had retirements, a senior manager was successful. And when they were successful, instead of restaffing it with a senior manager, I reduced it to hire 2 audit analysts. The organization for 2016 had 1 auditor in the entire organization. The rest were managers and senior managers. So by taking a senior manager, turning it into 2 audit analysts, by taking a half of an audit manager where we weren't able to staff it with a half an FTE and turning that into an audit analyst, what happens is we have people to do some of the work. It helps me with succession planning as I'm bringing in fresh and younger staff and growing them through the organization. And it helps with the people who are managers and want to be able to develop to seniors because I'm able to grow them because they have staff to be able to manage. So we're just rethinking and just reorganizing a little bit there. So the net impact of this budget is same envelope. We've absorbed the cost of living increase for next year of 1.7. We're able to do that. And we're just asking to turn that half FTE to a full FTE in the same budget envelope so I can actually staff it with the audit analysts. The audit analysts have been on temporarily for about the last year, and the value has been tremendous, and the interaction's been great. Now, it just shows here in this slide that as the city budget continues to increase, but we've stayed fairly constant, and I think we're comfortable going forward with this with this budget. And finally, you know, there's so many studies for Councillor Burnside. I know you haven't been on this. I'm going to touch base, but I know you haven't been part of one of these presentations. But, you know, we are the 4th largest city in North America, and we are not we're definitely underfunded, but we're definitely lean by all measures. When you look at Lawrence Dawson's report, he said all the accountability officers were efficient. When I look at the 2013 study done by KPMG, city manager commissioned it, internal audit and the Auditor General's office was understaffed. If I look at Montreal, Montreal is like the second, is smaller in city size, and the way they fund their budget is they take 0.11 of the operating budget, and by law, they have to give that to the Auditor General for the Auditor General to function. This year, they've actually doubled that by creating, and actually in 2011, 2012, they created the Inspector General's office in Montreal and are funding it based on the 0.11 also. So right now, with this, we're going to continue to deliver what we can deliver. And if next year, when all the dust settles, we'll see any backlog projects, and that'll be a different discussion. But from my perspective, I think we can work within this budget for the next year and perhaps the years after that. So, and in summary, and I think, I'm actually 10 minutes, Rob was 12.1226 seconds. But in summary, he was efficient. We continue to add value, and if you look at some of the projects we've delivered this year in the benefits for our health care benefits and our long-term disability, in the IT reports, if you read those through, they're quite incredible. We've met the budget target that was set for us, but it would have been management efficiencies anyway, and we've done it in a manner that's helping our office to set us up for success, grow forward. And as a result of the reorganization, we'll deliver the same level of work. So in summary, that's my presentation. It's complemented by a budget report that went to the audit committee, a demonstrating value that went to the audit committee, and a work plan that went to the audit committee.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you for the efficiency and for the efficient slides, where there's 2 slides per page. It's outstanding. Now, the one thing I will take issue with is the comparison as a percentage of municipal budget, because a city like Montreal, although it may have a smaller budget than the City of Toronto, I would argue that it's equally as complex. So they also have a transit system. They also have solid waste. They have so because it's as complex as Toronto. You could argue that they need the same number of people. What might be more, I think, insightful would be to see the actual number of people that they have versus the number that we have. And also, when you look at Montreal and Laval, let's face it, they're, you know, well, they make the news for all the wrong reasons, I suppose, is what I would say. So, yeah, would you not agree?
My work is not complete here, so I'm going to hold fire on that. I said my work is not complete here, so I'm going to hold fire on that. But
now, in regard to the,
but I take your point, and that will be something we can bring back next year. Yeah.
And the city manager also makes these sorts of comparisons on a per capita basis, and I'm not sure of the value of that sometimes, frankly. Now, in regard to your results 2016 reports. Sorry, you mentioned a $12 million savings for one particular area. What was that?
So for one audit, which would be the long-term disability audit, for example, we've identified about 10 million for the, over the entire audit, it's about 12 million. Part of the audit came out in October 2015, and then in 2016 we finished it. And what happened is, with the observations, management took control of those observations, they renegotiated some of the benefits, and the impact is, over time, the long-term disability benefits will go down by that amount.
Okay, so you have on slide 6, you have 2000 results, 2016 reports, you have 15 audit reports, and then you have, then there's the other reports. Now, have you been able to, or will you, when you report out, I guess, to the audit committee, will you quantify that, or have you already quantified that in terms of anticipated savings?
Thank you. So what happened is, some of the information is from last year. So in February of each year, so this coming February, I will be reporting out anything that we can quantify related to these reports. We quantify when we go back in an audit and we can verify that the actual savings have occurred. We don't quantify it based on an estimate. We quantify based on the actual savings have occurred. The reason I'm able to pull on the numbers that I'm talking in relation to long-term disability is because of the audit, we were able to receive $2 million cash through the door. I can personally verify that. And the second thing is in relation to the savings on the negotiations, management has already verified the savings on the negotiations.
I would assume that when you write your reports, you reference the potential savings that can be realized.
Potential savings, but when we come out in February, the February report is the report that you need. That'll quantify the actual savings from, that we've seen for the next 5 years based on the implementation of the recommendation. So once it's implemented, we can verify it's in place and the savings are coming through, then we report it. But if it takes 3 years to implement the recommendation, we don't report anything until it's implemented and then the savings come out.
And then just from a governance standpoint, when you report out to council, is it only through the audit committee, or do you report, is that the only means by which you report out to the?
Yeah, so through the municipal code, I report through the audit committee and the reports go to council.
They go directly to
Yeah, and
council.
at that point, I can answer any questions.
I think the only person that probably reads those in any kind of detail would be Councillor Holliday. I think he sits on the audit.
Yes.
So you don't report out to executive at all?
No.
You don't make a presentation to executive? Okay.
No, but I'm open for whatever executive needs, for sure.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Councillor Nunziata next.
Okay, just a question. With the savings, and you know, I was on the audit committee, and you talk about the millions of dollars that departments have saved. Where do we see those savings within their budgets? Because they don't show it. When they come to the budget and they bring forward their budget, they don't have a line item that says, oh, this was from savings from the audit, and, you know, one of the recommendations, or we adopted all the recommendations. You never know that. So how do we see that the departments have actually saved and that we can see the savings?
You know,
Because I don't see it.
So that's something that I think should come through council direction. So for example, in the long-term disability, when we made the recommendations and the savings have been there, it comes through maybe through the briefing note on negotiations, but it doesn't always link back to the audit. And it would be interesting as part of the audit process to show, as part of the budget process to show, well, these savings came through audit. It would be good. I can't control that. That would be a council decision.
Well, yeah, maybe that's, because I know that at the audit committee, when you bring forward your reports, you talk about potential savings and the savings and through your audit. So it would be, I think that we need to see the actual savings in the various divisions that you have audited, right?
Yeah, we have the numbers. We could provide those to the divisions, but definitely that would be something in reporting if you thought that would be helpful. Because you may want to repurpose that money and that saving to something else.
Well, yes, because what's the point of us finding savings if we don't see the savings?
Fair enough.
Right? So my other question is, where's your office?
My office is in Metro Hall.
Metro Hall? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much. Next is the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. So I think you had 9 minutes and 50 seconds, so you're gonna get better than that, right?
I promise I'll be sure.
Oh, there we go. We're good. Welcome, and it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chief, and good afternoon, members of the Budget Committee. I'm pleased to be here today to present the 2017 operating budget for the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. I'm going to be brief. I'll definitely beat the time limit that my colleague, the Auditor General, met. First, I want to say thank you also to Grace Young from the Office of the Clerks, who's been instrumental in helping my office prepare for this presentation. What I'd like to do today is to talk a little bit about the work of the office, and then I'll talk about the recommended budget, including the rationale for the budget. I am before you today seeking an increase in the budget, as I have been for the past 2 years. I'm making a modified enhancement request from prior years, but I'll provide a rationale for that as we go through the presentation. As you all know, as members of City Council, you're familiar with the work of my office. I won't take any time to go through the mandatory duties of the office. I will move to talk about the operational goals of the office. And I won't spend much time on this either, other than to note that the last bullet to develop the office's institutional structures for long-term sustainability has been a focus of some of the work of my office this year. And it's not a lot of things that gets a lot of attention, but as you'll see in a minute, we're a very small office, and it takes time for our office to do sort of fairly routine things, but we've made some good progress on that this year. We are developing sophisticated records retention process, and I hope you'll see in a minute or two that we've improved the record keeping and the statistics that we're able to present to you, so you can have more objective ways to gauge the program. So how do we do the work in the Office of the Integrity Commissioner? We're a very small office, small but mighty team, I like to say. I have 2 people assisting me with my work, an intake and office assistant and an investigator. The majority of our budget is based on salaries. It consists of salaries. With this small team, we are able to get quite a bit of work done. The first measure I'd like to talk to you about is the volume of requests for advice that we receive. So we're keeping pace with prior years in terms of a general number of requests for advice that we get. As you know, we provide advice to members of council and to members of local boards. A very interesting development this year is that we are getting more requests for advice from members of local boards, which is something I'm very proud of. I've worked hard to raise awareness of the office among the local board sector. There's a key need for advice and guidance around code of conduct among that sector. So we're talking here about the BIAs and the community boards, the arena boards. So we're giving out quite a few pieces of advice. Sometimes the advice is quite quick, but sometimes it can be quite complicated. As you've heard me saying since the beginning of my term, I put a priority on responding to requests for advice, and so I'm able to show you through the statistics that my staff have been tracking that we're able to respond to most requests for advice in a very timely fashion. For members of council, we respond to advice on the same day or the next day 90% of the time. It's slightly less for members of local boards. I'll now turn to the statistics around formal complaints. We are keeping pace with the usual number of complaints that we've experienced historically. The 2015 number is high, and I noted this last year. It's a bit misleading because there was one complainant filed about 18 complaints about the same issue, so it's a bit out of whack. But if you look at the historical number, it is around 20 complaints, formal complaints that we get each year. I've tried to do what I can to show council or to provide council with information about how we get through the cases. As you know, I've been talking about, since I've been here, my concern about the delay and how long it takes us to get through cases. I can tell you that since 2015, we've been tracking this, and when we do an investigation, the average time to complete those cases is about 200 days, which is about 6 months. In my view, that is still too long, but but we're working on that. Another way you can measure the efficiency of the office is to see how many complaints come in and out in a year. I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide. It's fairly self-explanatory, but it's just another way to slice the information. Because I understood from other times I've appeared before this committee that that's council seeks some sort of objective information to gauge the program. The office engages in outreach projects. I'm not going to spend much time today going on that in light of the time constraints. So I'd now like to turn to the budget summary. I am here before you seeking an increase. I searched for savings within the office's budget. I controlled expenditures, and I continue to control expenditures where possible. I explored opportunities for savings, but I am not able to identify any savings within the current program. And at this point, I want to remind the Budget Committee that City Council has made very recent commitments to ensure that the resources for the office are adequate. It was in 2014 that this committee and this council decided to make the position full-time, and it was only in 2015 when an additional position was added to assist with investigations. The reason that I can't absorb any of these costs is because the non-salary component, or the cost drivers leading to the base budget pressures, exceed the non-salary budget component of the office. I'm here to say that the resource levels must be maintained. The office is a very lean operation. We have no buffer to deal with high case volumes or complex cases in a timely manner. If there are any budget reductions, it will harm the ability of my office to carry out the duties I'm required to fulfill under the City of Toronto Act and the Toronto Municipal Code. I've enumerated there a list of consequences if there are budget reductions, but one I'd like to flag for you is that next year at this time, if Bill 68 passes, which is before the Ontario Legislature at present, I will be here asking for much more significant resources because the role of this office will be transformed through the provincial legislation. I've included information in the slide and in my budget report about that, and I'd be happy to answer questions. I'm here to say that the budget for my office should be increased. While my office has, with additional resources, been able to clear a backlog, the time to complete cases continues to be unacceptable, and I want to be able to deal with that. And as I've already mentioned, the current resource levels will be insufficient to deal with new duties. Toronto should be proud of its Integrity Commissioner program. It is a role model for other cities in Ontario and across Canada. Toronto made an early commitment to this program before it was even a requirement under the legislation. As the fourth largest city in North America, it is incumbent on City Council to ensure that resources to ensure an accountable government are sufficient, and I therefore make this enhancement request.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you for your presentation. So you've said the salary total is a lot for 3 people. How much are we paying your office intake? This is public, Mr. Rossini, correct me if I'm wrong, this is all public record? I can ask how much we're paying somebody?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So if a salary is in excess of 100,000, it's disclosed.
Right.
If it's below that, you can't talk about it. You can talk about what do you pay a position as opposed to a.
Yeah, so neither of the positions, other than mine, and neither of the positions exceed the $100,000 mark. So, Councillor, I could provide you with that information offline if you.
Okay, so they're less than 100, all right? And so, all right, so I can figure out the rest then for, okay. Oh, and what is the ask, the additional 70,000 to purchase?
It is for a budget to enable me to engage external legal and investigation support. So this will be a budget available to me on a contingency basis in times of high case volume or complex cases so that I can respond to the case volumes.
So it's a contingency.
Mm-hmm.
Has it been required before?
I have, at present, I have a external legal budget of about $10,000. I do use that budget. 2 years ago, the budget was significantly exceeded because the office was subject to a judicial review proceeding, so it was exceeded by about $40,000. I do use the legal budget. Because of its small size, I can't use it in any strategic way because I cannot enter into any retainers or engagement with a third-party provider.
Okay, so you've had 21 complaints in 2016,
Formal complaints, yeah.
formal complaints, and investigating it. So what, and I don't know, so what is, how do you report? You report out directly to city council?
If there's a contravention, yes. If not, no, not usually.
So one recent contravention was with respect to a former counselor. Of what value is there to be investigating a former counselor?
So the conduct at stake,
Is it to set an example?
no, the conduct at stake, let me just back up. If a complaint is received and it's about counselor conduct that occurred while the person was a counselor, the case ought to be completed.
Why?
Because it's improper, in my view, for a person, and this is consistent with case law in the regulatory framework, in the regulatory world, professional regulatory regulation, it's inappropriate for someone to be able to resign out of or retire out of accountability for actions that they had well bound by a code.
So I don't necessarily disagree with you, but is that not a determination that council should make on how they want their money spent? And has council given direction to the office to go back? And if so, how far back would you go? If you received, so for example, if you had received, because this is all about how your office spends your time and your money. So if someone lodged a complaint against a counselor who was elected in, who finished their term in, 2014, it was a complaint from 2012, would you go and investigate that?
No, I wouldn't. So if somebody made a complaint today about a former counsel, I would not accept that complaint. So the complaint that you're referring to had been received and was opened in a matter pending when I became the commissioner. It was in play.
And you became a commissioner?
In September 2014.
Okay, so that was right before the election, and so that particular counselor was still a counselor. And you made...
Yeah, but the complaint was received about 8 months prior to me becoming the commissioner. It was...
Okay, and then, all right, so just the last thing, because I wanted to ask that question about how you spend your time, because how you spend your time is how we spend our money. And so in regard to investigated complaints, do you report out on a measurement of the time that these 200 complaints take? What the sort of like the format or what those complaints entail and how much time they're taking? Do you report out on that?
Yeah, so for the first time, I'm reporting to Budget Committee and Council about the time taken to complete complaints, which is on slide 7.
Well, thank you.
So, because I definitely understand that Council needs some information like this to understand the time it takes. These are average numbers. So this is the answer to your question, but every complaint that is filed with my office requires a report be written. Whether the report go to the complainant or to council or to the local board depends on the outcome of the complaint.
So of those 200 complaints, everyone requires?
So there's only 21 complaints.
Oh, the main complaints, okay.
Thank you, Councillor. You're way over your time.
Yeah, I realize.
That's okay. Councillor Nunziata, did you?
There's investigated complaints, 200.
Or Councillor Layton had a question.
Just,
Go ahead.
just one
Nanziata.
question. When you finished your presentation, you mentioned that you can't achieve the reduction and you want an increase in your budget. So my question to you is, as you know, we've been asking all the division, all the departments to come forward with a reduction, 2.6. Some of them haven't been able to achieve the full reduction, but they have brought efficiencies forward and they've tried. So why is it that we wouldn't ask the same from you?
Yeah. So
because everybody is equal.
And I understand the request, and I took the request to heart, and I did search through the budget to try to find efficiencies, and I'm unable to do that, Councillor.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. This bill C-68, can you outline what is new in that, and perhaps what resources would be required to cover elements of this?
Okay, so Bill 68 contains a number of amendments The ones that I can speak about are those that will impact on the role of the Integrity Commissioner and the Code of Conduct. So just a little bit of context, the bill will require all cities in Ontario to have an Integrity Commissioner and a Code of Conduct, which is new. Toronto is the only city at present that is required to do that. What will matter for Toronto? The bill says that members of the public will be able to make Municipal Conflict of Interest Act complaints to local integrity commissioners instead of going to court. Integrity commissioners will then have to investigate those complaints and potentially, if they feel it's warranted, bring the matters to court. That will require resources. In addition, Bill 68 requires integrity commissioners to be able to commence investigations on their own motion. So right now, we're a complaint-driven system. This bill will enable the commissioner and require the commissioner to carry out investigations, commence them on their own motion. There are another number of other amendments around the procedures in place under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, which will impact on the interpretation of significant issues that come before commissioners, but not necessarily on the workload.
This notion of the commissioners initiating investigations on their own, how many investigations do you suspect you'll be compelled to initiate as a result of this? Any idea? Any guesses?
I can't, there's no way I could provide an answer to that question. And but this is something that if this bill passes, I'm going to be able to need to be able to answer that question for you next year.
Sure.
And I don't know how to answer that right now.
Do you have an idea of how much in the way of additional resources, staff you'll need to ensure that we are able to address the requirements of bills?
I don't at this point. It will be more.
Yeah.
And if this bill passes, then it will be a key component of the policy work that I have to undertake in my office to prepare Toronto City Council for the resources, for what is needed to be able to fulfill the duties.
Any potential for us to work with smaller municipalities on a fee-for-service basis so we could be their integrity commissioner?
Well, that is a great question. And I feel like you've read the bill, because this is what the province is envisioning, and it's sort of set out in the bill that municipalities who cannot impose their own commissioners will be able to share with other municipalities on a fee-for-service basis.
I don't know how much small municipalities would like come into, or the giant foot of big bad Toronto coming in adjudicating over their local matter, but I think there's potential there for us to help smaller municipalities that aren't able to carry that staff.
And it is true that Toronto, the Office of the Integrity Commissioner in Toronto is a role model across Ontario, and I do participate in a network of other municipal integrity commissioners in Ontario. And so, yes, there may be differences, but there's a lot of common practices among us.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think there's any more questions.
No,
You already
I was just going to, as a point of order.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the next, just one last quote. Where's your office?
At 375 University,
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So,
We've already been hauled in,
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask that the next two, that we just go through the budget without having the presentation.
Is that okay with Budget Committee members?
Yeah.
Okay.
Carrie.
So the next then is Office of the Lobbyist Registrar. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Unfortunately, the last 3 or 4, we've been going through 3 days, so.
Thank you for your
Just
patience.
if it's okay, we can just go, and I believe it's page 27, which is your operating budget summary and request. If we could just jump to that, would be great. Page 27. Okay, just go over that request for us, and we can
Yes,
ask the
thank
last
you.
questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget Committee, guests. My name is Christina DiCaprio, and I'm your lobbyist registrar, and it's my pleasure to present this to you after thorough consideration what our office is proposing in light of Council's request is that our budget request be $1,154,000 for 2017, which represents a 0.2% reduction from the 2016 budget. The reduction submitted was for $14,000. If we go to the next slide, thank you, Grace. You'll see as all of our accountability offices are, we're operating on very efficiently with a salary and benefits of taking up 92% of our budgets. The other expenses are limited to 8%. So if we go to what the key cost drivers actually are, there's salaries and progression pay and a cost of living index with a small adjustment for inflation for non-payroll items. The budget reduction is accommodating council's 2017 operating direction and recognizing the city's fiscal constraints. So the Office of the Lobbyist Registrar submitted a budget reduction of $14,700 net. The 2017 budget is 0.2% below the 2016 budget, and the $14,700 reduction is 1.3% of the 2016 approved budget. The reduction is one time. It's comprised of a gapping of 0.25 of a temporary administrative position. The reduction in office supplies and outreach and related expenses were also undertaken after thorough review. Would you like me to proceed with the capital plan? As you are aware, we're under a state of good repair exercise at our office. The project is on time, it's on budget. It is for the modernization of the public register to enable the registry to continue to function and comply with its statutory obligations and meet requirements of users, and to conform to city and industry technological standards. And as you heard from my predecessor, the current state of the registry is such that it lags behind modern technology, and we receive many complaints from the public or from lobbyists who are trying to use it, as it's not compatible with the types of technologies that are actually being used. So it's with thanks that we can advise that the project is moving along very well, and it's due to close within May, and it's, as I said, it's on budget and it's on target to be completed. I'd like to highlight for you that there remains, however, a $0.171 million remaining for 2017 in order to ensure that the project is completed on time. And of course, with technology changing and business practices changing, we are anticipating that in 7 years down the line that there be another review possibly, and of course requirements for a similar state of good repair endeavor to be undertaken. And so there's $0.7 million in future year cash flow.
Thank you very much, and thank you. That was your first budget that you've presented.
Thank you, and I want to thank Grace and everyone in the City Clerk's Department for assisting throughout this process.
No, thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Campbell.
I'm just trying to ascertain the workload of this department. And what does your staff spend most of their time on? You have 8 staff. It's been steady, in a steady state.
Yes.
There's been no adjustment up or down. So whenever I see that, I wonder what the workload is. Is it high? Is it low?
If there are slides that have been provided.
And welcome, by the way. I know you're new. How long have you been in the role?
2 months.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. If you go to, I guess, we've got some charts outlining for you.
Yeah, so I'm looking at, so on slide 18, the registrations process, that is the tall bar, is that a cumulative total over the years, or is that an annual total? Because when I look
That is an annual total.
It's an annual total.
And it's comprised of all the transactions that happen on the register throughout the year.
Okay. And how
So they vary, if I may.
Yep.
They vary. So you would have registrations for an individual who is about to engage in lobbying. And that one registration, although it's transactional, requires staff support because we have to ensure that there's follow-up and review so that the information provided is complete and accurate. There's often advice required about how do I comply, what types of informations do I have to put in order to take the next step. So there is back end both in managing the information on a database and also communications via email and or by phone.
Okay.
The next step is that the individual then must register a subject matter so that there's clarity on completion on the register so that everybody knows who is speaking to who and about what. So you'll see a different category of registrations that come into the total of 10,000 that are referred to as subject matter registrations. And one registration may then have multiple registrations under it as subject matters.
So for example, if it's a lobbying firm, they would have multiple subject matters. And if
Yes.
it's just a company, they're just talking about their own particular matter here that pertains to City Hall.
Yes, and then there's nuances between the different types of registrants as a lobbyist, because you have consultant lobbyists, you have in-house lobbyists, you have volunteer lobbyists. Then within the subject matters themselves, you may have variances in someone needing to update
Okay, all right.
or close.
I'm watching the time here.
Okay.
Now, but the number of new lobbyist registrations processed has been steady, reasonably steady for 3 years, and in fact went down in 2016, according to slide 19.
The number of, I'm sorry?
Number of lobbyist registrations processed, new, actually looks to have gone down in 2016.
No, there's been a steady increase in new and in lobbyists. If you look at the numbers, they're all going up. Perhaps it's the bar graph that's a bit confusing. If you read the numbers,
60,
if you read the numbers right off the chart, it'll be a little bit clear, more
Now,
clear.
this is all done, this is done online, is it not? I mean, I would presume somebody goes in, they get direction, they do all of the registrations electronically?
Yes, however, at every stage of completing every transaction, there's a back end on our staff's part. For example, somebody may have an open registration, they return to the website to complete their registration to say, yes, I did meet with public office holder A on such and such a date. Then they return to register another subject matter. Our office has to ensure that those registrations are accurate and they're not misleading in any way. In fact, I had a report about that. What's important to know is it can't be a self-serve transaction, because what has to be provided on the registry has to have sufficient clarity so that any member of the public who searches the registry can retain some information and details that would enable them to engage in the democratic process on their own if they wanted to.
So my last question is, how often does the public engage and look at what is at the lobbying activity? Is that measured?
If you look at the number of website visits, we can tell you
okay.
that at this point.
I see that, okay.
Yes. So
Of course, we don't know who's visiting the website. It could be lobbyists visiting the website multiple times to figure out what to do.
we can provide that information for you if you wish. It may be helpful to note that at this stage of our development as a model, the initial years as a regulator are devoted to engaging people in compliance, and that's probably in the sphere where you've been up until now, where you're at, where the key goal, and you can see it through the number of investigative reports that you've seen coming through the office in the last 5 years under my predecessor, it's all been about bringing in the activity and making sure that any incidents of non-compliance are addressed. But going forward, if you look in my presentation, you'll see that there's 3 key functions for every regulator, and those are 3 key functions undertaken by my office. And one is maintaining the registry. The second is education and outreach, and the third is, of course, compliance and investigating into matters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. So on page 16, we've got an increase of 5% in, between 2014, 2015, another roughly 5-6%, to actuals for the year and projected for 2016 from 2015, you're looking at over 10% increase in activity that your office is seeing. Yet on, it seems like we're getting a decrease in the amount of investigations.
Okay.
Can you, is there,
Yes, our office has gone through, as I alluded to in my previous answer to the previous question, what we call growing stages. Through the process of handling the number of investigations and complaints that were handled in the first 5 years, the office worked very hard to implement a process where there was a new mediation, shall we say, approach, where there were preliminary assessments done in 2013, 2014. And the net result of that is that there were, in the public interest, we were able to find ways where the investigation segment of what needed to be done was done at the beginning, and where we could resolve something without going through a formal investigation, we did. And secondly, what you see there is there is a continuance in the planning and development issues that are brought forward, but there is a necessity on our office's part also to find ways to divert even when we have agreed that something ought to go forward. So using those two methodologies, we've been able to reduce the formal way the complaints are addressed by my office, but not necessarily the amount of compliance that we're able to nurture through bettering the ethical culture. And what I can do for you next year is attach metrics to it, because although we've been working through this process of establishing a solid mediation process, we haven't been able to come to you and develop a metrics program to account for it, but we can do that for you next year. I can assure you that all of the time spent at the beginning can also involve the same amount of time that an investigation at the end of a matter would involve, because the matters are no less complex. And being able to come to our office sometimes before a matter is about to be undertaken has also been an important measure. For example, some of the larger corporations who have engaged in consultant lobbyists now are comfortable with our model. They're aware of it. They've bought into the regulation. So they come to our office beforehand, and we engage with our council in a plan for how their campaigns can work. So, and I can add that many of these lobbyists are well-resourced and they're multi-lawyered. So our ability to do the front-end work is allowing us to have a clearer understanding of where we can go in terms of growing an ethical culture and spend less time dealing with enforcement matters.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Next is the Ombudsman's office. And again, with the previous one, if we can just jump to page 20, or page 12, which is your operating budget summary, we can go from there.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We know how your office works quite well.
Good afternoon. This is also my first budget
Yes, and welcome.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be here. I will echo my colleagues' thanks to Grace Young, who has helped us all to prepare for this afternoon. So as you've suggested, Mr. Chair, if we look at slide 12, this is the recommendation, the operating budget recommendation at a glance. Ombudsman Toronto is proposing to cut its operating budget by $72.2 thousand, which amounts to 1.3% below our 2016 operating budget, and is also a 3.8% cut from the 2017 pro forma budget. And I want to make that point because it is a larger reduction than the number might initially suggest. And if we go to the next slide, the reason for that discrepancy is that the cost drivers mean that there is a $48.3 thousand budget pressure involved in staffing and progression pay, COLA, etc. So if we were going to stay at the same place that we were in 2016, we would need an additional $48.3 thousand, and instead we are proposing a reduction of 72.2. Next slide. The reduction is not coming from payroll. It's coming from 3 places: legal services, investigative expenses, and outreach-related expenses. Next slide. And in terms of the impact on the work of the office, Mr. Chair, it is a significant cut for a small office like mine. We have substantial cost pressures, as I have mentioned, in terms of staff costs. The need for the services of the Ombudsman, you've said that you're aware of what the office does, but the need is steady, and indeed it's growing, and in many respects is unpredictable. Because in addition to responding to about 1,600 complaints every year from members of the public who feel alienated or ill-served by their dealings with the city administration, we do have jurisdiction to look into issues on our own initiative. And that can be through formal investigation, or it can be through more informal means. And that's something I think that we will build on in the coming year to be more agile and more flexible in our ability to effect positive change and improvements in the way the city delivers services. When there are budget cuts throughout the city, however, I think it's fair to anticipate that the need for our services may in fact increase because cuts may lead to services that are less than satisfactory for members of the public. So the cut will no doubt, the proposed budget cut will no doubt present challenges for the office in ensuring that we can meet our mandate in a flexible and agile and effective way, but we're determined to meet that. Basically, the proposed reduction, if I can just say, when I arrived in the office at the end of September, even before I arrived, I was made aware of Council's direction to make a reduction of 2.6% from 2016. And I and the rest of the staff in the office looked very closely at how we could do that. But there was a reluctance to make cuts to a point where we could not deliver on the mandate that Council has given to us. And so in the end, in the interest of acknowledging the direction, acknowledging the fiscal restraint under which the city finds itself, but also what I feel is my obligation to ensure that the mandate can be adequately delivered, we have found the middle point of 1.3% from the 2016 as the appropriate reduction. Turning quickly to the question of capital, there has already been approved and is underway an effort to update the case management system. The case management system is the key tool for keeping track of and proceeding with both complaint inquiries and investigations, and also own motion matters. And there has been a previously approved capital plan to replace that process, that system, I should say. The projection is to spend only about $160,000 of the money previously approved in 2016, and then the rest will be carried forward to 2017. We expect the project to be completed in the first few months of the year. And similar to my colleague, the lobbyist registrar, there's also provision for an upgrade in 7 years' time because of the needs for technology to be updated. So subject to any questions, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that is the recommendation of Ombudsman Toronto.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Layton.
I just have a couple. I couldn't find it in the slides, but the trend in the number of inquiries that you're getting, the number of complaints.
Yes, I apologize. I also just noticed that that's not there, and I do apologize. The average has been about 1,600. I'll just give you the numbers orally, if I may, for the last several years. In 2010, which was the first full year of operation, 1,562. 2011, 1,475. 2012, 1,430. 2013, 1,827. 2014, 2,227, and as I understand, that had to do specifically with, or partly to do with, an investigation into services provided to employees of the paramedic service who encounter post-traumatic stress disorder, and there were a large number of complaints specifically on that issue. 2015 was 1,802, and the projection for 2016 is 1,500.
And how will, in investigations, are we seeing a constant, when you bring reports to council, has there sort of been a constant level?
Investigations have gone up and down over the years. There has not been a formal investigation report issued in 2016. There are several being worked on now, I think 4 or 5 in the works. So that goes up and down. I think not dissimilar from what my colleague Ms. DiCaprio said, my own view is that more informal initiatives can often be as or more effective than a formal investigation. We have only 5 investigators, and every time a formal investigation is undertaken, that really takes that one investigator's time for many weeks, if not more, just working on that one issue. So we have to be very selective in where we put those resources to make sure that council gets the most bang for its buck out of our efforts. So I anticipate that we will be exploring, I know that we will be exploring more ways to be more agile and more proactive in the way that we improve city services.
So is there a list of areas that you'd like to do investigations, but you haven't been able to for sake of resources?
No, we don't have a list
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I need to take about 3 or 4 minutes. We had the last thing we have to do are, well, last couple of things are just the briefing note motions. So I think they're almost, I just need to confer with the clerk. So give us about 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll do the briefing note. Just to go to the washroom quickly, and then we'll come back. Say it's 6 o'clock, we'll do the briefing note, and then we're out of here. I need a motion to extend to finish the agenda. They want to come back tomorrow. No. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, I think we're ready. Just a reminder quickly, we're back here January 5th. I know it's a long ways away, but we're doing public deputations starting, actually not here. We're out, yeah, 3 to 5, 6 onwards.
Afternoons and evenings.
Yeah, so, and then January 12th will be the first wrap-up. So we have motions on briefing notes. I have one that I'd like to move. This is an omnibus motion. There are a number of them there from different divisions. I'm not going to go into all of them. We can if you want. But these are all the motions that came, and we have, they've been vetted by staff, myself, and they're all, from my perspective, reasonable to move, and I think everybody's fine with them. So I'm going to move those. We had to get down to the bottom. Okay. All in, okay, all in. No, we're going to do council. Okay, all in favor of this motion? We're going to do this motion first. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And Councillor Layton has a motion. I'm going to ask that these are voted on individually.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I think these are some outstanding briefing notes that I think we still think that are worthwhile to get on the record and help us in some of the work that we're doing. I think that some of them are quite clearly like a reasonable piece of information that we would need.
Okay, if it's okay, I'm going to combine the corporate, which is 1 to 4 on the screen. This is corporate. All in favor?
Can we have I think this one, I'd like a recorded vote on, if that's all right.
Okay, so all in favor? Councillor Layton? Opposed? Actually, do you read or do I read? You can do it. Councillor Burnside, Campbell, Crawford, and Nunziata. That loses. The next one on the list is long-term care and home services. That's actually on purple paper, so all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Parks, Forests, Forestry, and Recreation. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next is Social Development. All in favor? 1. Opposed?
That's 2. I saw John's hand go up. That was 2.
So all opposed? That loses. Toronto Public Health. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Toronto Employment Services. All in favor? Opposed? That loses.
If I could get a recorded vote on this next one.
Okay, Toronto Public Health, recorded vote. This is all in favor, Councillor Burnside, Campbell, Crawford, Layton, and Nunziata. Last is the Toronto Transit Commission. I'll let you know this is already on page 20 of the report, so all in favor? Opposed? That loses.
No, but I wanted the piece that
I need a motion, Councillor Layton, to defer the item till January 12th. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everyone. We did a stellar job. Well, no, we're not adjourning. We're recessing.
If I may make just one quick comment to thank Sophia, Gail, and Michael, who have been diligently.
Thank everybody. Listen, as much as staff are probably all gone, they may not be in the building. I want to thank everyone who has put an incredible amount of work over the last couple of weeks and months. So thank you very much. We're now into the public deputation mode.
Thank you. Thank you to the chair for keeping us together.
Reasonably.
Thank you to the staff. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas and have a happy holiday, everyone.